And welcome back to the Bahamas Atlantis Resort and Casino, playing host to what seemed like a never-ending day one here in the World Series of Poker Super Main. Ali Najad and producer James Dempsey moonlighting here at the desk, ready to kick things off just about 10 minutes before we get cards into the air. But James, walk us through some of the numbers because, again, that has been the topic of conversation about the halls.
Yeah, it really has. Obviously, 4 day ones, a whole lot of day one action having taken place online as well. So day 1A, 461, the biggest day. A lot of online qualifiers were put into day 1A. And of course, anyone here wants to get into day 1A so they can then potentially play B, C, D if it all goes wrong.
Not to mention that $1,000 free roll into the satellite, back into the Super Main for those that busted on day 1A. A sweet little tickler there.
It's a nice touch, right? You bust out day 1A, chance to come back the next morning, maybe get back in, especially for those who did online qualify, only have one bullet to fire at this.
Right.
We spend so much time talking about these super pros who are firing 4, 5, 6, 7 bullets, but the reality is that's not most people's experience when playing poker.
Not at all.
So no surprise, pardon me, to see most coming on there. 254 on day 1B, 181 on day 1C, but then that downward trend was bucked yesterday with 228 playing at 1D.
Were you surprised, by the way? I mean, for me, I always expect the day 1D, just on account of the fact that it allows for continuity straight into day 2, to be the most robust of the day ones. But then day 1A, obviously front-loaded, padded, of course, by the online qualifiers who were seated in there. But the bookending phenomenon, something that caught you by surprise or no?
Not too much. I mean, I kind of expected it to keep going down, to be honest, just by virtue of the fact that so many players had made it through into day 2. There were fewer bodies. But then, of course, it makes sense. Some people not here for the whole time can't take all that time off work, say, flew down quite late, maybe get in. We saw Vanessa Selps talking on the table yesterday saying, I didn't even know this thing was on. Kind of heard about it quite late. Bombed down here, played in we saw her back in action, the likes of Liv Barry, Jason Mercier, players that we don't often see. I mean, Jason Mercier a little more often, but some of these who haven't played poker for a while were sort of percolating out into the wider world, and those people getting back on the horse here in Paradise.
3 levels of late registration are available, believe it or not, here in day 2 for those that maybe have the appetite for some gamble and some spin. However, I know it's still a little bit murky out there with regards to the tally. 2,000 total entries in a 25K, that which is required in order to meet the $50 million guarantee. James, you said no way, no how yesterday. Are you standing by that decision today?
I still think it's going to be really difficult for us to get to 2,000. There are a number of players who've played online, already qualified to day 3.
Right.
There are some that played online and qualified to today, to day 2. The likes of Daniel Negreanu being one of those. Unsure exactly how many online entries we've had thus far. The powers that be at GG are kind of building a little suspense, so we'll find that out soon enough, no doubt. But yeah, I still think it's unlikely. Although, Ali, I am hopeful, and I'm hopeful for one reason. Rob Young was running a promotion on his on his X account. You had to guess the number of entries, and he would then give you a 10K seat to the main event next summer.
Over.
I guessed 2082. So for purely selfish reasons, I'm praying for a flurry of bust outs early here on day 2.
Godspeed, Dempsey. Godspeed with that one. Listen, day 2 is going to end precisely when the bubble bursts. Top 15% of the field is going to be paid, and we suspect that that's going to make for a little bit of an abbreviated ordeal here today.
Yeah, in theory, you never quite know how these things pan out. But when I was looking through the structure, level 18, which would be our 8th level of play today, would mean that the average around the bubble bursting would be in the low 30 blinds. And then if it went to level 19, the 9th level today, that would drop it into the high 20s in terms of big blind average when the bubble bursts, which to me seems kind of around that point where it will go. And then, of course, anyone playing tomorrow, day 3, who's played it gets complicated, stay with me, guys, who've played the online day 2s, we, of course, roll the blinds back to the earliest point at which the money was reached. So say it takes 19 levels here, but online only took 17. They'll come back tomorrow on level 17. So the players who played online didn't miss those levels. Make sense?
That's actually a bit of a reprieve for those who are short-stacked and maybe eke their way in on the bubble. All of a sudden, the inverse phenomenon of feeling as though you can't tread water and keep your head above that water line. Shot clock's also coming into play today. Maybe that'll have something to do with pace.
I think it will. We saw yesterday, on occasion, some tanking. Quite long tanks. Reasonable ones at that, Ali, but if you have unlimited time, you end up taking perhaps more time than you need. So they're coming in play today, and quite strict pre-flop, I'd say. 15 second. It's certainly on the quicker side. Sure, unopened pot, 15 seconds, plenty of time. Single raise pot, you're probably okay, but there could be some real tricky situations, especially when we start relatively deep stacked today to figure out in 15 seconds. So time extension chips will be worth something.
Leash is a little bit tight, but for those pups that break free and maybe are no longer a part of the festivities here in the Super Main, good news for them is there's something else going on in the room here today.
There certainly is. The 10K GG Millions Championship takes place today, or starts today, I should say. 5 mil guaranteed in that 10K buy-in, but of course, not a tournament you want to really find yourself in because it means something's gone wrong, but that's still going to be a monster payout for whoever ends up winning that tournament.
I was just going to say, $5 million guaranteed, nothing to scoff at whatsoever. Plenty of prize money is going to be distributed before we pull up the stakes here in the Atlantis on the 19th. So let's take a look over at how things stand here. 4 day ones in the books and some names at the top of the overall leaderboard, James.
Yeah, it's just like you think you come down here, you play the Super Main. People have been bidding this as it's going to be amazing 25K. Of course, a very mixed ability field. Chance to really maybe play big stacks against some weaker opponents. Ollie, top 3, Fedor Holtz, Juan Pardo, and Jonathan Jaffe. 3 of the best no-limit hold'em players on the planet.
This is what's remarkable for me is Fedor is coming off of a 3rd place finish in the Triton Super High Roller Series 100K main, one of 2 events on their docket that led into this. So very much on form. And believe it or not, he actually played the mini main and finished 28th in that one.
Ollie, he nearly missed the 100K that he got 3rd in because he was still in the mini main. He busted out right at the end of the play the night before in 28th. I think 22, 23 came back for the final day. If he had just gone that little bit longer than mini main, he wouldn't have been able to play that 100K where he had a 7-figure plus cash.
Right.
I mean, he runs good even when he runs bad, this guy. Like, he busts out just the right time.
I mean, pretty remarkable when it comes to Fedor's experience so far here in the Bahamas. He's going to bring that $4.88 million forward. Juan Pardo, $4.5 million plus. Jaffe, $4.4 million roughly. As you touched on, that is a lot of talent toward the upper crust. Yanovsky, the Day 1D leader from yesterday, and Anna Marquez, Day 1C leader, did all of their work away from the feature table. I don't recall really having called those names at any point during my tenure here at the desk. I would imagine same goes for you.
Yeah, they went completely unnoticed in a sense. I mean, and this is interesting because I saw Anna before the start of play today, and she was like, James, did my table get streamed? And I was like, no, it's the feature tables. And it occurred she was on the 3rd table on the stage, for those who've noticed. We have a 3rd one there, but we're not actually streaming it. And she was on this table, and she was like, oh, no, really upset. I was like, why, what happened? And she was like, I played one of the craziest hands I've ever played in my life. I really wanted to see it back, but it transpires she played a blind-on-blind spot where she went blasting. On the flop, on the turn, on the river, bluff jams her 4th pair. Her opponent tanks. 3 minutes, 4 minutes. Eventually, someone calls the floor. She said she was dying inside. Eventually, her opponent calls. She taps the table. Good hand. Whips over her 4th pair. Her opponent starts shaking his head. Sure enough, he called with 5th pair.
Wow. Smelled something light across the way, but just a little bit more weight underneath Marquez than underneath her opposition.
Yeah.
That is remarkable. And shades of Alex Foxen en route to victory against João Vieira in that 100K Triton main. Sean Deeb, Bryn Kinney, Kehan Mokri, Pascal Lefrancois, all names that are also up toward the upper portion of the leaderboard here today. They look good on the occasions in which we kind of kept tabs on them.
Yeah, we saw obviously Lefrancois late last night. He was doing his thing at the featured table. Took a minor hit right at the end against Jason Mercier, but for the most part was just trending upwards on what was kind of the perfect table you want to be on when you had a big stack. No one was really making life too difficult for him, and yeah, no surprise to see him up there.
We're going to have a couple of interesting feature tables. We'll get to that shortly. Don't want to overlook the old school legends. Daniel, he's in action here today, played online day 1 into day 2. Unclear, of course, how many people took the same path. And then Phil Hellmuth, rumored to show up. He likes to make a big entrance. The Max Late Reg, we'll see. I would imagine if we hear the band playing somewhere outside the room at some point, that'll be Phil's big
expecting something absurd from his entry. He's going to really let us down if he just walks in. Just like, hey, where's the reg desk?
All right, listen, if you're wondering where's the action, well, feast your eyes. Back into the room we go as all of the day one advancers now mixed in with one another.
Ollie,
here on day 2.
At long last, a full room. Feels like a poker tournament.
You know, there's not a lot of points at which all tables have been required, but right now, we are bursting at the seams.
Yeah, I saw.
For reasons that are quite clear.
Love this little bit. Spotting players we can see. I saw Mario Wsop hanging around. Who else have we got? Smattering of bucket hats. Seidel in the action. We saw him, of course, on, I want to say, day 1C, doubling up the final hand of the day through Alan Keating, who you referenced is going to be on our feature table to start with. Yampi Diakman in the foreground there. Former main event chap. Chance Corneth, of course, he gave it a few goes. Eventually found that bag. Wouldn't be surprised to see him perhaps have to go that path again. Chris Moneymaker in the field on a table with JNT. Love to see JNT at this event. And of course, the man himself, Money. Is that Roberto in the foreground there? I think we had him on the feature table for a little bit yesterday. One of only 10 players to complete the Triple Crown. He finished it off by winning his bracelet a few years ago online.
Who else do we have lurking about? Is that Nick Petrangelo there?
Not seen much or heard much of him thus far. Dylan Lindy.
Yeah. Justin Saliba there.
Was that Filatov on the table as well? He was doing really well on the feature table the other night. I'm just going to shout out my dealer here, Jimmy, from London. One of the OGs.
Webster Lim off to the right of your screen. Scott Seaver to the left there.
There's Fedor.
Yeah. You can recognize him by the large quantity of gaming tokens parked in front of him, of course. There's Alex Botez.
A couple of bullets to get thus far, but here she is.
And she's going to be to the left of Tsar Zubov, Alexander Zubov. Super high roller.
Is that Chris Brewer spy? The next table over.
Yeah, that does seem like Brewer. Back to us in the black hoodie there.
Perhaps
There's a lonely dealer.
One of the most impressive bracelet wins I think I saw was his in the 250k, I want to say last year. Was it where he made some incredible fold, left himself just a few blinds behind. So often we see players do this in an effort to perhaps get... Oh, hang on a second. Daniel, there he is. Where's he been for the last few days?
You know, unclear. I've not seen him lurking about. He's got Elis Parsonen at his table, by the way. The Finn who normally frequents the 4-card streets. Out here with the deep run. Theologius out there.
There's Mr. Jaffe. One of those big stacks. Stevie Chidwick, fresh off his second bracelet win just the other day in that 50k PLO, sharing a table with Dan Shaq. Is that Jason Kuhn there as well?
It is indeed.
How's that for a table draw?
Sinan Unlu.
Oh, yeah. Wow. See the time bank chips there. It looks like the players are getting 6 each.
Sinan third in the Invitational, I believe.
I want to say third, yeah.
500k. Buy-in.
I feel like
several $1 million collected. I think 5 million plus it was.
Yeah.
What have we here? Is that Big Uni?
It is Big Uni.
Glance.
Yeah. Matt Glance, the least popular winner of the largest bounty in the history of mystery bounty tournaments.
Jason Mercier off to the right. Yeah, you know, people don't generally celebrate when you pull the big envelope. That's for sure.
That whole tournament was set up so, you know, an unknown player outside of the poker world, perhaps. I was thinking a teacher from somewhere in the Midwest rocks down there, plays that tournament, pulls $1 million bounty.
We love
Not
that.
the multi-millionaire commodities trader. It doesn't seem fair.
We do love, obviously, the Cinderella story. And it's not as though there's some skill to pulling the bounty. Punat Punsri there, left of your screen, to the left of Liv Baree.
Yeah.
I believe that was a feature yesterday.
Yeah, she was on there for the last couple of frames.
Is that Dominicus?
I think it is. You're right.
Out there.
I know we've got Paulie V on the on one of our features. I need to start the day as well, one of that contingent.
Yeah, the Lithuanians rolling deep. Michael Soiza, Sosia Jang, couple of Triton regs.
And there's a guy there who feels it's a bit chilly.
It's allowed, but it is always awkward when you do find yourself packing the heavy coat.
Yeah. Weather's not that bad here. A little windy, but nice and warm,
Sure.
dry. Busiest the room has been so far. Hundreds of players taking their seats. Anticipation building. Like we say, just such a difference in expectations for some of these players. Some of those qualifiers will just be so desperate to get to the end of the day, get into the money.
Sure.
There's all these pros. Even ones who have bagged maybe a couple of starting stacks, will be looking to still to spin that up. I see that man in front of us, Chance Corner. He's one who certainly sort of fits that mold. Brian Kim on this table, I think I saw. Here's our man, Mr. Mercier. Bonomo on this table. Is that Eric Wasserson as well, fresh off his first bracelet
All
win?
right, players in the super main event, welcome back for day 2. Today we're going to play 60-minute levels. We're going to play down to 15% of the field and bag up for the day, guys. We're going to play to the money and stop for day 3. Also, the first 3 levels are re-entry and registration. We're going to start out with a button in seat 1. 10,000 small blind, 25,000 big blind, 25,000 big blind ante. Good luck, everyone. Dealers, shuffle up and deal. 10,000, 25,000, 25,000.
Thanks to Andy Tillman, World Series of Poker Tournament Director, for formally kicking us off, as we do at long last. Pay a visit to our 2 featured tables. It'll be the Coral table and the Reef table. Oh, forgive me, Lagoon and Reef, where Alan Keating should be here to drop some ghost chilies into this dip.
Yeah, he had a lot of fun on the feature table. Played 2 day ones, if I remember. Second one, of course, going slightly better than the first, bagging 2 million chips. Actually had a lot more, but decided to gamble it up final hand of the day against Eric Seidel. Actually, I was saying he doubled up Seidel. He didn't. I remember now the board running out a chop. His ace-jack v Seidel's ace-king, which is why he still has 2 million in chips.
Wipe the sweat off your brow. Let's not overlook the Reef table, where Wantman, Tang, and Foxen.
There's people from online that has to join. The
cards are
huge.
The top slots.
So that means you play till you're in the money?
Yeah. Should be like that.
Keating gonna start things off right away, making it 50,000 to go from the hijack with Queen 10 off. Bonin or Bonin, perhaps, with Ace King.
Yeah, well, love his start today. He drew the feature table left of Keating. His reputation precedes him. You know he's going to be aggressive. You find a dreamy hand. It's a 3-bet with.
Just for you, just for you.
Oh my gosh.
Hey,
First
So the
hand,
added
maybe you'll win the
bones.
whole tournament. It might be an omen.
Courtesy of Ace King. Free peek for Keating. Now I confess I had dinner with Keating last night, and he was quite proud of a few exchanges that he had had, so much so he sent me a link on YouTube and said, go to this time code here and then tell me what you think. And within 5 minutes, I was quite impressed with what he had pulled off. Living rent-free in opposition heads.
Was it by any chance when he made Extacotler fold the aces? That was
one of them.
That was pretty nasty. Have we done a welfare check on Mr. Extacotler? I mean,
Did you go for a meal last night?
We went to like,
Lucky raise and take with the King 10.
I don't know if it's like the
Actually,
theme
follow
park
through.
area where they have
Sorry.
a bunch of different things. It's like the downtown kind of. I don't really know. It was very busy wherever it was. They were having like a fair or something. But I think the place was called.
Did you have to take a car?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it was like across the bridge.
Ah.
Interesting.
Oh, like
place.
there was like a fire. Was there a fire? Like.
Well, there was a.
As in
carnival
Fire
going
Festival?
on.
Yeah.
A fair. Yes. Yes.
Yeah,
You went
no.
to the fish fry?
Yeah.
Definitely not.
Did you like it?
Yeah.
I
It's
went
alright.
and I didn't think it was good.
I didn't love it.
Yeah.
Showers.
Proportions were insane, which isn't what I'm looking for. So
Yeah. I ate like none of it.
yeah.
Well,
It's just ways of bragging that you bagged before 1D. Went for dinner last night. Didn't fire
Wantman.
max bullets.
proud of this ace king of hearts, understandably. 10-25-25, the blind level now, by the way.
Foxen, of course.
Honest poker.
That super deep run in the main event this year, only 13th place.
So tight fold.
Yeah.
Really heartbreaking exit for her in that one, for those familiar with the hand.
Yeah. King Queen off, kind of went for it in. It's funny, I saw her a few days
I love
later.
The plantains. Yeah, they weren't that
Okay.
good. At all. I had the plantains.
I was actually with
It was
her
just
and
like
Joey
a
Chong
mound of rice,
in the payout line at the World
plantains,
Series of
and
Poker.
then
Now you
the
might ask what
snapback.
I was doing in the payout line.
Yeah,
at
I
the World
was
Series of Poker,
immediately
but
thinking to myself,
It's
Skip
nice
past
to be
that.
on the outside,
Okay.
I would've liked
it was a long line, end of the series, people cashing
Right.
in a lot of tickets.
Yeah,
All right.
they gave
Of course, he's
No,
there.
I'm just complaining.
We were talking about the hand. She was like, yeah, you know,
Yeah, and it wasn't even that
Yeah.
good.
problem
Yeah.
I've
It's like
never played that hand like that
5
before in my
cups of
life.
rice.
And I'll never play it like that
Nice.
again, but it is what it is. I got myself where I was. And Joey's in the line with us. And of course, Joey, quite famously, for those unaware, in the World Series Poker main years and years ago, blasted off, I think 3 or 4 handed with, I want to say ace-7 offsuit or something. And me being me, you know, had to throw some needles with the when I said,
I'm sure that went over well,
The
James.
problem you've got here is, at least when Joey punted it off, he did it with ace-7 offsuit. He doesn't have to play that hand again. You did it with King Queen. Every time you look down at that hand, you're going to have to play it, and it's going to be weighing on your mind.
Well, Brian Hawkins is playing it here
60.
from under the gun, offsuit variety. Makes it
Yeah.
60 to go. Wantman with ace-9 will defend the
about
big.
I don't play at all.
Yeah.
You?
It's a
No,
great
not
tournament though. For one day, it's great.
Yeah, it looked good.
I wish they could
Great
do this.
as in turnout.
No, it's like 20 minutes, 10K, 400K top, 200 runners,
Yeah.
single day.
Perfect, yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect.
If I played PLO, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if they could have
Paired
a hold'em
flop.
or PLO every day like this, it'd be
Yeah.
great. Bracelet. Ugh.
I'm surprised. Yeah, that's
So you
true.
just want to quit. You're just yeah.
Yeah.
Let's get it over
Yeah,
with.
Hawkins.
Bucky finds a 9 on the turn,
Yeah.
which
He does
does
that
give
with Triton
Hawkins a
enough.
gut shot straight draw after he
Yeah.
checked
I
back
said,
off
you don't want to
flop.
put the hours in. You do
No,
it enough
that's
with
not true.
Triton.
That's not- It's
I'm
just,
joking.
It's just fun. It's, yeah.
No, I know. Every tournament's like so long and dragged on.
Yeah.
It's nice to just break it up with you. You don't play
Yeah, I
at
can
all?
understand Hawkins checking this one
I
back on the
tried
flop.
a little bit.
Like
No,
smaller
like,
stuff.
yeah.
A little
I
bit
just
worried
was
about
fine
Wantman
on
doesn't really get to
but
have a
I
lot
was
of
like, oh, maybe
8x
we
and
should, but
even that much
Or
10x having
like
opened
that.
under the gun on this table.
Yeah,
it might just be because
you're better at it.
that. Yeah, exactly.
I'm
but,
more used to it, but
yeah.
yeah, I don't know. Eventually, I'd like to try mixed
They had an
games.
event that was like the half and half game. World Series,
Oh, yeah.
like
The
half
12K.
and
That's
and
not bad.
Actually, ended up final
From
table,
Wantman.
and I pretty much don't know how to play
Earns him
it.
the pot. Rich
So
getting
that was
richer
fun.
early here.
But I liked that.
Yeah,
In the lagoon.
at least it breaks it up a
Yes,
little bit. And,
yeah.
yeah.
I just get
Oh,
so
that
Those are
logo
lines for that.
Oh, yeah.
is one that we always see that man from Hong Kong donning
Yeah.
due to
1500.
I
Yeah,
had a
that's
5K.
our time on the
years
Triton
ago.
Super High Roller Series, where he picked up the Ivan
When you
Liao
were at the
Player
final
of the
table?
Year
Yeah, that was a
award.
5K.
Yeah, it was a
You don't even
5K.
Last
remember?
season.
Too many final tables.
you know.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, absolutely insane year from him.
Yeah, I was watching
Combination
that,
of
like this past
kind
summer.
of years of rising through the ranks.
Bored, like just.
Yeah.
I'll tell you
And
what, the
Tyler Brown
evolution
was
of
there, his
Danny
hair was
as a
like to the
player
floor.
Yes.
It was hilarious.
has been remarkable. It's
Our day just got dragged longer.
What did?
so clear how much
Because they
work he's been
extended
putting in.
The rebuy. Because
Mr.
we're
B.
supposed to
Does it?
play
I
in
don't know. 'cause
we're
just playing
supposed to
for
play in money.
Yeah.
So if the registration is
Couple
on
of
for longer,
fives.
It should
Clicks
last
it.
longer. Yeah.
yeah,
why they extended it to what level?
an extra level,
14?
an extra level. So
But I heard
And-
they extended it and then they put it back.
150.
Price 150.
I heard they put it to level 14 and then they put it
Foxy.
back.
Suited ace on the button, inferior to the one that
But it was
Wantman has
supposed
looked
to
down
be
at as
11
he
and
surveys her stack.
start of 13 ends, right?
3x to
know.
150 in front of
I
him.
don't-
I don't know if it was start of 13
Yeah.
or end of 13. I'm not sure.
Bucky
to be
just
honest.
bin the ace queen suited.
Wow.
Ali.
That's obviously impressive in terms of Foxen's ability to shed a hand of that caliber.
Whoa. I'm
Can we get a
I'm-
four, please?
shocked. We just do really well against a lot of the range that 3-bets from the button.
Tend to agree.
Could call.
Yeah,
Play
I
that
wonder
one.
when we will get the money.
Probably
Alex
like
said he thought it was going
late
to be
in
a
the
short
day.
day.
Yeah, I thought it was gonna be. But now it's gonna be a longer day.
You think?
It was supposed to be.
Okay, and you think it won't?
Because I think what World Poker Tour events, they have 1 hour levels.
Can we get
and
a
they're,
floor,
they're
please?
day 2. I mean, they get in the money
Floor.
like what, halfway through day 2.
You know better than
supervisor.
me. I don't usually make
Supervisor.
I'm missing out on here
Oh,
on
there we
there's a
go.
few things I'll interject with
Yeah.
whilst I'm discussing
When does
this.
Reg close?
But what day is that?
This level is the same
No,
as
I mean,
last
it's a
night's
long
level.
day.
Repeat
They'll play
that.
past
The
the
next
money.
2 levels are also the
So it's
same,
been
so
extended for a while.
Yeah, it's probably
gives it a
like,
little bit more
after
play
the, like
for those
before the
coming in
dinner
late.
break.
All right, thank you.
Little
Also
bit before
speculation
that,
that
like
late
the
reg
end of
was
the
extended. It
middle.
was actually
So they extended.
just
Yeah.
a mistake in
I
the
thought
app.
it was
So
end
players
of
thought it got
14
extended
for a
and reversed
second.
back.
That's what
It
somebody
was just
telling me, but
for some reason the
It's not
app that
too
all the
bad.
players
No,
used to
when the
buy in
registration.
and look at the structures,
Maybe in an
etc.
hour.
It was
was
gonna
just for
be
some
end of
reason
12.
showing an
I
error
think
that
most
14
people
hours
like
late
it,
reg instead of
but
13, hence the confusion.
Like what?
the repeating of the levels.
Oh yeah. I mean, I like that.
The
but
repeating
And the
maybe
pocket
chance
fives.
to still register though if you bust.
Red one's at that, I
So
believe.
it's still just
Mr. B
killing the
did.
recreational, really.
Yeah,
Step
it's kind
away.
of,
Yeah, that's the problem.
and unethical. I don't know.
from
I guess they can do it.
Kristen's 3-bet.
Oh.
Wakil trying his luck with the holding. 55,
recreationals don't
the
care, they're
chosen
all
sizing,
rich.
which is flattered by Wantman, and now a pretty one for Danny. Very
26
squeezable
and
candidate out of the
Bahamas.
big blind. Let's see
people's
how he
strategy
feels
would
about
have
things.
changed. The new
Wantman's
late
stack
reg was
covers
different.
him, and
They might
he's
not have
deep
signed up at the
himself, so
beginning, it's kind of.
Yeah, I think I like this.
keeps it cozy.
Yeah, 3-betting there.
I
It's
guess they can do it.
It's
you know,
dicey.
Might lose customers.
will kill with just over 30.
Where are you from?
Florida.
9-7-4. One
Nowhere
over card to
exciting.
Wantman's 8s.
You don't have a strong American.
Tang checks it to
So
Wakil.
I was thinking-
Oh, I don't?
No, not really. So I was like, I'm Canadian. And
Oh,
sometimes
okay.
I'm always like, if I don't sense an accent, I'm like, are you Canadian?
Action over to Wantman, the button peeler. Looks like he's gonna piece together a number here. Always, of course, Ali in a three-way pot, a bit more incentive to bet this kind of hand strength.
Sure.
Up against 4 other cards. Need to deny some equity. Danny posturing, of course. Kind of board that we always say kind of fits the big blind a little bit more than the players who've put chips in from up front. And look at this. He's running his equity. Ollie, he's pushing the edges. He's taken that range advantage. Raising things up to 200K with just overs and backdoor spades.
I mean, this is a board texture that he can definitely represent quite credibly.
Yeah.
Having defended the big blind, he sheds the opener, and he sheds Wantman's 8s as well, as Bucky did have the opportunity to maybe peel, but he too mindful of the fact that Danny is deep stacked, so the two of them staying out of one another's way beyond the check raise, of course.
Just go with the most colorful one.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
well, Danny
That's what
Tang.
Alex said, actually.
Setting out his
That's
stall.
literally what he said. It was like the store near the Cove. They have a bunch of
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe I can make day 3. Get a new one.
There we go. I would like to make these.
Yeah. Sounds fun.
It does.
Ollie, you were asking me my
Yeah, you
thoughts
guys were all
on
playing
potential
Wii
overlay.
the
I
other
didn't
day, Monday.
return the favor.
Like,
Yeah.
on the stream.
What number
Oh,
are you
yeah.
saying?
I don't know what was happening.
2,000
And then
players
when we walked
needed.
Back, it was a full moon.
Give me
and
a
I'm like,
number.
I guess
Listen, I
maybe.
don't want
The
to be a
other table was
pessimist.
playing even
It was
crazier.
insane. Like,
Our table was tame
Projections,
compared
I
to the
think,
main table. They were like straddling,
place us
re-straddling.
somewhere between
Alex was
4,850 to 4,900.
what the hell are you talking about?
It's going to hinge quite a bit
I've actually
upon what
never
happens
been
in these first 3 levels in terms of
Where they straddled, so.
folks willing to plunk in a max late reg for 25K. And there's
Our
quite a
table
few of
was
them that could be
really
swirling
crazy
about,
off
just
stream.
given we're coming off
And
of
it
that
tightened up a little bit,
Triton
but it
Super
was
High
still-
Roller
it was
Series.
still very fun.
regs
Yep.
in that one. 25K, an absolute nothing burger for them and their bankrolls. Meanwhile, a something burger for Hawkins. King Jack offsuit opens to 60. Tang.
Alex
Flats.
came here late at night. He bagged like
Mr.
5
B.
starting stacks. So he was
Does the
loving it.
same with the ace-8 of clubs. 3 players. Look up at Queen 10-4. Tang, second pair nut
Ace 8,
kicker.
ace.
Yes, that's right.
Checking it. Hawkins, the
Oh, yeah,
party
for
starter with an
Yeah.
open ender.
You got a good run out, yeah.
2 aces are occupied. 9's available.
Yeah, one of these boards that, of course, Hawkins gets to hit a lot having opened from the button, but you also expect the small blind to be in here with some of this as well. Though always, Ollie, in a three-way pot, you can really start to apply pressure on the man in the middle, in this case, Danny Tang, and that's what he's going to do with this open-ended straight draw.
I don't know how they're doing this because there's still people online, but I guess it's just they won't combine class.
Yeah, it would
So
just be 15% of the total field at the end of reg. So you'd have to wait. But right now, it would just be 15% of the total. But
there's only 400 left. It actually probably will be pretty early.
80K. Bet and called.
I don't know why they don't put the number of total entries. I don't know
Ace-8
why they don't show
excuses
the online
itself.
entries too, and just add that to the number.
Yeah, I think it's, well, for one good reason maybe, is because they played until the money online, so we didn't play.
Queen pairs on the turn. Tang doesn't mind this card.
It's like a good
That
one.
makes sense.
He is going to check it over to
Online?
Hawkins in float.
Way
Makes
less.
sense.
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Hard now for
There's only
Hawkins
like
because
5
Ollie,
max.
if you're up against a queen, that of course is never folding. The 10
The first fight
is
was
more
a 5
emboldened to
million
continue, so he
guaranteed.
does just
The
check it
first
back.
online fight. So that was at least
Realizing
200
the equity
players.
free of
And
charge.
then there were 2 more that got like 100 and change.
So,
Yeah. I think it's going to for sure.
River is so clean. Danny can't help but muddy these waters a little bit. 210.
Yeah.
Yeah, would expect a queen to have bet a
I mean,
second
the
time.
production cost
Can certainly be up
so this
against
has to be
inferior 10s.
close to, you know.
There's draws he can rep that have missed, like
Yeah.
the ones, like the one Hawkins has. Maybe some Jack 9 suited hands. Look at this, Hawkins.
5 seconds.
Not sure what he's thinking
No,
about.
I think
King
he's-
high doesn't.
I think he was
really
kind of
ready to be
surprising.
I don't think anybody said anything about how this works.
oh, you didn't know? Okay, so
Ah.
if you go into your time bank, like you don't even have to throw it in. She can tell you after what you owe. But like each time bank's worth 30 seconds, right? Yeah. Yeah. And then you have 30 seconds for every decision. So that's the time that's going there. But like, say in a spot like that, like you could just take as much time as you want, but you're gonna
And then I'll owe it.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Seemed pretty quick though. Like
Yeah. I know. I know.
before getting into the time bag, it seemed.
It is. I know. I know.
Why would you get sparkling?
I don't know when if she.
Is it that big of a problem? The slowness of it? I mean, near the money. I guess.
Yeah. I don't know.
Oh, it definitely helps speed up the
Yeah.
game.
Yeah, I
But
think
yeah,
5.
unfortunately.
They let you
Also in 5 seconds. What?
Wait,
let you off
wait,
the hook.
what?
Okay.
Is it
They let you
20 or
off the
30
hook, you
seconds
didn't.
pre-flop here?
Still letting off the hook? Oh, what I didn't.
You didn't give the time.
Oh,
I think that's nice that.
Or is it 15
I don't know.
seconds?
I'm not
Maybe I
gonna
didn't.
call
Maybe
it.
I didn't use enough of it.
15.
We should tell him. Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe
Pretty nice stack.
No, you, like, 1 second.
Yeah, he did bleed into the first time back, but clearly he'd never played one before. And
Now, I got to tell you this. For those that have played a time bank, this becomes a little bit
8. This is 8.
of perhaps
Holy shit. Well, I fired 1.
An
and then
adaptive
2, and then 2,
insight.
and then 2, and then 1.
being provided in terms of having to go up against Hawkins. Because all the super high rollers at this point are quite familiar with the time bank process.
yeah. It's funny because the dealer said to him there, 5 seconds again, which is the one he got last time. He's like, all right, I'm doing something. And piece Nick over the bet has bled over the 5 seconds. I don't think the dealer's collected a time card. I think a little bit of leeway been given here.
15 seconds seems a little too less.
I agree.
15 seconds is
Mr. B taking umbrage with the 15 seconds. You touched on it.
But,
It's
um,
quick.
The top of the show, it
5
is.
seconds.
Yeah, pre-flop
clock?
15
A
seconds
brisk.
seems too less.
No, I didn't see the clock.
Okay, so just
So I
keep,
should look at
So
that?
when it's on you, just keep an eye on that
Even
card.
for
That'll
a
help me
free
side.
bet.
It's not like
Yeah,
only 5 seconds.
it
Yeah.
should reset
It's,
after.
It
yes,
should at least
exactly.
be 30.
So you can,
Yeah,
I mean,
when it's on you, like when, every
yeah.
time it moves on someone, she'll press 0.
I have
Takes me
a, I have a
15
15
seconds just to
second
think of, like,
stack
what
though.
size to make.
I mean, I'm fine.
I'm saying,
What's
like-
gonna happen? What if I run
a
out
lot
of
of,
these?
like,
They start taking chips?
Less
Your
experience
hand
players.
gets
No, definitely. But I'm also like, you know, like if
Yeah.
you
Might
like
be that
feel that
big.
scene, you
half
might
your
be like, oh
stuff.
shit,
So
we'll
just
play in
be
the big
careful
one.
if
You
she
know.
says 5 seconds to
I have
do
a
something
pretty-
either
And
way,
we only have
or
6
use
time
the
banks, by the way.
I know.
So-
Luke
End of the
Greenwood.
You're ahead of the That's game. crazy.
Yeah.
You used 2 and
She didn't use
no,
it.
I
So
don't. I
there
feel
you
like
go.
Fine with these.
you're ahead of the game,
I'm
buddy.
fine with
Like
this.
we'll
Yes.
be more
If you
comfortable.
want to do 15
yes.
seconds, at least give like 10 time banks, right?
But it's literally right
Yeah,
here.
I
I was already like
To
doing
be fair,
something.
the
That doesn't
clock is
like.
hard to see as well.
You can announce
like,
it.
Do you see how it like?
If you
see
announce it,
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
gonna. He needs to
He
do
needs
something.
to act.
if you announce like the size or whatever first, that's
This
fine.
feels like
Is it still
total
15
chaos,
after
Ollie.
the 3 bet?
Yeah,
Poor
it's, I don't know.
Hawkins.
Can it be?
Should we-
At least this
After what?
decision's
After
easy.
Oh, after this
I don't
then.
think it is.
Waltman once again
You
opening.
shouldn't.
This time the suited 1 gapper. Obviously VPIP high here in this first orbit from Matt.
I think it might be
Should
for other
note as
people,
well,
but not
we're
me
seeing
if
Brian
I,
Hawkins
if I'm
there
facing an
Yeah.
aggressive
coming to terms with his
action,
time.
maybe I get.
It's not like he's
I don't know
unfamiliar with
what.
17.
big
Should probably
poker events.
clarify
It's just
with
ones with
Thor.
time banks.
Yeah.
He finished 55th, I
Well,
think 56th in the
usually
main
if you
event this year
basically
in
beat
Vegas.
these
Right.
So
already.
yeah, he knows his way around a poker
no,
table, these
yes.
deep stacked events. But
And I mean, obviously,
All the
it's
way.
important not to just assume because the man's unfamiliar with the time bank procedures that he's
Wow.
unfamiliar with the game. He's made his way this far as Foxen makes her way to a queen 10-3 board, which hits Wantman for middle pair.
Who is the top of the director? I'm just curious.
Huh?
Andy Tillman.
Yeah, I mean, it
something to
doesn't
keep an
make
eye
a
on through the
lot of
day. I
sense,
think we're going to
don't
see
think. I don't
multiple
think-
players, Ollie, run out of time bank extension chips.
Okay, thank you.
Please, please.
Great.
Thank you.
What did you say?
He said we'll
Pre-flop,
Yeah.
15, that's it.
That's wild.
I know.
At least it's not like the biggest tournament of the year.
Only time.
Even to see the hand, it takes 5 seconds, you know, just to
Yeah.
kind of feel and...
I mean, if we were
Or,
playing
or you have to
PLO,
look at the cards before your turn comes.
can you imagine if
you
this
know?
was PLO?
Yeah, that's true. Yes.
So weird.
By the time you peel
You
your
only have
card,
some-
they'd be like 2 seconds.
I have unlimited, but you guys
Well,
only
I
have
mean,
so many.
I like
Yeah.
the speed poker cards before.
Everyone's too slow.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
there. You're not.
I'm used
I
to
mean,
it.
yeah.
So
No, I'm definitely.
I'm
doing
only
that.
yeah,
have to do that.
slow on
No,
river decisions.
well,
But
Who's that? Tournament director. Andy Tillman.
I don't think.
Is it?
No.
Is he
I
well
don't know.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. He's usually.
See discussion in the chat regarding online entries
In
and
Vegas,
whatnot. Yeah,
it's-
there are. The number you see on the screen there, 1164, is in reference to the live day 1 entries and, of course, entries we've had so far today on
Don't
day
know
2.
Vegas, I don't know.
And the
Is he
online
even tournament director?
day 3 players would, of course, be added to that field later on. But, of course, it's
Oh, yeah, yeah.
it's important, Ollie, because we're playing
World Series,
15% of the field, so we have to know
He's like higher, right?
15% of what number to
Never
get to
really
today,
played World
which
Series
is
much, I
made
don't
up of
know.
that 1164.
And obviously,
he's like,
the
yeah,
total number of
12.
players who did register online will count towards
This is so
that
wild.
2K threshold that
After
will
final
meet the
table
$50 million
100K
guarantee. Those
and
figures not
any of
included
it,
in the
we needed
1164.
to, like, beg them to go even for
The
Not
100K?
simply the 90 players who will be
Really?
joining
this has anything
the remains of this day 2 live field tomorrow in the money.
Last
Yeah, it
time you.
helps. It helps.
And this is a
Awesome.
bit of a money
Yeah,
flop
it's
here
possible.
for
What's
Bucky.
faster, Dory?
That
Blind
is true.
versus
Russian
blind.
decision.
Foxen,
Yeah.
top pair.
Rebuy.
Wantman
Rebuy.
with a pair
Wild.
and a steel wheel gutter.
I think it makes less.
Did they end up
pots,
doing
though.
it?
Maybe after
You're like
late
thinking,
reg,
you like,
they
you like,
I don't even
you tend to
remember.
fold.
I think so. I just
Yeah, this
remember
could get
I-
after
big.
the late reg is over, do they increase the pre-flop
I
second?
got
Probably not.
like a pretty short.
I mean, if they
final
decide to
table
change it
at, like,
tomorrow,
always hit
then
the
you're
final
like
table.
still, yeah.
And we'll
Yeah,
never
But
know.
they could, after in the money. But then they could
60,
say
set all
it's
in.
because we
Big
listen to
blind,
the players'
12
feedback.
calls, and I started doing it with
7 of
12
spades on the turn.
And I was like, and it was like
Yeah,
aces,
Foxen, of
queens.
course, no
Oh my
reason to
God.
slow down yet
Stack
with that
12
top pair.
queens.
Very, very strong hand, especially blind on blind.
We arrive here courtesy of the 100K follow through and call.
Yeah, and there's a lot of hands that Wantman can continue with here. Kristen got 215.
It was like crazy. It was like literally
Half
we,
these
like,
bets had to
played
go a
in,
little
like,
larger,
the
Ollie.
room. There was no reporting. There was no.
You feel like it's a little bit too lean?
No, I think I was just
Where was it in-
expecting
like in this
more.
one?
I mean,
It was,
it was
still, but
completely
it
fine
wasn't
bet.
the Big stage.
Just when
Or
it
just,
comes
like, in
the second
everything
flush
else?
draw,
I feel like it was a right
all those
heel,
pair
but the
plus
stage
gut
was
shot
not
draws
just,
available.
Oh, yeah.
table.
So it
So,
was-
but we were like literally just
Always
like, the
tend
corner,
to
so
see.
it looked like we were just
Oh, but look at this.
Wow, activations having picked up another path to the straight.
like a 10
Wantman
or something.
double gutter, flush draw, pair.
crazy.
And now, questions
And that was the
asked
biggest
of this
tournament
ace
of the
queen.
series, right?
Oh, that ace queen's got a bit smaller.
Yeah, it has.
Of course, with the ace blocking the strongest two pairs. Blocks a spade, not so relevant. Don't expect Wadman to be raising the nut flush draw on the turn here. Queen of clubs blocks some of the flush draw combos it could raise, but really, like queen deuce of clubs, queen four of clubs, queen six of clubs are really the only ones that might want to raise this turn, I'd imagine. All the strong hands still available, and all the bluffs still available.
I really hope this is shown so I can see what you.
Wow. Foxen
Oh.
lays it down, and Wantman shows the 3-4 of clubs.
I'll just show you now, so you don't have to wait.
Again, I'm in no way criticizing Kristen Foxen, and there are certainly merits for all sorts of different bet sizes in different situations, but I wonder there, just completely results orientated, Bucky would have been able to do that to a larger bet.
When?
When I 3-bet him.
I thought ace queen suited.
Wantman, by the way, admitting to the ace-queen suited fold, so
get shown.
claimed that he had to get spicy there.
Like Danny's saying, wait, when did you fold ace-queen
Yeah, right.
suited? Like, there's been no spot you could have folded ace-queen
I
suited.
almost checked the turn too.
Is there a better combo to bluff though in the deck? Like,
Yeah, no, it's.
I don't know.
Mathemagical in the chat suggesting that part of
No,
the
I'm just gonna
calculus
get paid
for
off if I can
Kristen
make a hand. I'm
Foxen
not gonna bluff again today.
was
No,
blocking
not
both
even.
flush draws
Yeah.
with that ace of spades, queen of
Yeah,
clubs, and thinking maybe semi-bluffs aren't what lurk.
Like I said, I just don't. The ace of spades, the nut flush draw, doesn't bluff. That just calls with top pair of the nut flush draw, and not
You had
many of
ace
the
suited
queen
right
high
there.
flush draws raise, I don't think.
And I 3-bet.
Right, that's what I thought.
Yadacernia, under the gun, says hello.
Felt fishy.
I was probably getting there. I
This
only had
orbit
20
will
outs
be
or
free of
so.
charge.
Yeah. Probably.
Alex is gonna stuff me into a locker later.
No, I always tell him to do that, and he never does.
It's nice to have the enforcer on tap.
Right.
One day, well.
Yeah.
Stuffing them into the lockers. I mean, that's old school, high school.
I think Bucky was revealing perhaps some internal trauma there.
You think Bucky's been stuffed into a locker
I think he
at some
has.
point?
That came to him too quickly. Is that something that actually happens? I mean, I see it in
I
American
once,
high
I
school
wa-
TV shows. But
yeah, I once duct taped a freshman to a toilet, James. So yeah. Yeah, it does happen. Now,
you're
I'm
the
sure I'm
bully,
going to
huh?
catch a lot of heat. Right, exactly. This was very much par for the course during homecoming week at my high school in Northern California. It was class warfare. Meanwhile, this is not a battlefield that rates to create much warfare. The 8-6 of hearts, always in a bad way against Foxen.
Class
Open
warfare
from the
is
cutoff.
something a little different at home.
Yeah,
You know what
yeah.
Huh?
You don't trust them?
No, I'm just. Did you?
Yeah. Over at that table.
Really?
I went to that table and there was like a
Picks one
box.
up.
of
But yeah,
20
I want to keep an eye on this,
and
Ali.
then the
I
guy
think
said,
with this 15-second clock, which is
didn't?
certainly on the skinny
bring my
side,
phone today.
we are going to see a number of players run out of time chips today.
Smart.
So did you just
And it's
ask
going to
me
be
how
really
many
fascinating to see
seconds
that play
I
out
was
when there's a
today?
open and a 3-bet in front of you. You've got 15 seconds and that's it.
I knew I was going to be on the table.
Yeah.
Some people don't, I guess.
Do you think anyone's going to get their hand killed without
Some people,
Yeah.
how do they?
I thought you
realizing
what
it?
do they call it? God.
I don't think without realizing. I think you know when you're out of time
I
chips, but
thought you were like God.
it's going to be a thing.
Yeah.
what?
Like, what if you just?
I
Well,
wonder
you
if there'll be a
have a-
refreshment perhaps
Yeah.
towards
I
the
kinda
bubble.
respect people who don't have
Later in the day, maybe dinner
So
break,
you don't
something
want
like
to be
that.
bothered all the time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they were
You'll-
like-
Menu
You'll
or
check
just
your
youngest
email.
we would
when
like
it's convenient
trample
for you.
people like, oh, I'll go on a flight and I won't bring my phone or anything. And
Oh,
it's just
no.
Like, no, I know.
You just knew he was going to be on the
Psychotic.
table.
Yes, yeah, that makes way more sense.
But it's supposed to be really hard.
Yeah,
Right.
I don't think
I mean, unless I just sleep.
a flight would be hard. Definitely, I need to bring a book or something.
Yeah, something.
I just feel like
Also depends how long, but yeah.
if I don't want to use my phone, like there's so many times in life
You
where
got
I'm
it,
like,
sir.
distracting myself on my phone that I shouldn't be. And like being on a flight, I feel like is like the one time where it's like, no, this is like the
can
time.
actually be,
This is like
yeah.
the best time of the day to just like
You don't feel
like
like you're
scroll random
being
stuff on my
unproductive
phone.
or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
What do you think would be the highest amount of bullets fired by one person? I mean, you could be on the way there.
I'm getting pretty close. I think the most you could fire would be what, 315?
15 if you don't play online.
if you don't play online. So I'm at 8. So
Still 15%.
Yeah, after
No
15.
way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you come
And
up
then
with
you
day
start-
3.
So we step away
That
from
makes
that conversation.
That's why we
To
only
join
play
another
till-
in progress at the other feature.
Wow.
Very tough.
But that's why we only play today till in the money, because they have to join. I mean, not they, but the ones who made
I was
it.
speculating
Wow.
something I was as well, Ollie,
Wait.
wondering what the max one player will be in for. I sort of landed on around the 9 bullet mark. I think someone's going hard.
Oh, man. Turn this into a 225K.
Yeah.
When you consider 50 million is guaranteed, wouldn't be the end of the world. Obviously, still plenty of places will pay above that. But the more bullets you spend, the deeper the run you're going to need to make in order to turn a profit. Meanwhile, pocket sixes deemed profitable from the hijack by Paulius Vaitiekunas. Doesn't find opposition. He too among the super high rollers. A more recent arrival to the Triton Super High Roller Series, but his talents have not been overlooked.
2 tournaments.
Yeah, and his Baltic brother taking a seat next to him.
I thought it would be like a vacation, you know, kind of.
Alex
Bahamas
Kulev of
sound
Bulgaria
Yeah.
qualifies as the Baltics.
It's a bit overrated though.
No. Don't know where my head went there.
Generally you're better than that.
Wasn't great.
You know,
No,
I've
not
lost
only
my
the
mind.
weather.
Eastern Europe, sure, but
The restaurants are overrated.
Absolutely lost my mind.
that was remarkably
Yeah.
distant
service
from
is
being in
definitely
Baltic
overrated.
geography.
Well, here we are out in the field for day 2 of the World Series of Poker Superman. What a field we still have left. The room is packed. It is buzzing. Let us chat with the 6-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner, Sean Deeb. It's not about me.
Oh, it's not about you.
No, but it
Really?
maybe was
You
a good
wanna
luck
take
interview.
Credit this. I mean, I haven't cashed yet, so I mean, you might have just saved me like 150K in bullets, like, and I can only spend I think another 50 or 75K today. So you have that going for you.
We do hit the money at the very end of the day. For our viewers who are a little bit newer to poker, what would be the value of having a big stack as we approach that bubble?
I mean, you just get to play more pots. You get to apply pressure. You know, this would be some of the biggest bubble that most people will ever play in their careers. So depending on how much the min cash is, you can exploit that depending on stack size. Or, you know, if there's some huge stack to my left who also doesn't care about the bubble, then I might just be folding every hand. You never know. Every bubble's different. Every dynamic's a little different.
Speaking of pressure, do you ever feel pressure anymore?
My wife definitely puts me under a lot of pressure. Not at a poker table, though, no. You know, I've been doing this for 20 years, been in most situations. Thankfully, win or lose, no matter how much you try to jinx me, my life ain't going to change too much.
Appreciate the time, and you're welcome in advance for another good luck interview.
Oh, yeah. Jeff Platt, #1 in the world.
He said it. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Jeff, and thanks, Sean. Those two have a unique rapport that's beginning to take shape. Sean, of course, just goes harder at the World Series than just about anyone, so needless to say, given the multitude of deep runs and events that he plays, eventually the Reaper will cross his path, and by that I mean Jeff Platt. But he seems to be one that bucks the curse.
I'm not a believer in the Platt curse. I'm putting it out there.
That's because he's never interviewed you.
Well, there is that.
Hey.
Poor Jeff.
Jeff's all right. I think things like that can be a little bit fun. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course. As I said to him, look, it's simple fact. In a poker tournament, every 3 levels, approximately half the field gets busted. You talk to someone, chances are in 3 levels time, 50 they're out.
That was his pushback. He said, listen, you know, they all get showered, Ali, whether they talk to me or not.
Yeah.
6. All but one at least. Greenwood. Queen 10 of hearts.
I just realized we got Greenwood on
right.
each feature.
Yeah, this is
it unlimited
Sam
revise today?
with a starting stack. I wonder where this stack came from.
You're
No,
suspecting
you
a
got it
max late reg spin
It isn't
being
so.
pursued?
I bagged
Yeah.
yesterday. This is
So
my
bagged
first
yesterday,
entry today.
busted, and has re-entered today. Now
Okay.
rips it in over Paulie V, who's going to look him up, and Greenwood will be delighted to see the flip.
Yeah, I mean, 48% equity. Things could have been much worse when we
We're
get
gonna
called
have
for
to
the half a
call
million.
One of us something else.
Paulius has himself a sweat here.
Not feeling good about this one.
You're not feeling good about it?
No, I feel like 70.
Oh, I saw that video.
I need to flop a set. So 80,
I think
Yeah, you
60-40
sent
for you, my friend.
Really?
Really.
Okay, let's see.
Ace king something.
To the flop we go. King
Okay.
9-4. A
That's
set
60-40.
versus a gutter.
40.
Tables have
Put a
turned
spade
considerably.
out there, like a random low spade just to distract people.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Wow.
500.
Sam suggesting that this is a distraction turn. Needs a jack.
Good game, Sam.
Instead, it's a 7 and no spade in hand for Sam Greenwood. Kulev with the quick good game.
Good game, Sam. Really enjoyed playing with you today.
Right.
Good luck on your next bullet.
Sam's just going to take it in stride.
Oh my gosh.
He's gone to retrieve his phone,
You don't
so
get
we
that
can
in-
use the app
you
and
don't
buy
get
back
that
in.
cash games.
I think this one would have like won by a lot, but they had that free roll going on.
To the other Greenwood.
Everyone-
Yeah,
it was
Luke
just
with pocket
unfortunate for
kings
this
has made
one.
it 75,000, and Mr. B has problems. 2 jacks, speaking up to 200. Luke
Blind on blind.
jams it in here. This is an absolute frosty. Now, the only good news for Mr. B is he is the covering stack.
2 bullets, though.
All other
1
aspects
out
of this
there.
exchange are quite poor. 1.25 million chip pot
Kings and
takes
jacks in
shape.
the blinds. That's all that's going on here.
Queen 5 deuce. Jacks don't find the help they need. No opportunity for a backdoor draw of any sort. Greenwood just got to fade the 2 outs twice.
Ollie, I'm going to say it.
Simple enough. What?
Best hand just keeps holding every time I watch.
Oh, wow. What a jinx that was. I'm sure Jacob pays a visit to the river now, thanks to James. Or not.
610.
So Greenwood providing the accurate count of 610,000. Chips will be replicated.
Yeah, I mean, for the family, a net positive over the last couple of hands. Not sure that's quite how it works.
Yeah, not a team event, James, but I appreciate the optimistic lens through which you soaked that one up. Meanwhile, appreciation from Paulius for this queen-high board as a big blind defense yields top pair. Couple of ace-8s lurking.
Yeah. Well, a chair, that ace-8 of diamonds going to knuckle that back. Paulie V will see the 6 of diamonds turn from the big, having the best of it.
Not at all troublesome.
Obviously, this is a spot where he's going to be inclined to start betting some of his draws, having peeled from the big blind, and thus we do have to widen up our value range a bit, and I think a queen with a jack kicker is certainly strong enough. May look to sort of check some of the weakest queens a second time, but this one worthy of a wager.
105, the sizing.
It should be enough to get us through.
One would imagine. 1 ace-8 already down. Really nothing different about this one. And sure enough, into the bin as Paulius accepts another helping of tokens.
As bucket hats go, that's quite a fancy one, isn't it?
Yeah, this is kind of his trademark.
Down to 500,000.
Will you stake me?
The fuzzy bucket.
No. You won't?
Yeah, I admit it suggests,
See what happens.
you know,
Maybe at the
a
very
man
end of
who
the registration.
Would it
can
be
guide
like
you
two
to the right
tomorrow,
place.
Going back to like.
It's been.
If you know what I mean.
Deck.
On an evening out.
Yeah, you know. This is
Whatever,
kind of
it's
like.
Christmas. I'll check the price
Oh,
of Bitcoin
what's
and
that?
then I'll decide.
Oh, you're gonna want to see
So you're
Paulie's
in for sure.
What's up? You're in.
for that. You know.
Okay.
I could see Paulie V, you know, just roaming around Ibiza. 102 degrees outside Fahrenheit, bucket hat in tow.
It's annoying to be at the feature table. Actually, I was in
Thought you might
argument
hit me with
someone
some
on my
Celsius
phone.
there, but
No, I can't have it.
I really, I have the Celsius is just brutal.
Just try to get along.
You know, unless we're talking about the energy
try
drink,
to
in
get
which
along.
case, delightful. Meanwhile, Keating, a
Disagreements
delightful
over
ace, queen
things
of
that I think
diamonds,
people
cut off
did
open. Kulev defending with the 8 tray, picks up a gut shot. Diamond-free texture.
Yeah. So another 80 minutes till the break.
Till the break.
Yeah. And then we move, I guess.
Not. I don't think they're gonna break this one.
Depends on the situation.
There's 2 people here that like to put on TV, and
there's one of them.
I think they're gonna like the TV.
Who's the other one?
We find the turn.
2 Alexes.
This coming
Or 2 Keatings.
after Kulev hung in there for the 35K. He actually let out, forgive me, at this particular board. This was not a check call, and he continues to tell the tale. This time more meaningfully, 155.
And Keating going nowhere, Ollie.
You know what scares me about this, James, is this call isn't simply because he's trying to bluff catch an ace-queen. Or bluff catch with ace-queen. But he could very well take it upstairs if Kulev gets ambitious on the river. A board pairing 9 here.
Ollie, I have to confess, I began to sleep this pot once the flop was dealt.
You didn't think it would develop in this manner?
I thought I'd glance at the chat, see what's going on.
Yeah.
Suddenly, here we are, 515 in the middle. Kulev barreled that straight short. Has missed, but yeah, I think perhaps assessing that Keating's going to have a lot of lone club hands. That
Oh my goodness! Oh, Keating sniffs it out as he moves all in.
Ollie,
I told you, I know this dude, James. Ollie, he absolutely wanted that opportunity there.
Legend lives.
Did he show it?
It was good, but yeah.
That had to be the best hand.
He's
right?
shown it.
Ollie, it was only 300k more the jam.
It would have looked cooler if you just called. Why don't you just call?
That is crazy bluff.
He just wants to build
This
up
isn't
his
like he
traction
made a
and bust it. He
huge
wants it to
bet.
be
This
like
was
that
less than a min raise all in with
football
nothing.
thing, Josh Allen.
Look at him.
Josh Allen.
Oh.
Oh, the other Keating has a front row seat there, Alex.
I thought they'd
Lions
mentioned
lost
that
yesterday. That was disappointing for us traders.
Oh boy.
OG.
This is the thing. I always wonder, you know, is Keating doing this for our entertainment? Is Keating simply investing in a marketing budget so when he gets in the cash game streets and he can really pound people for millions, they're going to be out there giving action when they shouldn't be? I don't know what the story really is, but I
Here
know
we go.
nobody
We got it.
likes scrambling brains out there. Do you know how many neural omelets he's cooked up on the
Oh
felt?
man, not even a call.
You had jacks.
Ollie, that was wild.
That was.
Felt like you had a medium.
Wild feels like an insufficient adjective. That was feral.
I see. The bluff was only 300k more. It couldn't have made any real hand really fold. The
So you're
real hand would
suggesting
cry
that the
cool.
GTO thing would be to call?
No.
No, but I'm saying, you know what I mean?
I'm saying I think Kulev did everything he could to stop himself getting bluffed, and he still got bluffed.
Yeah.
Put that in your solver.
By the way, if you're at this table now, you get yourself down the streets against Keating and you think, oh, I got to bluff my way out of this spot, you're going to second and third guess yourself
50% of the table.
big time.
I got you.
Pocket
Yeah,
queens, no
family
second
worked out
guessing
with the
this
visa,
move,
yeah.
a 50K open.
Yeah, we're good.
Wow. That's one of the most savage bluffs I've seen in a long time.
Beyond.
It's just like, what happened? Like, how?
You kidding me?
How did this guy know? It didn't take time either.
Kulev's bell is ringing right now. Matt in the chat saying the Euro Pro mind cannot comprehend.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Kenjic.
I'm just pumped.
Ace 9. Fans on the King Jack board. Not the worst one for queens.
Yeah, pretty good. Open under the gun. King Jack is entirely your board. I think you just bet with range here. I'm excited for this potential Keating v Keating action.
2009, 2010, something like that. We're playing this $25,000 tournament at Bellagio, freeze out, like how it used to be, like the way the good Lord intended it to be. And they started us with 1,500 big blinds, and you busted the first level with Jack 6. I remember this from 20 years ago.
Yes, I remember.
You 9-bet all in with Jack 6.
Jack 6.
Yes.
How many big blinds was that?
It was like 1,500 big blinds. He had a read. The guy didn't have aces, by the way. He just had kings.
Yeah, that's what I was betting, right?
Didn't
think he had aces.
I like it's a story about how he's dusted off all his chips. He's like,
I don't know. I don't know what the run out was. He didn't win.
Do you know how much joy it brings Alan Keating that
yeah,
hand
like
that Alex was
15,000.
not involved in
I think it was 25.
still lives on?
That was the really big one where they gave us infinite money, where everyone made day 2 except you.
Yeah. What if I told you that was like half my dollars at the time too?
I never accused you of being afraid.
I think it was.
Boundless impishness out of Alan Keating, and here he is with top pair and the best of what's around. Dominated pre by
disappeared.
Bonin.
Bet 50,000.
okay, a little bit of poker. Top pair having open. Reasonable.
$50K.
This is kind of a nice, beautiful setup.
Cuts through the field. Onwards we march.
If you have like ace
Turn over
9
one. Let's all turn over one card. This feature table is fun.
I was just gonna say that if you have like ace 9 or something, you can fold like right away. You know?
Why?
The balancing the folds.
What? Who folds? What?
What? What? Who? What?
Which folding? Who's folding? Who's folding ace 9 here?
I think the sim's broken, Ollie. I mean, Alex Keating's still the OG King to me.
Yeah.
I think Alan's got something to say about that. I mean, chronologically speaking is maybe the angle, but in terms of the Keating that's on the tip of everyone's tongues during any given poker stream, respectfully, it is not Alex, and I don't think he's got an issue with that whatsoever.
Nearly the nuts.
Meanwhile, mystery hand time, and it is Alex Keating, whose cards we're going to block out as he navigates against Paulie V's Jack 10, 50K open, doing so in 3-bet fashion to 215K, James.
Yeah, and continuing the theme here, a lot of people in the chat were somewhat surprised, perhaps, the other night that these players are just stepping out. Paulie V's opened Jack 10 offsuit from +1. Not something he would usually do.
Okay.
This is very tournament specific. We've seen the entire field play far more aggressively.
Well, I'm not Keating, so I will get out of the way. It makes sense, right?
Keating sandwich?
Yeah.
Oh, excuse
One of the
Here we
worst
go then.
sandwich to be in.
We knew it would happen, Ollie.
Alan with ace-jack of diamonds, defending and flopping the Broadway draw. Alex looking for a count, is it?
Yeah, it's tournaments with clocks. You got to
This is a thing?
stack them in 20s.
Oh, you really?
Yeah.
When the clock's in play, yeah.
I've never even played with a clock before.
Yeah, Alex.
Okay, that's good.
Keating.
How much is it?
I don't know. Well, it's close enough. I
You did all this to figure out what it was. Now I ask you, you don't even know. Pretty brutal.
Bet 210.
I'm glad it's this way around, Ollie, because we've got a bit more of a chance figuring out Alex Keating's range than we would Alan's.
Well, so far, the pre-flop raiser has followed through on this board texture for 210. Gets called. Alan finds an ace on the turn. Respectful, of course, of range. Checking over. 935 in the middle now.
Yeah, this gets pretty dicey. Of course, we've now made top pair, but Alex Keating is 3-bet over that under the gun open. He gets to have queens, kings, ace king, ace queen. Might c-bet the flop. I think probably not. Maybe we can discount ace queen.
This is a sub-half pot second barrel now. You see Alan really sizing Alex up here. Look at that impish grin. Who loves the mischief more than Alan Keating?
Going nowhere with that. Top pair in a gutter.
Backdoor spade arrival. One last brisk check from Alan.
Yeah, with 1.8 in the middle. Alan Keating with only half pot behind. Still plenty of hands. Alex would, of course, go for it with value.
Wow.
Not overly concerned by the spades with a lot of those hands because it's just a half pot bet. Obviously, there is concern. Alan can certainly have flushes here. He could have had a hand like
It can only be
King
one
Jack of
Keating.
spades.
Oh my goodness. Is that a declaration? There will only be one Keating potentially if Alan makes this call.
I mean, yeah, spades.
Spades.
I feel like this about the worst hand that Alan can get the river with is this hand.
I don't know if you caught that, but Alex advising Alan that he doesn't even have one spade in his hand.
Yeah, but he just makes this with queens, kings, aces,
You have
ace
a
king,
king in your hand?
ace queen.
I should not talk.
Not a bad
You
idea.
don't want to talk?
I should not talk.
But you want to, right? It's fun.
I just don't see this ever being bluff volley.
Talk to us, chat. What's lurking under the hood for Alex Keating?
Paulie V open under the gun one.
Every hand is there. Flush, sets, two pairs, everything.
I think flush unlikely. I think if he had King X of spades, King Jack, King 10, that did 3-bet pre-flop and bet the flop, it wouldn't bet turn. I think Alan realistically the only one who could have a flush here. Unless Alex is in there with 10-9 of spades, something like that, Ollie, not impossible.
I don't know how many you want to take. Okay. I never played with time before.
Alan has used 3 time banks already. Well, first and foremost, James, you think this is ever a hand that falls to ace-jack?
Maybe you're just airballing for no reason.
I say...
Do you do that?
Tens?
Time to time?
10 of spades? Jacks, Jack of spades. The only two
Jack
that
10 even.
would make sense to me. And
Three-bet
I'm not
pre-flop,
sure
not gonna have
he'd
nothing.
even go for it on the flop with those
Yeah,
hands.
I don't think I can win.
Is rebuy still open?
I love it.
Got to be careful when you put your chips forward like that. I keep thinking you're going to call.
Oh, sorry.
I keep almost turning my hand over.
Sorry.
It's going to run out of time soon.
Oh my goodness. He's made the call, and it is ace-king for Alex Keating.
As advertised.
Genuine article in there. He said he didn't even have a spade in his hand, and yet there is the king of spades. So a bit cheeky
How do you feel about being slow rolled?
Oh, that stings. That stings. I have the king of spades, too. I didn't think I could get slow rolled.
You actually do.
Oh, okay.
Good game. Good game.
Thank you.
Well, plenty in the chat did surmise that it was ace-king. Many thought it was in club form, but at the end of the day, what it wasn't was a bluff.
Yeah, we're
I'll
all the
let
way out
anyone
here.
that he rebuys.
And sadly, it's showers for Alan Keating. As that confrontation
Good to see you.
Good to see each of you. Good luck.
leaves us with one less Keating in the field.
If I jam, I think it knocks me off as well.
No justice.
Sad to see him go, James.
Yeah.
Chat shares the sentiments, understandably.
Yeah, fan favorite, a booth favorite.
I was
Yeah.
super scared when you said, how do you feel about slow rolls? That made a lot of sense in that spot.
Burning 4 time banks of his 6 for the day for a slow roll. I mean, it's bold.
Yeah, I believed him for a second.
I believed it. I was 50-50 at that point.
Yeah.
I would have, when he said that, I would have been willing to take my bet back.
It's very hard because we have ace king, so what's his
I had this king of spades, too.
I knew that he was not slow rolling.
50? Raise 50,000.
I'm blocked everything.
To have the presence
50K.
of mind to lose all your chips and then joke about slow rolling, that's tough to do.
From Kulev's baby suited ace.
That's fun stack right now.
A little bit of stack envy.
I don't even have what I paid for yet. 16 bullets.
Oh, 16?
No, of course not. 16.
It's not possible.
I believe you for a second.
I think you just believe everyone.
Yeah.
I can't wait to bluff you.
This is my... Ah, he tried. Oh, no.
I had valor.
King 10 defense, fruitless.
Yeah. Everybody firing bullets here. So.
Yeah, king of spades working, but not very exciting against the early position open of Kulev. Who's going to fire with that bottom pair, backdoor nut hearts. Just a general realization that Bonin doesn't get to have too much of the deuce or the 4, given that it is an early position raise. Oh, but look at this, king of spades for 30k. He's going to have a look.
Appeal versus the bottom pair backdoor hearts. Hard draw arrives, and it provides Bonin with
Hey, I'm tied with the leader.
an open ender.
You're tied with the...
I'm tied with the leader, 4.8, 4.8.
Wow.
Must be your stack there.
Maybe it's your stack, huh?
So, back in the day, a long time ago, when I was playing party poker
me?
in 2004.
What?
It was actually like this. They would say the smallest stack and the biggest stack, but they wouldn't say who or anything like that. So we would always have this joke. If you took the chip lead, you'd say, hey, look, I'm tied with the leader.
Oh, yeah.
So that Bonin checks it over to Kulev.
Played for that long, so.
With that pair and now turn flush draw, not wanting to get knocked off that equity. He's going to check it back, and look at this.
Finds the nut flush,
In the tournament,
while
and
King
in
10 finds a
4 times
pair.
day, if your computer disconnected, which you could just unplug.
Yeah, I think Bonin can just
Whatever.
check this now.
let's
Obviously,
say
hope
you
to get
bet
the showdown.
200,000 on the turn, and then they went all in. If your computer disconnected, they just took back and just played
Don't
for
think we're
what
going to
was
get
already.
value from this.
Wow,
People would just
no
disconnect their
way.
computers.
So how long did it take for them to figure it
Like
out?
3 years. This was going on forever.
So were people using that?
People were using it, but super incorrectly. Like, you get ace king of clubs on a queen jack two clubs board, and they would bet, and they would, oh, I don't want to risk all my chips on this. I'll just disconnect.
Yeah, that's crazy.
185.
Bet 185.
Kulev wasn't in a hurry to bet this 185. And
Yeah.
now bluff catching.
Yeah, pretty
is
ugly.
This King 10 versus the bet check bet line from the pre-flop raiser.
Yeah, ugly spot for us, of course. We'd expect Kulev to go to bet turn with his strong hands on this double flush draw vortex. You're trying to get it in by the river. So when he checks back and then bets river, certainly leaning his value more towards the likes of these 5-card hands. By that I mean ace king for a straight or the nut flush here. Oh, nice fold.
Ace king, maybe.
Yeah.
What he suspected was across the way. Granted, he blocked that.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. And I say the king of spades kind of icky. Obviously,
Okay,
the
now
queen
we
jack
won't
10
be
of
keeping
spades, 10 of hearts on the board means it's less likely Kulov has flushes bar than nut flush. So certainly a better fold than it may have looked at first.
And a better opportunity than you might realize when you deposit $20 into a new account at GG Poker. Because you're going to get 2.5x on the investment. A free $50 ticket to the Weekender awaits at the world's largest online poker room. Create a new account using promo code Paradise 2024 and then enjoy the weekend. The Weekender, to be specific. $50 coming your way. Courtesy of the folks over at GG. They're going to be giving away a lot more than $50 unless a whole drove of people show up here to meet this $50 million guarantee in the WSOP Super Main Day 2 with just 3 levels of registration open.
You did let me try on his watch.
1-3 something.
It's probably fake.
2 of those 3 remaining at this point now, James. So a couple of hours.
Yep. As I said, we repeated 10K, 25K. It was the last level last night, first level today. And the next 2 levels will both be 50 and 30. So allowing for those who do max late reg to still get that little bit of play. The last, if you do the max late reg in that Brit, you'd come into 20K, 40K. So you'd have, what, 12.5 blinds, which is not a lot, but gives you a little chance.
Alex putting Allen's chips to work.
No.
North of 4 million coming in, 8-9 off suit.
The one against that legend.
Early position open, and the Russian
125, yeah.
Arkhipov.
Super thin. Super thin.
The one where he had ace queen of diamonds.
Yeah.
3-betting with king 10 off suit.
Eight
Maybe
high.
suspecting broad ranges out of the boss stack.
Yeah, very small 3-bet though. Just clicking it. That right, 60 up to 120 doesn't elicit a lot of folds, but if any hand wants to fold, it's one of a hand like this, 8-9-0, but that's not going to be the case for now.
Ace, Jack, 8. Keating stuck around, finds bottom pair, is actually in front of a Broadway gut shot. The diamond dangles.
Yeah, I wonder if he's going to bet small here with a view to just jamming a lot of turns. Obviously repping very strong with that clicky 3-bet off a shallow stack pre-flop. Looks like that's the route he's going to go, just 75K. Keating, of course, has flopped a piece early, but how can you continue on this board texture?
That is the question in the face of a 75K follow-through.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we can see getting bluffed here, but certainly just has to fold that one. Ali, I'm getting word. Someone
What's that?
is clicking reg.
Oh, how'd you get that here?
Someone we speculated on.
Yeah.
Oh.
I feel like you're talking to Phil Helmuth.
I'm getting word.
Is it indeed, or is it Alan Keating back at the desk?
I think Alan Keating's probably already back in.
He didn't come all the way out here to spectate.
Yeah.
I don't think they take the phones.
Yeah.
You took your phones?
Everything. Everything.
They're all in the box over
Not
there.
one electronic.
I came the latest, and I don't have my phone.
There we are then. 15K, 30K. Second level of the day. Penultimate level of re-entries.
There he is.
Yeah, didn't have time
With
to get
apparently
dressed.
little to no fanfare, which is very uncharacteristic. Last year, of course, in that aqua toga.
Did he really?
Coming out of the ocean alongside the mermaids. This year, just in the black and gold. With the Bet Rivers hat working.
Is that a Real
Recently
Madrid
signed with them.
top?
It is a Real Madrid top. I
Okay.
caught that as well.
Huh? No chat. A treasure of our game, Ali.
You know, there are those maybe who don't share that sentiment. What you cannot argue is that man is the most decorated World Series of Poker tournament player of all time, just an absolute specialist when it comes to open field, big MTTs. Fedor on his feet here, just grinding the phone. Everybody relax.
There are many people who are overly, both highly and overly critical of Phil Helmer's play at times. And there is no argument that there are some foundational, fundamental mistakes in his game. We know these things now, Ali. They are there. Same for everyone. But
I prefer to regard them as deviations, James.
What I was going to say is, what people sleep on is exactly what you alluded to there. He is an absolute master of deviating
we have to do
against other players and different playing styles. Is he a GTO robot? No. But he gets the most out of so many hands that a lot of these guys haven't quite clicked into. And also, he uses his aura so well at a poker table. I've been at tables with him in these huge field events in the summer in Vegas, and people just melt against him because of who it is.
I'm going to say this. If you're a known entity out there in poker, the task can be more difficult for you to play because you never know whether or not somebody that's facing off with you in a pot is deciding to do something silly, you know, to have a story where they whip over the bluff in your face or whatever. Phil, however, has managed to take all of that notoriety and leverage it very successfully and consistently to gains, and is definitely far from frustrated by whatever the adjustments are that he's had to make.
But if you use this, it's 30.
Tough out of position.
Yeah. It's funny as well because people said this when he got to 10 bracelets. Oh, yeah, you know, he's just running good. It's like there's another 7 bracelets since then.
Right.
I mean, come on. At some point, these guys have to say, okay, maybe he is very good. We just don't see it in the same way we play.
Yeah.
Keating continuing to run good here, defending that King 8-0 against Kenjic is under the gun open.
There are 2 entries.
King 3 deuce rainbow board. Keating finds top pair here.
Yeah, not too many people.
Next one. 2 more.
Wow.
Next level is the same.
I wasn't expecting this line.
Nor was I. Check call, 45K follow through, and now come out swinging for 115, and you can see the furrowed brow of Kenjic, but he's just going to bow out. And did he show him?
He said you can see 1, and it looked like the picture card to me.
I'll tell you what, Alex is very much relishing the spot he finds himself in. Forgive the obvious, obviously chip leading here, day 2. But just the boss stack and kind of holding court. I think it's the lane in which he feels comfortable.
I didn't, like, believe it or not, when you fire 8 bullets, it's not because you, like, ran a huge stack.
Usually is.
I think I peaked at, like, 1.2 or something. I don't know. It has not been...
That seems reasonable.
I definitely ran bad, but there were a few regrettable hands along the way for sure.
And the drunk guy was like kind of humiliating you, like after you made a nice jam on the turn. He's like, "You thought I was gonna fold that? What are you doing?"
Yeah, I mean that
was so funny.
I mean the hand I got humiliated with the hand before when Sorel bluffed me.
Oh yeah.
And I said I was making a disrespectful fold, and then But when
that was funny though.
The hand with the drunk guy is like whatever. I was just like I don't know.
He almost folded it too.
It's also just like, I don't know, what am I going to do? Like,
no, of course.
I can't check.
His reaction was just funny after the fact.
I know. That was funny. That one I don't mind.
Ace King finds an ace queen. Greenwood performing well to just flat the hijack open here. Despite being suited, and pocket 10s have emerged here at this other featured table for Mr. B. 730 in front of him. He did get his jacks down by kings last time we checked in on him, pre-flop, all in, blind versus blind.
Yeah, lovely spot from here, open from downtown the hijack. Just a flat from Greenwood, 10s with what, 24 blinds?
15 seconds pre-flop for all actions, is it not?
He's in his time bank now.
I know, it's weird, but yeah.
He was time banking.
Yeah, he was time banking.
Oh, he's time banking. Sorry, yeah.
Oh,
Gonna
okay.
say.
Yeah.
The guy.
He's time banking, Mr. B. Imagines though.
Oh, good.
Jam will be incoming.
I'm all in.
Yeah, and there it is, Rip City.
Just to give you a heads up though, if you like about to use a time bank, or
Tempted perhaps by the flat from Greenwood.
right.
Does he have to stick it all in there to take this posture?
Yeah, I think 24 blinds. We don't want to be 3-betting non-all-in. Greenwood flanking in between bar traps has always got worse. And can certainly call with some of those worse, Ali. Some of the slightly smaller pocket pairs.
Likewise.
770. 730.
Flatting just invites people in behind and tends becomes very difficult to play. 3-way plus.
Call.
Call 730.
Danny.
And Greenwood's going to be pretty enthused that he managed to just lose the 65k here, I think. I think he's going to fold this.
I mean, all in and call in front of us.
Yeah.
The ace-queen suited does shrivel up.
It's just because ace-queen's about the strongest hand he's got there, Ollie. Obviously, he's going to 3-bet that at some frequency. I think maybe the conversation that was going on at the time.
Well, one less ace available
I
in the deck for Danny Ting to spoil the fun. Covering Mr. B here, who's already performed poorly with a big pocket pair, looking to reverse course. 1.6.
Taylor here.
Slips into the middle.
He didn't bag that good of a stack, but he didn't play until day 1C. He wasn't feeling great. His mom got proposed to
King on the flop for Danny
in the wine
Tang.
cellar. It's
Painful.
Like the biggest wine cellar in the world. It's called like Grey Cliff.
No reaction
Food
from
was
him just yet.
unbelievable.
You've seen these run out pool before.
You see the pursed
Worst
lips
decision of the trip. Yeah.
from Mr. B.
It's a really romantic, nice place. They play like live music.
Looking for a
You
10.
loved it. I'm sorry.
2 outs, 1
Now I'm
time.
definitely getting stuffed into the locker.
Yeah.
And it isn't there.
Good luck.
So ultimately, the unraveling came courtesy of pocket jacks and pocket tens, all in pre on both occasions for Mr. B. No real shame in it, James. Just the deck not smiling upon him.
Any player worth their salts would have busted his seat with the cards he got today. No way out of those 2 spots for him. Just very unlucky.
But it was worth it because it was a good time. Yeah, but I should have seen it. I didn't see it.
Like I didn't expect that guy to be like.
This has been great so far, Ali. I wasn't sure quite what to expect at the start of play today.
Like I was saying, I didn't expect that guy to be like light tail, but I would have had to.
For sure.
Still very jovial atmosphere as well, much like the day ones.
It was just like awkward because we were on the bubble and there were short stacks. But I'm probably just supposed to repot 3.
Okay. Yeah, that
These bubble spots are so like weird. Yeah.
That was gross.
Yeah.
It is a somewhat deceiving sense of relief that's being exhibited. Maybe it's just nervous energy out of some, James. We've seen something like that on display. Maybe not out of these two that are pictured here. Not so experienced. But this is day 2. We are not in the money until we wrap it up here today. As soon as the bubble bursts, we'll call it
They
quits.
like tagged me in this like reel on Instagram, so I keep getting the notifications from like random people commenting. I don't know how to mute it.
People telling you they would have folded.
Thankfully, not even, but
Yeah.
Yeah, there's certainly a flatting King Jack suited up front, Foxen completing, and Bucky getting a free flop with the 7-3-0.
Like
Flopping a double cut shot draw on the 9-6-5, very disguised.
The nut flush against Ivy's quads and the short deck.
Oh.
Yeah.
What about it?
Round of knuckles, and in slides a 4 for the heavily disguised path to a straight. For Wantman, unfortunately for him, nothing bruise elsewhere in the field.
It wasn't like a ace jack 10 9 of hearts.
Yeah, board that really does favour him, especially given the action on the flop.
I mean, so it's not like he had like top quads as well.
Foxen looking like she's not interested in this pot with Queen Jack high, but she's looking at going, I know what you're up to. I know you haven't got this. You're betting this so often.
Yeah. If you have aces and people are raising into it, it's weird. But if you have
Yada
like
Cernia
10, 10, ace, king, queen, like
lamenting.
then it's different, you know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, perhaps contemplating
yeah,
what could have been.
5, 6, 7.
Oh, showed one. Or both. I don't know.
What a turn.
It's not like I'm holding
Ah,
top
you
one.
showed
I'm
both.
supposed
Okay.
to say
Yeah,
it.
it sounds that way.
Bulky
Yeah,
sharp table.
yeah.
Come back. Yeah, but it was interesting. You played online? Good?
Yeah. But not too bad.
I mean,
And my horse finished 10th in the mystery thing. And,
What?
yeah, and got one big bounce.
ah, big bounty one? Which one? 60? 200?
120.
Ah. Yeah, not bad.
Gone in, 2 9s.
And he's very important for me.
I know.
Takes it to 65.
I want him doing well for a lot of reasons.
Did King Queen suited?
No, it's here.
Okay.
I
me, you
thought the
caught
same
that
for a
as well?
second. Yeah.
I panicked for a moment, but obviously the thumbnail associated with the gentleman upon whom the action rests, Olechea.
I skipped the same beat as you.
Oh.
And look at this stack size as well. It's perfect.
I like my setup.
So likely to get some action.
Pocket
But here I'll
aces.
say one thing. That time zone.
Time zone, yeah.
For
Otherwise, I
German
wouldn't.
Weird Al. In it goes, 410,000.
Yep.
Yeah,
Nothing
obviously
weird about that.
I haven't gone in there with the 2 9s.
You have a girlfriend as well.
I mean, he's raised under the gun. He gets to have all the strongest hands, but I think this is still just too big to be folding for 14. A little concerned about Olechea from the small, but I just can't really see Olechea having traps there, to be honest.
Don't embarrass yourself.
If he does somehow have, say, 10s or jacks, does he want to go for it if we are now into the pot again? Might just fold those anyway. So, yeah, looks his man up.
Covering healthy. Obviously cooked. Now Olechea wondering whether or not he wants to play a dry side. There's your answer. He does bow out, and the aces are revealed. And he's like, okay, sure.
Yeah, I was hoping to be flipping or perhaps up against a smaller pair that decided to ISO.
Window?
Diamonds or clubs?
You're asking a lot.
Queen 5 deuce, a 9-free environment. Keeps Ferreira
He was asking
intact.
to not just hit a 9 ollie, but he wanted it in the window.
Yeah, I mean,
That's picky.
I don't care where in the house the 9 lurks. I'll take it. But the set comes for Ferreira and not for Bonin.
Ali, I want you to do me a favor.
This a player I can respect. You, ace 10.
I want you to watch the chat
Yep.
whilst I inform you
Yep.
If I would
who
have
the
called you,
current
I would have
overall
won as
tournament
well.
chip leader is.
What's that? Who's the tournament chip leader?
Well, that's just delightful news.
Daniel Negreanu.
Stop it.
He is.
Overall chip leader in the field, James Dempsey advising, is Kid Poker himself.
That's the good thing about being
6.5 million in chips.
People come up to me and like, hey, I heard you were playing really crazy yesterday. I'm like, that was the other guy, but then they don't come up to me. And I just get paid by some fish with ace 10, you know?
Come on now, I've seen you personally play crazy over and over again.
Facts. By the way, Alex has a similar transmission in terms of the gears to Alan. Although I would imagine Alan will push back
Well,
on
I
that
bet
because
1.7 million.
he truly aspires to be the wildest gunslinger at any given table at which he parks his bones.
About time.
Pocket 7s from Paulie V. A click and a flat thus far. Ace Jack suited for the newly minted 900K in front of Ferreira. Small blind, out of position.
Yeah, up against under the gun and a +2 call. And now with, as you say, like newly minted stack. But look at this, Ollie. He's just going for it for 30 blinds.
That he is.
Wow. And timing is right. Timing is everything. I wouldn't have hated this against a couple of late position players, but up against the early open, it's bold.
Don't think I'm above canceling your flight when you're at the airport.
Gets
You're
through
too nice for that, come on.
I've done it to someone before.
both of the pocket pairs.
You know they're streaming this, right?
Good. More business for me.
Alex, by the way, is
You have
involved in the
added
travel
experience.
space.
Your
Operates a
flight
company
might
called
be
Fly
canceled,
Flat.
Increases the adventure of the trip.
Apparently
wasn't even
has
a
some
client of mine.
customers.
He's just the guy who stole some money from me. Oh, you don't need that much information to cancel someone's flight. It's pretty amazing, actually. You can just call in and be like, yeah, I'm this person. Here's my birthday. Can you cancel that flight? Yeah, I know I'm at the airport, but just...
Wow. Seems like a potentially vindictive outfit over there at Fly Flat.
He's giving me some ideas.
Don't do it. Ace, Queen of Spades. Nothing wrong with doing this. 60 now. Arkhipov, who we saw activate against Alex Keating with King 10 offsuit.
Yeah, I think this one. Whoa. Just go for it as well. This.
Yeah, rips it here. A lot of pressure upon all that lies behind him. Nothing of note thus far.
I mean, the open frequencies and some of the open hands have been too liberal at this table. Maybe that's just setting a trend. Everyone thinks everyone's like they are, but I don't think Kendrick's just been playing by those rules. He's been playing just solid poker. See here, makes the call.
Have you played so far?
Don't lie.
Out of nowhere, 1.4 million chip flip.
Well, it makes sense. Ace 10, 1.7 million?
With the
Two
online.
overs.
Oh, okay.
Missed the jack high board. Though that top card does interact. Turn card is cozy. The nines hanging on. Can they fade the ace or queen on the end for a double? No, they can't. A nasty queen of diamonds vanquishing the Russian. Unceremonious exit. So many of those happening. Every single hand out there, it would seem.
Better to not. Better to not.
Here on day 2.
Oh, there was some talk of flights there at the table.
Yep.
And I feel like I have an apology to make.
Okay.
I encourage anyone and everyone who could make it to Heathrow by 9 o'clock this morning to do just that. Board their flight to Nassau. And they'd have about 90 minutes from landing to get over here and get registered. Ollie, the flight encountered a 2-hour delay.
No. Did it really?
If anyone's on board that flight,
were you clocking it?
They'd be landing about now.
See, that's what happens when you're, you know, DA. They just
totally put that in.
have a way to let you down.
I mean, you might still make it if you're real quick.
I wouldn't know how to use it.
You might have to heliport from Nassau.
That's the beauty about solvers. They make you into a modest person. Seeing how bad
Down
you
here to
play.
Paradise
Not
Island.
Me. Not you.
Not me.
Just say, if you drew my driver, who took me here from the airport, there's no chance you're making it. Very comfortable ride, Ali, but the G-force never above 1.
I charge the fish.
Yeah, well, you know, island throttle.
They're so bad.
I think we stopped at a roundabout at one point. Comfortable.
For what purpose?
Just the general pace. We just very gentle around the corners.
Green?
I learned a lot about the islands though, and the telecommunications company provides access to everyone on the island. Did you know that you have to provide telecommunications on any island in the Bahamas that has over 8 inhabitants?
All right, one quick question with the 17-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner, Phil Hellmuth.
Can you say 17 again?
The 17-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner, Phil Hellmuth. Sounds nice. What runs through your mind when you walk into this tournament, this Superman with a $50 million guarantee?
I think it's amazing for poker that we have this event down here and $25,000 buy-in. I also like the fact that it's 5 days. So you only have to play 4 days in a row, which I think these things have been endurance contests sometimes, and I don't like that. But this is nice, so I'm kind of excited.
Come in, play 8 hours, and we'll see you on day 3. Sound good to you?
It does. It does. I think the World Poker Tour is doing it really well, where they're doing these 8-hour days, and the World Series of Poker, I think, is starting to scale back, you know, from the 12-hour days. I think it's just too much for the players, and so I'm kind of excited about the future of the World Series of Poker, the future of the World Poker Tour, you know, where they're not killing us.
You came here to battle, right? You've already been involved. You've been in the mix. You made a big laydown early.
It's interesting, you know, when I won the main event in Europe, I was literally playing 50% of the hands. Just didn't look at my whole cards for hours at a time. Just was playing everybody else. And I think that that's kind of a good way to accumulate chips, just completely trusting your instincts. I've won tournaments in ways that really nobody understands. It's actually pretty simple. If I know they don't have it, then I can take the pot away. And then I've also won tournaments where I'm looking at my every hand and I'm playing super, 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 super tight. And so both work, but if the reading abilities are on, that's a massive edge that, you know, not many people have. Negreanu seems to have it when he wants to use it. He doesn't always want to use it.
Good luck in the quest for 18. Appreciate the time.
Thank you.
Thanks, Phil. Guys, let's send it back to you.
Why you make scared of me?
Look at him, bro.
How do you follow that up?
I was waiting for you to say something. I advise you look at your cards at all times, personally.
He jammed.
But, you know, he kind of echoed your sentiments as it would appear that pocket tens and pocket sevens collided here, and Ferreira's time is finished at the feature, and look who continues to compile chips. You telling me that Daniel Negreanu is the overall chip leader? I'm staring at this stack.
I'm still telling you that, but I just thought Ferreira was up to just under sort of 35 to 40 blinds. Did he just 3-bet pile again? Unsure where the button was on that hand, but yeah, he set out his stall. He wanted a big stack.
I think
he was supposed to have sevens before.
Yeah, he was under the gun.
You should call more.
And that went in. Wow.
I think he's a GG plant, and they're just trying to get someone to get in as many bullets as possible. I think GG pays 100%.
Yeah, more, I know.
He certainly was playing fast and loose.
Theory fits, except for that.
But yeah, generally with Phil, this is what I'm talking
still
about.
hands are going to happen.
He has something that a lot of people don't.
And I'm such a good negotiator, I got a full new clock because of the miscount.
He has slightly less of something that
Plenty
plenty of people do have. Humility, the thing that comes to mind. But you know what? I love Phil. I really do. And if you've ever spent time away from the felt, many people who take umbrage with some of the tantrums and the outbursts and, you know, the tirades, it's really strictly relegated to when he's playing poker. He's not that person away from the felt. Really loyal friend, super generous, kind-hearted guy, philanthropic as well, you know. And just, he cares so much, James. He truly does. Find me somebody in this field who cares more about the World Series of Poker than Phil Hellmuth. Give up? Never really
Daniel.
tried.
I'm going to throw Daniel at you. Those two.
That's fair. I mean, we're talking Hall of Famers, you know, for whom there were no other options when they began their quest. In terms of poker tours. So yeah, maybe some sentimental, nostalgic aspects that fuel their allegiance. Meanwhile, no added fuel here on the Queen 4-3 board. Kulev begging for somebody to speak up as he's got bottom set.
Yeah, and there's a good chance Olajir might do that. Actually, no, not with this hand. Sorry, I'm just catching up. Kulev having peeled from the small blind. And unfortunately for Kulev, he's checked all the way through with him holding that bottom set. He's going to check once more, maybe trying to invite Keating into it. Keating having none of it, instantly checking.
Check.
Olajir going to check, and Kulev has to sheepishly turn over the set of threes, gone for the triple trap.
Very good. You almost got me to bet.
I'm not so sure about that.
Stanislav Ziegel, Ali, building a stack, the defending champ. Up to 4 million in chips. Doing the business on an outer table. Just picked up a small pot, three-way, involving none other than Tony Parker. Still in the mix. Of course, you and I witnessed that. Yeah,
We just saw him go into the men's room last night, James. That's it.
I was thinking more the big fold he made with 2 kings. But
Oh,
you
okay.
went to
Yeah.
in the men's room.
I was curious as to whether or not he was going to be back in action here today. I hadn't clocked.
I think he bagged. I think he bagged
day
that
one
night,
performance. So obviously, 1D playthrough.
Yeah, I think he bagged on his what was that, day 1B, having made that fold with 2 kings incorrectly, but we understand why he made it.
Yeah, that was against Ding Biao, who blasted off, and the pre-flop kings fold definitely was the talk of that day. Meanwhile, Vantieknas speaking up with ace-9 off. Kulev speculates with the little suited connector on the button. Keating with a tasty one.
280.
Up we go, he says.
Like this. Certainly make Kulev fold some better. Paulie V going to be opening fairly liberally there, and we saw Kulev.
You can see one card, Alex.
Peeling actually pretty
Right.
pretty light.
You pick.
Oh, is it the same? Deja vu?
What happened last time, Deja Vu?
I folded 1 jack.
You folded
I
one?
folded ace, so king jack makes sense.
I thought he would just go all in ace 10 again. It's net go.
Go for my
European and American.
Yeah, I'm going up to
Keating
like
just
place
continues to be a
like,
hot knife through butter over there. We flip it to the other feature.
Saint
I think in Asia people snowboard more.
Because my dad's from Montreal. So we're
My
going up
conversation.
there.
I feel like the young kids.
No,
tend
no,
to
we have a
snowboard
place.
more.
So we go up there every year. So I'm going to go up
Or something.
when I
They
get
think
home.
they
Yeah.
But,
Yes.
but they are
Like-
cooler.
Yeah, he's in-
I know.
They are cooler.
And then
really.
I'm just like, I can
try
only
to
see
see
you
him
guys.
over there.
Sorry.
Yeah, they said they just
I
got
can only
like
ski
40
too.
centimeters.
James, you and I fans of 2 planks?
But I started when
I
I'm
haven't
old.
skied in, like,
I started like.
I tried the
like
snowboard thing a
29,
couple of
28.
times after
It's harder to learn when you're old.
a few yard sales and
I see like 4-year-old kids.
some
with
very
5
sore
kids, like-
lumbar.
At that age, you have zero.
I decided
Yeah, they just
I'll
like
leave it to the cool
fall and then
kids.
straight back up. Like,
I'm no Shaun
I
White.
have to take it off slowly. check
In
if
Europe,
like
it's
dead
certainly
or
back
not.
the other way. Like, none of the cool kids are snowboarding.
Yeah.
It's all about the skiing.
Well, it's all about
love
top
it.
2 here for Kristen Foxen, who hopped aboard the Wantman train.
Care in my
He's
ACL,
just got 2 overs and a hardworking king.
but I have no regret.
Yadiscernia's flat with the suited
Normally,
connector,
that's
yielding the
like
flush
like
draw.
or doing something.
2
right?
checks in front of him, 2 and a quarter in the middle.
Where is that?
Inbound is a barrel.
I was limping for like 2 months, but it was fine. I didn't regret it. I love it now. Now it's.
Yeah,
I think so. I think I'm there.
Take
I
this
think I
up
can
here.
go.
only be up there for a week, I guess.
You didn't do any.
No, I
It's
didn't.
only going to have
Yeah, 'cause
a lot of overpairs that might bet this board.
Because for like
Maybe some flush draws. Pan needs protection against those. I can get value right here, right now.
They put something on my knee, and then I went through a tube of scans. What is that?
CAT scan?
No, scanning to see if I'm broken.
75.
Yeah.
What's
Scan, like an X-ray, but.
an action? What is it called? There's a name for it. But anyway, yeah, and then they were like there's a light
155.
cat.
Check raised up to 375. And for
Anyway, I had a
Yadiscernia,
light tear in my- and then they
this
told me
is
to
not
go to physio and
exactly
stuff
the
and
investment he
strengthen
wanted
my,
to
like,
make.
quads and
Does
my
manage to
calves.
get down to heads up, has position.
Wow.
Now he's got a pair as well.
I kind of like that size from Kristen because it sets up this pot for 2/3, but also she kind of knows the bad cards for herself, so she's not fully committed to the pot. Should she get called and it come a diamond or perhaps a board pairing 3 would be a really bad card for her.
She does cover 0.66 SPR, let's call it, as they play 665 effective. Foxen jamming. Yadiscernia practically beats her into the pot. Always knew what he wanted to do with this.
A lot of outs.
He saw the hand and said, good. Kristen nodded, and then she saw his hand and was like, wait a minute. This is the worst case scenario.
Yeah.
9, 10, 3, diamond, all working.
Good, but vulnerable. Now she takes a better than 3-2 equity favorite to the river, looking to dispatch Yadiscernia, and she does just that. Queen of Spades on the end, and Yadiscernia, I think, can live with that being the one that he went with. Had a good chunk of equity, but no longer has chips.
How do you fold?
I don't
When
know.
he says like nice hand, like he didn't have almost 40%.
Mike in the chat asking if I can book a flight to the Bahamas right now and bring 25K, can I get in?
Well,
Where have you been for the last 3 days? I've been telling everybody to do that. Now you ask the day it's too late. What's wrong with people, Ollie?
I don't know.
I mean, listen,
Yeah.
if he's in Miami, it's possible, I suppose.
But how did you stop?
He's gonna have to land pretty close to
But
the
why
venue.
would you stop?
Yeah, for you.
He
Well,
may
when
have to
I moved down
parachute.
Toronto, I kind of
Yeah, you're on the lag wagon,
I didn't
Mike.
like bring all my equipment with me and all that. Like from
going on?
Where I lived used to be closer to it.
Yeah. It's like the most looking forward trip for me every year now. I can't wait, literally,
For where?
to go into the mountains.
Ah, yeah.
Even though I suck, but I
Yeah.
still.
There's something very nice. I like getting cozy. Like, I don't know. It's cozy.
Where are you gonna go?
Japan.
Oh, hell yeah.
You know what?
When, like,
I need to hit
after
Danny up.
this?
No.
What do you want to ride some
February, but
coattails up to Nagano?
Because I'm right now. I only have 10 days booked.
Wakil?
I'm looking to go for more, but
Tax from the
there's so
button.
much going on.
Foxing with
during
medicine.
This time off, like there's a rave, there's Chinese New Year, you know, there's Christmas next. So it's like
Yeah,
you
great
have to
spot for Chris, and of
sacrifice one
course,
these things
don't know how
to
far weaker than this that looks to get it in against Wakil. Wakil can certainly commit with worse himself. Wantman, Ace Queen. We saw him fold Ace Queen suited. It's a similar action earlier. This time though, in position with the offsuit combo against Foxen. I kind of like this, Ollie. We're using the ace queen off as like a 4-bet bluff. It rates to be the best hand, like a really high percentage of the time against Foxen. It does well still against Wakil's get-in range. Not great, but well enough.
15 seconds offshore.
And his range just has to be tighter given the fact that Wakil did open.
I
Foxen
mean,
having 3-bet.
button, small blind, big blind in succession. Raise 3-bet, 4-bet. Wantman leaning hard against Foxen. She doesn't necessarily love having to take a spin against a covering stack.
No, and that's why you can be pretty warm and fuzzy about 4-bet folding this combination, ace-queen off. I just find it really hard to believe that Kristen comes out with a light 5-bet jam over this at too high a frequency.
Is flat a thing?
I don't think so.
So there's the jam, and Wantman is going to transfer over $500,000 over to Foxen, I presume.
Yeah, don't go second guessing yourself, Bucky. Yeah, well done.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for him, I mean, I massively approve of this play. Didn't work out. The fold earlier, I'm very curious about, and maybe I'll ask him later if I bump into him.
Whatever. I'm getting like delayed.
The day has just started.
I'm getting
Yeah.
delayed this trip, so like whatever.
When do we get
But
more?
is it like a thing where like
tomorrow?
I think,
I
yeah.
put in
Or in the money, maybe. I
like
think probably once. Oh,
yeah.
I guess.
And they just like treat me like I'm
Yeah.
fucking like, you know, like no.
It's kinda
And I'm
crazy,
not saying like I need to be like
agreed.
campered or whatever.
Agreed. We don't even get
But
these.
it's like
Yeah, you know, Ollie.
You can't even get
Crazy
this.
that they did that.
I
You
know.
yourself, Danny,
I know, and it's just like
will be down
know why they decided to
in
do
Asia
I don't know if they
in February.
Yeah.
Jeju.
like
I'm thinking
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
might
I
hit him
know.
up, see if he fancies going to
Yeah.
Japan before that
That's
stops.
they think
really
that's like
quick, right?
standard or if
They
Yeah.
like
Little time in the powder.
You're an off-piste kind of skier. Maybe, you know, a lot of people may not know, but, you know,
I'd rather like.
bar the
take it away
occasion in
for a
which your
little
skull was
long
familiarized with
It's
a
like
tree
27%.
somewhere in the Swiss Alps, you know, you can get down the mountain.
it's like 4 plus
Not on a
3.
snowboard
it's
though.
4 plus 3.
I tried that
They do the
once.
thing
Spent a week in
where it's,
hospital.
Wow.
Another
you know,
time actually, I
obviously the deal
sort
is
of
to be, like,
had
paid
some
and
sort of
whatever compensated, but if you read the
brain
fine
/
print,
central nervous
it says-
issue.
Yeah, I
I'm starting
remember
to
that
realize
one.
maybe
You'll
I'm
go see the
Yeah.
it's all adding up.
The 25K
Yeah.
Didn't
plus
want a
one,
snap call. I mean, I had a
Yeah.
good hand.
and then Fleet was under the 25K.
How often you getting down the mountain with ski patrol,
Why don't they
James, you know?
when
Or first names.
Yeah, yeah. Oh,
I was wondering.
Couldn't do anything. You can't do
Meanwhile,
anything right.
Hawkins wondering what's in store for King Jack.
I don't
Nothing
wanna
more
say
than a
I'm
10
We're
high.
not gonna show any
2-club
hands
board.
at this table.
Olé.
We're done after this level.
There's no way
The
to
party
show
started with
any
ace
hands
7
at this table.
as the
I don't
action
think
checked
that
over
would
to him.
be fair.
it's true.
I'm in it.
Of course it's true.
I'm hoping the dealers get paid well, but
Yes,
I don't
course.
think it should be from us.
It should be from
the
the company
organization.
that's making a lot of money, is what you're saying.
Right.
They also shouldn't.
If we're paying the dealers, then what are they paying for?
Yeah.
To work for them.
Yeah. What
No,
do
late C betting.
And then also,
Here's ace of clubs.
why are
This
you
10,
adding
5,
extra
deuce,
level
2
of
club
play
complexion.
before
Hawkins going to
leaving
continue
the middle of
working with just the
day
king of
two?
clubs. Trouble
But it's like
potentially down the streets with that
it's
card.
like
Yeah, I
ridiculous.
was too shocked. I thought there might have been a hyper turbo.
Board
flight
pairing
this
deuce on the turn.
Yeah, I know.
I was pretty surprised.
Nole doesn't love getting called, but
Did they have a
let's see.
Did they?
Yeah, he's
I
still
think it was
beating
first.
some hands that
Oh, really?
Oh, that,
cool.
that's
It's
a
hard to
satellite.
think many
Like
hands
flight.
fold that
Okay,
turn.
that's satellite, okay.
Hyper turbo, like day one flight
Yeah.
into this.
Yeah.
I thought they would have.
Now
I
then.
think they did that for the main line.
Club that also happens to be a
Yeah.
3.
I mean, it was a 5.
Yeah, no, that was
Hawkins
crazy.
check
and then
calls
they
certainly
told me
going to include hands
the
like
day
3,
two,
4,
and
4, 6.
Yeah, I decided I was like,
No,
I'm
but they
just
wanna
leaving.
fight.
I went to the win.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, all the flush
Well,
combos. I
yeah,
thought this is a
yeah.
mandatory bluff, even though he still rates to have the best hand some of the time.
Were you here last year?
Can't think of
Yeah, for that.
a better hand to bluff with.
I qualified online.
Yeah, and it's way better. Do you get taxed or no?
No.
And I like the size Ali.
Here.
He's making it
Sorry.
possible that he can
I
have
do.
a
That's
lot of these
all.
one
That's
pair
what I was
type
gonna
hands
say.
that
It's
bet the
beneficial
size as
for you
well.
anyway
Yeah.
here.
No need to
Yeah.
go big here. You're trying to make this
I'll
kind of
go
hand
with
fold.
Yeah, because you've never been to Poker Go. Now that I think
No.
about it. Yeah.
Now
That
though,
was
Play the
the
Invitational?
does Nole ever get
Did you play the
really, really devious with the ace of clubs in his hand?
Looked like somebody else.
Oh, he is.
Well, I think
Ollie,
it's
he
a
is.
pretty good turnout. I
Check
know,
call lead line doesn't add up for Nole as he makes 125 look like 675, and that's a deflating development there.
This is the problem when you obviously go for the bluff size and trying to rep, you know, a 10 or a 5 that's going for a thin bit of value is
Yeah, over it.
sometimes it looks like you're going for a thin bit of value.
Getting bluffed
Someone
by
might
the
attack
poker,
it.
he should get out of here.
Wait, what happened?
He lost that huge 4-2 Lococo in the 500K.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
Oh, I'm surprised he left.
I can't.
No
use
way.
Nikita, he went to Vegas.
Not like
Announcing
No, I
himself
know.
here.
Yeah. I thought maybe like
Strong
you were one to play.
posture
Yeah,
taken
no,
up.
I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know.
He plays it.
I mean, maybe
Sort of
he's not doing
outfoxing
Vegas.
Hawkins at his own game there with the better of the clubs.
I can't be making fun of anyone for making big bad balls on stream, though. I've done one bad one this trip, so I'm the.
I mean, I'm pretty sure we. Well, no, maybe not all
After
been there.
playing
but-
the main or not?
He played the. I guess he must not have played this. He played the. He must have just played the 500 and the 100 and left, I guess.
Is it that bad here?
Is it what? Sorry.
That bad? It's not that bad.
This?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I wouldn't have left to go to Vegas if you're already here.
Yeah, me too. It's not
I
like
mean, it's gonna be huge, right?
you would
How
have
much is
had to
first
transit to Vegas too.
Yeah. That's what I said. It's not like it's that close.
Yeah. Yeah.
Probably 5 or 6 million, I would guess.
Yeah.
Hawkins,
It'll be more.
undaunted by the damages
Yeah, exactly.
sustained
Like, definitely
moments
one of
ago.
those.
To this to play or to just to go home.
Just January.
Raise and
not
take
in
from the
win.
small.
Yeah.
But there is still things to play, right?
I'm going if I bust this.
Oh, you are.
I think
Right
so. There's a 25K, there's a 10K PLO, and then a few other ones.
Nice.
New face filling the void left behind by Mr. B.
No, I think this is.
Wasn't it?
We've switched table back to Lagoon.
That's through the
I think yeah,
Is
Mr.
that
B
not
on
the
read.
empty chair vacated by?
It's the same seat,
Mr.
but
B?
different table. Ah, Soy's
Is this Yadesernia's empty seat, maybe?
Right, was,
I'm all turned around.
yeah, I am too, Ollie. It's tough ping pong in between tables. Great though. Gets the extra action.
A little bit tougher at this table now, given the arrival of Soiza, as the tournament staff work feverishly to keep things balanced out there.
Soyza looks suspiciously like he had a starting stack to me. Oh, maybe actually a little bit less.
Are you suggesting that he got showered?
Oh no, there you go.
elsewhere?
Starting stack.
Okay. So maybe this is a fresh bullet that's brought him here.
No, maybe, Ollie.
60.
60K declared.
Although it looks like he's got a little less than that. Maybe he's already lost the pot. By my reckoning, 330 behind.
Yeah, he's got a little bit less than 2 sixes with this queen 10 off. Clicked.
Just a flat from the 2 sixes. Wouldn't have minded seeing him 3-bet that hand to sort of just commit against Soiza. Like I say, I'm pretty sure Soiza actually only has 11 blinds behind, not the sort of 15 the graphics are displaying.
Kulev hopped aboard from the big, by the way, after the button flat. Ace, king, deuce board, Broadway gutter. So we can see a barrel here from Soiza would be fruitful.
Yeah, and you got to feel like Bonin, if he was up there with an ace, certainly a big one, would be 3-betting. Take some of those combinations out of his range. Kulev peeling from the big, same kind of thing. Incentivized to jam with all those big ace combos against the other 2 stacks. Is he really thinking about peeling one here, trying to strike a 3?
Yeah, a little wheel gut shot.
Some audacious, maybe clicky raise.
Boy, I mean, that can just go so wrong
Yeah.
so quick, though. Especially when you consider Soiza's sizing coming into this one. Not sizing in the bet, but rather stack. Yeah.
All right. Off and running.
Nicely done. Kulev's a sticky customer, too. You could feel it.
So good.
Just able to conquer some of those reflexes, James, that often leave us, you know, not necessarily thinking through every situation. Pesky, even when he does ultimately fold, just the fact that he's in there thinking it over. You know what I'm talking about? It's like, man, does this guy ever just have something that he can snap, get out of here with?
Me, right?
Yeah, what is going on in Bulgaria? Players
Something in the
coming
water.
out of the place. Insane.
Donchev, Mustafov, Kulev. Queen Jack suited here for Kenjic. Croatian banner, is it under the gun there, James?
I'm not going to argue with that.
I confess, I feel as though my familiarity with it isn't so much from world football as it is from the Olympics.
Just me and you.
Men's water polo.
Okay,
It might
let's
actually be
go.
a Serbian flag, aren't we?
Is it Serbian? Okay, forgive me. Ah, yeah, the Croatian flag has the the checkerboard kind of vibe on it. So apologies to the Serbs.
40.
Meanwhile, Keating
40.
defended as big. Kenjic leaning for 40. Quarter pot follow through.
You sure one?
Max Atkinson in the chat advising that
Hope that
my conflation of the
you pulled
flags
it.
there was the most American
You
mistake
pulled the cards
ever.
back. I was scared for a
It
second.
was egregious.
What, losing 40,000?
It's allowed, Ollie.
Hell yeah, that's a lot
The
for
graph,
me. For you, it's nothing.
the picture on the screen we're looking at is
Bro,
quite
I've
far
got
away
Alex
and
on
the
my
flag's
right. I
very
have
small. It's
infinite
easy to
bank.
make
Just
mistakes.
I appreciate the coverage there, James, but still inexcusably incorrect.
That's all I will
was.
say. If you've seen South Park episode about this, you'll know what I'm talking about.
But yeah, so is what you recommend me something similar to that? Will I fall asleep?
No, something that you wouldn't. Hopefully.
Ace 10.
Do they do a bunch of singing?
Yeah.
Yes.
Danny not going to be napping. Hello, hijack here. 65K open.
Instead of talking, they're singing. I don't get it.
Yeah, I'm not huge musical.
Yeah, I don't know, women like it.
We went to
Have you seen South Park?
when I was in London for the
Oh, wow.
Brighton Yorkside Owl recommended musical for us, and me and my girlfriend saw it and loved it. We
Really?
liked it. It's
What's
such a
it
good
called?
time. It was
Yeah, I'm
Guys and Dolls, so it's like
Oh, I've heard of
like a world musical, but it was. I didn't even realize it has. It's a very.
And so then they're like.
The story is all about like gambling.
It is?
It's all about this guy.
Oh, Dylan.
Who's like.
I'm here. Nice save.
The plot of the game is all about them trying to like run a dice game and the cards are trying to like.
Actually, I changed seats earlier.
Yeah,
I'm like, this one goes back a lot.
Wow.
Yes, I changed.
That is.
Have you ever heard
Oh, wow, so you set him up.
Rock Field?
Yeah.
Real wind tunnel into the
another
mic
one.
there.
Well, the last guy didn't do that, so maybe it's just you. I don't know.
From that,
I mean, I am
probably
kind of a bull in
not.
China shop sometimes.
Yeah, they're well.
Dylan Lindy has arrived.
Fresh deck.
By the way, conversation centering around musicals,
Yeah,
James.
most
I'm
tables this reg-
laying out.
compelled to
No.
hop in there. Musicals are dust.
Wow.
Oh, really?
Really, truly.
Okay.
Might be the most
Got a nice
controversial
sample.
thing
You
we've
know,
ever
like
seen in
La
the
La
booth.
Land.
Maybe we'll
Trash.
cover it at some point. But probably not.
I mean, the good thing for you, I think, is
I'm
the.
not into it.
You don't think so?
I don't think there's the biggest overlap on
No,
the Venn
well-
diagram between live stream poker fans and musicals.
That's
There'll
right.
be some, so I think you're safe here, but
Back me up, chat.
as a general rule, not ideal to.
Right. I
Just
mean, I'm not on
been an entire
Watch What
industry.
Happens Next with Andy on Bravo right about now. Just
He was like, "Oh, my girlfriend
You
likes
know,
going to Broadway
South
shows."
that wouldn't be a hot take there.
And
Meanwhile,
South
hot
Park-
flop for
okay, They
Greenwood.
have an episode about
Got
Broadway.
himself a flush draw
Yeah, I
here.
know
Vince
South
Wantman.
Park's the funny, like
Yes,
cartoon.
little cartoon.
Yeah, I like that.
They have a really funny episode about this. You should watch it. I don't know what season. Alex could tell you what season it is because Alex loves South Park.
What's it
So,
called? Hamilton. That's what you said, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I actually don't quite know. Do you know what Hamilton's about? It's about the founder of something.
I haven't seen it, but
Okay.
yeah.
But it's an opera.
It's a Broadway.
Yeah,
show.
musical.
So a musical,
Mhm.
not so there is talking, but
And then
also
they'll sing.
songs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
And there was just a flush draw, but now there's a pair as well.
Yeah,
Gotta go
Wantman
to-
having picked up a gut shot himself.
Yeah. Do you think it's harder to because I'm not trying to if English not being your first language?
Yes.
Yeah. 'Cause
Yes.
I imagine
Now
for
Greenwood.
me,
Yes.
I was
If they're talking, I would understand it completely.
Exactly.
Deciding to
Yeah.
barrel
Once they start
after
doing,
having check back
"Why
flop.
are they doing this to
Oh.
me? Then I have no idea why.
Oh my.
Yes.
I apologize to
Yeah, that was
thousands of you listening around the world.
Appreciate the talent of the.
Oh, sure.
performance,
Thanks.
You know?
Yeah, I have to understand them
Hey.
to appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
You know?
Aha. Unless this
Believe
one's
it or
strapped in.
not,
No.
I was
The show
I was
that
in a
was-
Here we
musical
go.
Like
once upon
doing
a
like
Yeah.
flips,
You've done
you know,
singing?
the
Not
That-
well,
that's-
but like in high school, I was just
like
like
the
in,
Lion
just
King. You
understand
know the
your-
story of the Lion King.
I was just in
Maybe
the
that would be a
background.
good one.
I'm sure you're a good
They have
singer.
cool I don't know.
Ellie,
Maybe
so I
Maybe
saw
when
a
I was
comment
younger,
in the
but-
chat
Yep.
I don't know. They
about our
might
wonderful
wanna
dealer
watch
here,
it.
Heather,
They might wanna
who is
hire
a
you after that.
fixture at the World Series of
Yes,
Poker.
this
That
is
she
true,
is.
this true.
Jimmy Buffett suggested a shout
Imagine
out
how
for it,
fun
and
that would be to sing on
Sometimes
stage.
I'm going to oblige. Shout out Heather. Great job, as always.
Triton Opera.
Yeah.
Among the best.
Uh-oh.
Back, I was,
Nope.
To sling the
Don't
plastic.
have
I
anything
mean,
else.
I've never been like
I want to
serious
introduce
cigarette smoker,
Triton
like,
Olympics.
you know, like a regular cigarette
What?
smoker.
Ooh, that would be good.
I love
Alex
Oh.
would love that.
cigarette every once in a
Bucky
while.
with 100 bigs and queens in the small.
Freaks me out, but when I was younger, I
Bewitched?
loved it.
Poker.
Now
I think
Pin
that's
in.
an amazing idea. That's what me
Playing
and
a
Alex
trap.
talk about all the
Yeah, I
time.
know.
They should do that.
But like you get that,
That's
it's
okay.
like a drink your coffee.
25 blinds,
Oh.
10-9.
I guess I would be Canadian. We'll be on the same team.
We'll be a team.
Yeah.
So you mix it with
One of those
coffee.
hands
like
that
Team Canada.
I don't know.
you usually always see check back early, but he's using it as a raise and the timing is off.
Canada, I guess.
That it is.
Yeah, we do. We do.
Hawkins
Canada.
Friends and all, you know.
I
playing
feel
back at
loyal.
Wantman at just the wrong time. Granted, Wantman did limp and induce
Like
this.
what would it would be?
How would it happen? Yeah, what would that
Let's
look
see.
like?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
back raise.
Like, I don't know.
Oh
think
yeah,
something
I
like
mean
that would be
kings
good.
and aces
People
we
wake
could
up and
maybe
do, like,
continue to play slow, but I think
A
queens
lot of
we
tournaments are based on EVs, right?
tend to just activate.
The Olympics
A good
is just
place
going to be
to
all
be.
the top regs from each country. Will anyone from each country make just like why am I even playing this?
Right.
Right?
There's no edge anymore.
We're playing high stakes. Like why are we playing?
Yeah, like who's putting up the money?
Another
Yeah.
135
Money
if
is
Hawkins
it
wants to
from
fight
me?
here,
Yeah.
but that is a good chunk of
Obviously,
670
Triton
back. And
Opera's responsible, but
Yeah.
10-9 is light.
Wales or whatever won't be on a team.
Yeah, of course.
Is that what you
Careful
mean?
burning
Yeah,
through
won't be
time banks in
selected.
situations that maybe
My initial
don't
idea
warrant it.
No, I
Yeah.
don't think
we
we
have
should
a
have a
VIP.
fish.
Hawkins'
Would
first
be the
experience of that
of
facet
a
of tournament
country.
poker.
but then there's not enough VIP from each country.
Yeah.
I feel like you just have to take out the VIP element if you're trying to make if you're trying to be like who's.
But imagine, like,
purely
American
talent.
team is just going to be, let's say, the best of the best.
Yeah, no one will.
But then why would,
no one will want
I don't know, a Korea wants to put up a team to fight against.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ego.
The incentive.
Dylan looks thrilled with it all.
It would need to be like some sort of
prestige. Or
yeah, like some sort of like
Yeah.
like video game tournaments.
Yeah,
or
like you
whatever.
get a medal.
So if we're doing it for...
Wantman
Ooh, I made a typo.
gets Hawkins to pilot in there. Snap calls. I don't think we expected this. Hawkins, a non-believer, deciding that Wantman was up to no good with a big stack.
I didn't think you'd have aces.
And Matt
I didn't.
I know. That's how you'd like limp call or something.
poised to vanquish Mr.
I didn't think
Hawkins.
I
And 1.5 million chip pot.
It was like jacks, queens, or.
He limited jam.
Yeah.
Jack high board. Unhelpful to Hawkins.
I missed the action.
Limp, raise, re-raise. Jam.
Yeah, big misstep here from him. And Hope, Ali.
Yeah, light potentially at the end of the tunnel. Hawkins needs one of those queens that are busy in Wantman's hand. A 7 would do the trick as well. Can he make the back door straight? No. 4 diamonds. And we draw the curtain on Mr. Hawkins' participation.
Like I say, obviously had that thrill this summer,
loved the
finishing
train.
56th in the
'cause
main
whoever
event.
was a brick.
What a buzz that must be going deep in that event.
What a buzzkill Queens must have been just then. Meanwhile, back over. Other table. King, Queen, King, 9. Alex Keating involved. He was the cutoff opener and follows through for 150,000. Olachea.
Wow, big bet.
No heart on board, just bows out.
You want to see one?
Sure.
See you.
There's a mountain of chips.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
2 Keatings became 1, of course, in that stack. Not the only person he sent to the felt.
Oh, a glimpse here at forthcoming feature table action, which will involve chip leader coming into day 2, Fedor Holtz.
Is that Hisu? In the back seat
Wsop
there as well.
Hisu, indeed. Santosh
And
Suvarna.
that's Santosh, yeah.
Okay.
We spy you, Santosh. Ah, Mr. Deeb. Glance
Who's he
next
bringing
to
with?
it.
Oh, those two
Team
are so
Lucky.
familiar with one another.
This is going to be fun.
Yeah, a couple of guys definitely not afraid to get after it.
Is that Matas?
Ana
And
Marquez.
Ana Marquez?
Yeah.
I think that's Matas. We're right behind here. Symbolus Wan, who loves to chat at the table. Okay.
Rates to be an entertaining second frame that we've got on our hands on the back end of the break, which is not long from now.
I can't tell you how pumped I am to have Santosh on the table. So much fun watching him play poker.
I mean...
And just enjoying every moment of it.
Oh, yeah, without question. Nowhere Santosh would rather be than parked deep in a tournament, but also plays the cash games. Kenjic playing the King 7 suited. Olachea, small blind ace 10. Deliberates.
Raise 220.
We're taken north by Olachea to 220 in total. Soiza, little does he know it, but he's got that ace-10 in a really bad way. Just 605 back, but even with cutoff late position range and the 3-bet out of the small, I thought perhaps Soiza would shy away. Instead, embracing the variance, he moves all in, and he's performing splendidly. Olachea asking for a count.
Again, I have to apologize. I think it's slightly less than indicated.
525.
Yeah, 525, the number.
Man.
Which
Another
makes it
400 of our 1.1 back for Olachea, James, the math.
Yeah, no, I wasn't a fan of the size that Olachea went for here from the small blind, just making it 120 over the button open. But actually, has he? Again, apologies. I feel like there's 2 green chips in front of him.
And he does lay it down.
Yeah, to that size, I mean, you still can't get away from it. That's the benefit of having gone that size.
Nice little pickup there for Soiza. What's going on, James?
I just could have sworn there were 2 green chips in front of Olachea.
I'm having deja vu just on account of something that the chat has really zeroed in on, which is this almost continuous head massage that Kulev is enjoying.
Yeah, sorry, coming back to that last line, it was a 3-bet to 220k, which makes much more sense with the sizing. That also makes the fold that much more surprising because it really wasn't much more to call. So, yeah, a surprising one.
Soiza had 525 in total or less?
He had less, I think, right?
Oh,
was it 525 his jam?
525 the jam,
But the
yeah.
3-bet from the small line was the 220 and not 120, which suddenly means it was only 300k more.
Oh, okay. So parting ways with a healthier chunk of chips was Olachea there, who now on the button with an ace-6 suited, chooses to flat McMichael's ace-queen open. King 10 off for Soiza.
I mean, he's really blasted. But surely, okay, good. Well, this would be a bit too much, I think.
Heads up. Ace queen in a good way here. 195 in the middle. 6 in the window. And Olachea hops in front, connecting with the side card. Ace queen, undeterred, follows through, steady 60.
Yeah, not really trying to make anything better fold, but trying to prevent ourselves from maybe getting bluffed, knock out some hands like a Jack-10 that have 25% equity but will never give us action, or not action we can call. Oh, hello.
How about a club draw for dessert, Mr. Olachea, as the deck continues to shine upon the inferior ace. Players beginning to make their way to the break will leave these two behind to resolve their dispute. McMichael conceding, it would seem.
Look at this stare from Olachea. I'm okay with checking this back. Bet doesn't really get anything better to fold. Don't want to ever get check raised here with such a good hand. And some really good things happen if we check back and potentially make a flush.
River pairs the board. Not problematic for the ace-6.
Yeah, I think a situation where McMichael knows he's beat nearly always. Maybe there's some like ace-jack with a backdoor flush draw. Ace-10 backdoor flush draw that's stuck around. Beat. Okay.
Shut down. And the matter is resolved uneventfully. Olachea trending in the right direction after laying it down to the Soiza jam. Those two toward the lower portion of the Lagoon table chip counts. Alex Keating over 5 million in front of him. Matt Wantman quite a ways behind that with 3.8 million. Chip leading over at the other table. Both of those features will give way to a couple of new ones, which of course we did tease moments ago. James, for me, the story of the frame began with the Keating collision and then continued with Alex putting Alan's chips to work and ascending all the way up and over 5 million.
Yeah, I mean, clearly the story to come out of that frame was the rise of Alex Keating. And on the other table, not too much action, but maybe the theme being what we've seen so far in this tournament, which is everyone's very friendly and chatty. And I noticed it kind of bleeding into a little bit. Time bank's now a thing. 15 seconds, not a lot. It's hard to break out of a conversation, look at your cards, and get into action. So something to keep an eye on.
Gytis Lazaninkas is being shown as having 6.7 million in front of him. Another member of the Lithuanian delegation. So as impressive as Alex Keating's ascent has been, it is dwarfed by Lazaninkas and, of course, the aforementioned Daniel Negreanu, who sits 6.3 million. We'll unpack the rest of that leaderboard and tease this second frame when we come back in about 10 minutes' time with continuing coverage of Day 2 of the World Series of Poker Super Main from here in the Bahamas.
All in. Call.
Every moment counts. Every second matters. Be ready for the unexpected. Make your move. Trust your game. And turn weekends into epic wins. Let's conquer the world, one hand at a time. Copac, official supplier of the WSOP.
A little bit fun. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course. As I said to him, look, it's simple fact. In a poker tournament, every 3 levels, approximately, half the field gets busted. You talk to someone, chances are on 3 levels time, 50 they're out.
That was his pushback. He said, listen, you know, they all get showered, Ali, whether they talk to me or not.
Yeah.
6. All but one at least. Greenwood. Queen 10 of hearts.
Right, just realized we got Greenwood on each feature.
Yeah, this is
it unlimited
Sam
revise today?
with a starting stack. I wonder where this stack came from, Harvey.
You're
No,
suspecting
you
a
got
max late reg spin being pursued?
I bagged
Yeah.
yesterday. This is
So
my
bagged
first
yesterday,
entry today.
busted, and has re-entered today. Now
Okay.
rips it in over Paulie V, who's going to look him up, and Greenwood will be delighted to see the flip.
Yeah, I mean, 48% equity. Things could have been much worse when we
We're
get
gonna
called
have
for
to
the half a
call
million.
One of us something else.
Paulius has himself a sweat here.
Not feeling good about this thing.
You're not feeling good about it?
No, I feel like 70.
Oh, I saw that video.
I need to flop a set. So 8,
I think
Yeah, you
60-40
sent
for you, my friend.
Really?
Really.
Okay, let's see.
Ace king something.
To the flop we go. King
Okay.
9-4. A
That's
set
60-40.
versus a gutter.
60-40.
Tables have
Put a
turned
spade
considerably.
out there, like a random low spade just to distract people.
Yeah.
There we go.
Wow.
500.
Sam suggesting that this is a distraction turn. Needs a jack.
Good game, Sam.
Instead, it's a 7 and no spade in hand for Sam Greenwood. Kulev with the quick good game.
Good game, Sam. Really enjoyed playing with you today.
Right.
Good luck on your next bullet.
Well, Sam's just going to take it in stride.
Oh my gosh.
He's gone to retrieve his phone,
You don't
so
get
we
that
can
in-
use the app
you
and
don't
buy
get
back
that
in.
cash game.
I mean, chronologically speaking, is maybe
Trying to hold on to
the angle,
King Jack.
but
you know?
in terms of the Keating that's on the tip of everyone's tongues during any given poker stream, respectfully, it is not Alex, and I don't think he's got an issue with that whatsoever.
Nearly the nuts.
Meanwhile, mystery hand time, and it is Alex Keating, whose cards we're going to block out as he navigates against Paulie V's Jack 10 50K Open, doing so in 3-bet fashion to 215K, James.
Yeah, and continuing the theme here, a lot of people in the chat were somewhat surprised, perhaps, the other night that these players are just stepping out. Paulie V's opened Jack 10 offsuit from +1. Not something he would usually do.
Okay.
This is very tournament specific. We've seen the entire field play far more aggressively.
Well, I'm not Keating, so I will get out of the way. Makes sense, right?
Keating sandwich?
Yeah.
Keating.
One of the worst sandwich to be in.
We knew it would happen, Ollie.
Alan with ace-jack of diamonds, defending and flopping the Broadway draw. Alex looking for a count, is it?
Yeah, it's tournaments with clocks. You got to.
This is a thing.
Stack them in 20s.
Oh, you really?
Yeah.
When the clock's in play. Yeah.
I've never even played with a clock before.
Yeah, Alex.
Okay, that's good.
Keating.
How much is it?
I don't know. It's close enough.
You did all this to figure out what it was. Now I ask you, you don't even know. Pretty brutal.
Bet 210.
I'm glad it's this way around, Ollie, because we've got a bit more of a chance figuring out Alex Keating's range than we would Alan's.
Well, so far the pre-flop raiser has followed through on this board texture for 210. Gets called. Alan finds an ace on the turn. Respectful, of course, of range. Checking over. 935 in the middle now.
Yeah, this gets pretty dicey. Of course, we've now made top pair, but Alex Keating is 3-bet over that under the gun open. He gets to have queens, kings, ace king, ace queen. Might c-bet the flop. I think probably not. Maybe we can discount ace queen.
This is a sub-half pot second barrel now. You see Alan really sizing Alex up here. Look at that impish grin. Who loves the mischief more than Alan Keating?
Going nowhere with that. Top pair and a gutter.
Backdoor spade arrival. One last brisk check from Alan.
Yeah, with 1.8 in the middle. Alan Keating with only a half pot behind. Still plenty of hands. Alex would, of course, go for it with value.
Wow.
Not overly concerned by the spades with a lot of those hands because it's just a half pot bet. Obviously, there is concern. Alan can certainly have flushes here. He could have had a hand like
It can only be
King
one
Jack of
Keating.
spades.
Oh my goodness.
No.
Is that a declaration? There will only be one Keating potentially if Alan makes this call.
I mean,
Spades. Huh?
yeah, spades.
Spades.
I don't even
feel
have
like
one
this
spade in my hand.
about the worst hand that Alan can get the river with is this hand.
I don't know if you caught that, but Alex advising Alan that he doesn't even have one spade in his hand.
Yeah, but he just makes this with queens, kings, aces,
You have
ace
a
king,
king in your hand?
ace queen.
I should not talk.
Not a bad
You
idea.
don't want to talk?
I should not talk.
But you want to, right? It's fun.
I just don't see this ever being bluff volley.
Talk to us, chat. What's lurking under the hood for Alex Keating?
Paulie V open under the gun one.
Every hand is there. Flush, sets, two pairs, everything.
I think flush unlikely. I think if he had King X of spades, King Jack, King 10, that did 3-bet pre-flop and bet the flop, it wouldn't bet turn. I think Alan realistically the only one who could have a flush here. Unless Alex is in there with 10-9 of spades, something like that, Ollie, not impossible.
I don't know how many you want to take. Okay. I never played with time before.
Alan has used 3 time banks already. Well, first and foremost, James, you think this is ever a hand that falls to ace-jack?
Maybe you're just airballing for no reason.
I say.
Do you do that?
Tens.
Time to time.
10 of spades. Jacks. Jack of spades. The only 2
Jack
that
10 even.
would make sense to me. And
Bet
I'm not
3-5,
sure
not gonna have
he'd
nothing.
even go for it on the flop with those
Yeah,
hands.
I don't think I can win.
Is rebuy still open?
I love it.
Got to be careful when you put your chips forward like that. I keep thinking you're gonna call.
Oh, sorry.
I keep almost turning my hand over.
Sorry.
It's going to run out of time soon.
Oh my goodness. He's made the call, and it is ace-king for Alex Keating.
As advertised.
Genuine article in there. He said he didn't even have a spade in his hand, and yet there is the king of spades. So a bit cheeky.
How do you feel about being slow rolled?
Oh, that stings. That stings. I have the king of spades too. I didn't think I could get slow rolled.
You actually do.
Oh, okay.
Good game. Good game.
Thank you.
Well, plenty in the chat did surmise that it was ace-king. Many thought it was in club form, but at the end of the day, what it wasn't was a bluff.
Yeah, we're all the way out.
Anyone that he rebuys.
And sadly, it's showers for Alan Keating as that confrontation
Good to see you.
Good to see each of you. Good luck.
leaves us with one less Keating in the field.
If I jam, I think it knocks me off as well.
No justice.
Sad to see him go, James.
Yeah.
Chat shares the sentiments, understandably.
Yeah. Fan favorite. A booth favorite.
I was
super
scared when you said, "How do you feel about slow rolls?" That made a lot of sense in that spot.
Burning.
Back with you here at the desk, Atlantis Resort and Casino here in the Bahamas Paradise Island, playing host to the World Series of Poker Super Main. A $50 million guarantee. Ali Najad alongside James Dempsey, kind of biting our nails a little bit alongside the staff, trying to determine whether or not that guarantee is going to be met. I think we may be drawing live, James. We're within range. You asked me earlier, the top of the show, where do I think we're going to land? Within 100 to 150, maybe even 50 places shy. TBD, of course. But let's get to the matter at hand, James. I know you've got the tab open right now. I talked about the top 2 stacks in the field, but there's another gentleman whose name was circulating here in the Bahamas after he did it his way in the Triton Million, the Argentine, up toward the top of the leaderboard.
Alejandro Lococo. I don't know how he does it. Here he is with another big stack, of course, won that 500k invitational for 12 million and change. And Ali, this is a man I thought has the universal reputation of going ballistic. Somehow, he's made someone fold trip kings on a king-king 4-3-7 board when the flush draw bricked out. And then, obviously, windmilled the bluff in their face afterwards.
Listen, I mean, he knows how to go ham. Let's just put it like that.
Don't fold to him if you get a hand, okay?
Chris Brewer also up there, third in chips right now, just shy of 6 million. Lococo 5.7. Looking down, Suvarna, who's coming up to the featured table, he's also loaded for bears, sitting 4.7 million chips right now. Rounding things out in the top 10 are Boyanovsky, Diego Ventura, and none other than Juan Pardo, who is among the chip leaders coming into today. In fact, I think he bagged the chip lead on his day one.
He was 1A, yeah. He got his work done early, 3 days off, enjoying himself. I don't know, maybe he played some PLO. I'm not sure if Juan Pardo plays PLO. But
what's a day off, by the way?
I'm
confused. I hear rumors have it that this exists. I confess, I don't really know much about it. Is that fly that's resting atop James's
Is
head
it on my head
reading,
now?
by the way? It was for a second. That's fantastic.
Take a perch, my friend.
Wow. You know, there's some who definitely feel as though your commentary
Wow.
is
Go
a
there,
bit
Ali.
shitty,
Okay,
James.
what's that? What's that? Is it time to go to the action? Did you say, Ali? I think it might be time. Please, is it time?
Is it time, Martins? Can we get down into the field before I get myself in some trouble? Only teasing, of course. Producer James has to be hazed when he comes over to this side of the desk. It's just protocol.
You said what you said.
I didn't mean it. You stop.
Ollie, you got the late shift for the next
oh no!
eternity.
I forgot you control these things. What a misplay on my part. Meanwhile, there's a handful of people who rate to have not misplayed most of the situations they have found themselves in across the minefields of 4 day ones and then a day two. Is that Nick Schulman?
It is, and we saw Yanni
still out there
in the foreground before, but yeah, Schulman out in the mix. JNT still here with Wasserson. I believe that is in the black cap on his table.
All right.
Moneymaker still at that table. Also, we saw this just before play recommenced today. I like these walkthroughs, man. Bonomo in the mix.
It's good stuff.
Ah, is that Tony Parker sipping a Red Bull?
You know, you got to put some fuel in the tank out there. It could be a long day. Yadisernia apparently has found a seat once more. I know that vest.
Mm-hmm. Maxime Chalot here on the right-hand side of this table. A player you and I have seen in other places playing poker. Yeah. Stepping up. Ah, I see Steve Warburton there in the bucket hat. Pal of mine.
Webster Lim also present at that table. Is that Brian Kim
it is.
in the one hole?
And Thomas Murlocker in the 8 seat as well, I believe.
I believe the Bulgarian delegation also represented at that particular table in the 3 slot.
JRB getting a massage, playing a tournament. That's a rare beast.
I'll tell you what, everyone's busy in this 25K. No one's playing cash games. Well, why not? Max Late Reg for JRB, I suspect, as you see, Matas Simbolas of Lithuania, 3.7 million plus, sitting ever so slightly atop Sean Deeb and Ana Marquez, Matt Glantz, also there in the kind of 3 million-ish territory.
That's a stack table.
There's plenty of them.
I think it's going to be a loud table as well.
To choose from.
Deep, Glantz,
out there.
Matas.
Oh, different cards.
Not to be overlooked, by the way, Suvarna presiding over the reef table ahead of Shirzat Hisu. Fedor Holtz having slipped down to sub 2 million. He was the overall chip leader coming into today. So the afternoon hasn't been particularly kind to him.
Glance from the button, ace 4-0. No. Set things up just above a min raise. And who in the big blind? Offsuit king, just going to let that one go.
Honest poker, brother. Ace of diamonds.
Honest poker declared by Glance.
I promise. I promise.
Suspicious of anyone who claims honest poker.
Thought she was going to just show both. Whatever. What's the difference? At ace 4.
Fake aces. Ace 4.
Ace 4.
Fake
Look like aces. They're both red.
At his age, they all look like aces.
Yeah.
Shots fired early here from Deeb.
One cross.
You're a squeezer?
Sometimes, when I need it. Are you?
Not in Hold'em, but in draw games or open face, yeah.
Fold.
Chip leader steps aside. At this table, of course. Not to be confused with the overall leader. Who, of course, also flying the Lithuanian flag, Lazarenkas. Now Deeb. Activation, courtesy of a baby-suited connector. Marquez will defend with Jack 8.
So far, so good. Marquez again for those that weren't with us for the pre-game. And retold the story she told me this morning of where she made a huge bluff on day one on the river, over 3 streets, in a blind and blind encounter. Got called by an inferior hand. It's the best thing that can happen when you're bluffing, Ali. It's a rare thing, too.
4th pair versus 5th pair. Check
Okay.
fold here from Anna.
So, Ali, this is the last level.
So does Daniel's brother play poker at all with you?
No, he doesn't play poker.
This is a big table. When we had the final table, we are playing 10-handed on that small one.
We got upgraded. We got upgraded last minute. They said we're going to go on that table.
Yeah?
That's what they said.
Because of you guys. You're famous.
It's because of Sean.
Well, they know you talk. You're entertaining as well.
Yeah.
Just got to get Anna to not talk so much so we can get all the words.
Oh, it's probably because Sean and yeah.
Referencing the mini main, which he final tabled 8th place for $91,000.
You just think you're nobody
start
these
this
days,
festival.
Matt? They won't show the old Americans still got it.
I'm just an old guy.
Bet 65.
Glance. Jousting with Deeb, who sits this one out. Ace-5 suited. Draws forward 65,000. Ace-6 suited on the button. And who?
Oh, sorry.
3 bets to 180.
Yeah, I like this.
I want to say it's
Right.
Hugh.
Is a million back?
I'll leave spend a little bit of time in
I
South
have
Korea.
filmed GG's Game of Gold out there, and obviously the trips to Jeju with the Triton series.
I mean, I don't mean by that you should know how to pronounce every Korean name. It's just, and then some color.
This flop not really adding much color. 4 diamonds interaction for Glance, who hung in there. No spade on board.
Yeah, a tricky one here for her. He is going to fire it. It fires small. Like, I think this Ali just designed to knock out sort of the king, queen of spades. Those kind of overcards, no backdoor combos. Maybe looking to apply pressure on certain runouts. Not many favor ace-6 suited though. See if you can find another bet here.
Cannot.
And Glance, I mean, this is a mandatory bluff now. You just don't have worse hands than this. Ace-X with the backdoor flush draw.
He agrees, having check called 125 on the flop and seen the check back out of the pre-flop 3-better. He pounces for 3 1/4.
Yeah, I like this. He's still gonna, at this size, he can still even have some 10s. Certainly Jack-X makes sense. Queen-Jack suited, King-Jacks, Ace-Jacks that continued on the flop.
And that will get the job done. Note the 5 and the 6 both played on that particular board with a 4 and a deuce on board.
I hadn't actually paid attention to that because I didn't think we were getting to showdown. That's funny. Ooh.
Flipping over to Fedor Holtz. Under the gun, ace-queen suited has made it 60, and Pernod with pocket kings is ready to make it more.
Where are Fedor's chips?
Unclear. But trauma on the day for the German leaves him sub 2 million coming into this one. And he could be southbound if he decides to tussle further with Pernod, who 3 bets to 180. Suvarna looks down at 2-8s in the big. This is under the gun and under the gun +1. Obviously, positioning is alarming.
Yeah, obviously we don't know what's gone on up to now. To see Fedor lose, what, 3 million in chips. certainly there's been some action here, and ace-queen suited, never going to be a hand we're folding in this spot. But you are cautious, of course, opening under the gun. 3-bet coming from the next seat. This conveys strength. And, wow.
Queen 10-9, Holtz making the call, finding top pair, backdoor clubs, Pernod the overpair, and the gut shot. Trouble on the horizon?
Yeah, I mean, Pruno obviously still likes this flop, overpair, gut shot. You start to get a little concerned when the board is this connected. Of course, he blocks the king-jack suited that would flop the nuts, but 9s, 10s, certainly possible. And just, he has hands that have missed, like ace-king, ace-jack maybe, that want to check back. And so he does that here with these 2 kings for a little bit of pot control. It's worked out beautifully as he picks up the king-high straight on the turn. Very ugly card for Fedor. Like the number 1 hand, I think, Ali, that 3-bets pre and checks back flop is ace-king.
See if Fedor senses that. He does block the ace, of course. 4-liner on board. Pernod has it. Holtz checking.
Yeah, I feel like obviously Fedor's had a bad start to the day, and this hand is kind of when things are going wrong, this is what happens. You play the 3-bet with ace-queen, so to flop top pair, backdoor clubs, and the worst card in the deck rolls off. Let's see if he can get away without losing a chip.
$250.
You'd have to put Pruno on a hand like ace-5 of diamonds for him to be bluffing. Yeah, well done, Fedor.
Really nice and tidy out of Holtz, recognizing there's just not really anywhere to go other than hope a king rolls off and maybe chop. Well, no chops, just a scoop of a $50 free ticket to the Weekender to those who head over to the world's largest online poker room, GG Poker, and create a new account today using the promo code Paradise2024. Deposit $20 and that free $50 ticket is yours. Sign up today at GG Poker. Pernod, again, armed.
Mm-hmm.
Pocket tens. Cormier, perhaps dangerous, while Pernod is armed. Ace-king for Risu. He takes us upstairs, predictably. Third floor being explored, so the king-queen withers.
Yep, so far so good. Again, 2 early position hands, which really does narrow down ranges. Pruno, though, we're playing very deep. Well over 100 blinds still, so this won't be going anywhere but appeal. Of course, going to take some time. Don't want to telegraph the hand. The fact you've got a straightforward decision. Because can't take too much time.
So, the 180.
180.
Demanded and received. Tens, really no other option. 435 in the middle. No ace, no king. No problem, especially when you've got yourself a 10. Risu with the 2 overs, backdoor clubs, and the Broadway gutter. Middle set checking over to him. These guys are sitting roughly same stack. Risu covering slightly.
I wonder what he decides to come with here. Again, much like the last hand, Pruno as the opener and peeler the 3-bet certainly has the sets. Gonna have 2 pair with Jack 10. Gonna have plenty of hands that do continue.
155, the follow through out of Wsop.
Yeah, Wsop with that king of clubs, opportunity to perhaps go really hard on certain runouts that don't include a queen. Pruno just coming with a call here. I think I kind of like raising just in the sense that Wsop just has a good hand a lot when he c-bets this flop. Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
The queen comes right off Pruno's set. Now, tragically, lagging behind the covering stack of Wsop, who finds Jin. Where does the deck... I mean, this is an audacious turn.
Yeah. Now, Pruno going to be met by a big bet. Things get a bit more interesting. I think when Wsop bets this second street, Pruno now is... Oh, he's bet quite small as well. But I wonder what happens here. Oh, I was going to say, Wsop betting here is really screaming a lot of strength now. Of course, ace-king possible, queen certainly possible, jacks are going to 3-bet some of the time. At this depth, I'd imagine. Can be behind.
$225.
But yeah, it's so small. He does just cool. I thought the small bet might lull him into thinking, hey, I need to get a little bit more. Facing this small bet, I'm wondering if he's thinking Wsop just doesn't follow up a lot on the river, so I've got to get action now if I'm going to get it. But well done on just making the call.
Well, Pruno not drawing dead in this 1.2 million chip pot, but without a pair on board and a club staring him down, which he unblocks. We wonder if there's a sizing to which he concedes. Pocket jacks, pocket queens, ace king, all within range as played. Third and final check.
Yeah, of course, a very bad card for Wsop to see. Not that he's worried about a flush so much, but just may well limit his action. If Pruno was going to make a light call down, would be disincentivized on that river. Of course, his small bet on the turn allows Pruno to stick in with a lot of those 1 pair plus straight draw hands. Look, he's going not particularly large again. 550. Can't see Pruno being able to get away from this. We always say, Ali, if you can beat some value, then you must call. And I think we can still beat some value here. Unlikely, but maybe Wsop gets greedy with aces with the ace of clubs here.
Oh, the call comes in, 550,000.
Yeah, and that could have been a hell of a lot worse.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that. The sizing from Wsop definitely lent to Pruno not really having to chew on it too hard at that point. But you do kind of ask yourself, with the clubs arriving in particular, what is it? Unblocking clubs, unblocking ace-king, the queens, the jacks, all lurking, that Wsop would be doing this with.
Yeah, I would just like him to see him go much bigger on the turn there. You're playing very
Wsop,
deep.
that is.
Yeah, you're playing very deep. You've got the nuts. You're up against a range that includes a lot of 2 pairs and all the pair plus draw combos that don't ever fold, regardless of size, within reason. And you want to shadow things out for the river. This table not quite as chatty as our tables before the break, Ali. A bit more serious now.
You know, listen. Got Cormier over here. I mean, does this man look like he's into small talk?
Yeah, I think he's thrown some people out of establishments in the past.
Yeah, defenestration, perhaps on his resume.
I went to the gym this morning.
Is that Cornea saying that?
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you didn't.
No, he said I shouldn't have went to the gym.
Oh, did he?
This morning, as he folded, you know, with a little bit of zest, apparently.
Oh, okay. Story checks out. Have you been to the gym yet, Ollie? Since you've been here? Or for this year in general?
I would like to plead the fifth, James, to that particular inquisition.
Okay.
Luo pays a visit to 65,000. Pumping not iron, but 10-9 of spades. Pernod, wounded in the big, will defend with the king-8 of diamonds. No,
Can I get a
no,
waitress?
James.
Please.
I'd like to amend my plea. I simply guilty. I have not been to the gym. And Pernod finds the best hand on a king, queen, queen board. Luo has the gut shot.
Yeah, spot here against big blind peel. We're going to bet near enough range on king, queen, queen. Big blind just has to fold so often. Of course, this hand, not one of those that's going to want to fold. 1.5 blinds the wager. Easy call for now. And Luo finds a piece on that turn.
Will that 10 get him in trouble?
I feel like we're just happy to try and get that, of course, to showdown on this street. There are some hands that call flop that we now beat. It's not just king X and queen X that calls. Heart combos, some ace highs will be in there.
Happy to check it back. Obviously, when the opposition does peel that board texture on the flop, we have concerns. And concerns might be what Pernod has upon seeing this ace of hearts on the end. 4-liner, 1 overcard to the king, gutter, staring him in the face.
Yeah, still going to check that. And Luo in a weird spot now. Has like fake showdown in the 10. He's just going to try and take that showdown, hope to beat some underpair perhaps. Maybe chop with another similar hand.
I'll tell you what, those sorts of takedowns, especially when you look up at a board like that and you're terrified of facing a barrel fresh off of that beat from Risu, they steady you a little bit, you know, right on the heels of middle set going down for Pernod.
C'est quoi qu'il y avait? Qu'est-ce qu'il y avait?
Useful.
He's to a 10 stacker. Running out of room. Everything's very tidy and organized when it comes to Hisu. I love his demeanor at the table.
Yeah. No, he's
good posture.
Structured. Ace 10. Assembling a raise from Luo. Back at it. This time from the hijack, 65K. Suvarna surveying what's to the left of him before responding.
Here we go.
Question asked. 190.
Yeah, I love this. Santosh has got chips. It's going to be a lot of fun on this table. Cormier. Thinking about this with Queen 8 suited. I think we're very optimistic to get involved past this point.
Bit more docile with the fold that time around. Adjustment made. And Luo's ace 10 adjusted right into the muck.
See a reasonable question in the chat asking what the field means at the bottom. That's 350 of 1266. That's 350 players currently sat down in this tournament of the 1266 live entries we've had here in the Super Main. Of course, we do have online entries and players who've got through to day 3 yet to add to that total number. But this just gives us a guide as to how close we're getting to the money. Because, of course, Ollie, we stopped today when we reached the final 15%.
Bubble bursts and play ends.
Also, I spy a name in the chat, Ollie.
Yeah, just caught it. One of our booth brethren, David Lappin, who apparently has parked himself in front of the stream, perhaps from out in Malta, where he calls home.
Have they had you on the podcast, Ollie?
I did, I believe, hop onto the podcast at one point in time. Lappin and Dara O'Kearney.
It says to go. Under the gun.
We're opening with that same hand again this time. Finally pulling a pot in.
Come on now, no stealing my button.
Ollie, we're going to need more action on this if we're going to burst that bubble. And we've got the nut straight versus a set. We've got ace queen against kings on a queen high board, and people aren't going broke. How are we supposed to hit this guarantee?
You're asking the wrong guy. Thankfully, I'm not tasked with getting us there. But as I mentioned earlier, we are drawing live. Registration open for this level, the third and final one.
Ollie, look at this. Look what
Mystery
time it is.
hand.
And look who's got the mystery hand.
Suvarna.
Yeah, I'm... It's going to be an easy hand to say the wrong thing about. That man, he's capable of anything.
By the way, the aforementioned podcast David Lappin and Dara Kearney are a part of, I realized we failed to mention the name, the Chip Race Podcast. They do good work out there. Worth a listen if you're not already a subscriber. Hisu, a hand that was worth a 3-bet, instead in the tall grass. This ace-king of diamonds goes.
Game recognizing game here, perhaps. Not wanting to swell the pot out of position against Santosh.
Connecting with the queen of diamonds, but lacking a pair is Hisu, who knuckles over to Suvarna.
Problem with that is, in terms of us trying to work out what Santosh has got, just like Hisu has to do, is the range is so much broader now than it would have been if we had 3-bet. For now, 80k. We've got the nut no pair. We've got the backdoor nut flush draw. Overs. I would advocate a call. Nothing else.
Turn card, providing the Broadway draw.
Yeah, a lot of stuff filling in there, though. Santosh should open with any kind of connectors there. 9, 10, Jack 10, Jack 9, these kind of things.
Thank you.
Would have now jumped in front.
Let's
Can, of
see.
course, potentially now carry on, Ollie, with the ace 10s of the world, king 10s. And we do beat, okay. Santosh recognizing as well, all the same things are true back the other way. And backdoor Broadway.
4-liner on board, backdoor spades arrive, and Hisu again finds it with ace-king. Running red hot here. Unclear, of course, what Suvarna has. Did not follow through upon the 80 on the flop. And his check back now lures forward. A bet of just 55,000. This is begging to be raised, perhaps, by Hisu.
It is. It is begging to be raised. Of course, any 9 is straight. It's very block sizing. Maybe a hand that goes this size. A weaker 2-pair, like a hand like an 8-10 suited. Maybe a Jack 10, that kind of hand. Santosh goes for the raise. Hisu, of course, has to call, having bet that size. And Santosh, yeah, raising with the inferior straight. Seems reasonable.
Really does. Suvarna. Made it 300. Painful river for him. Thought it was Jin, I'm sure.
Ali, I gather Jeff's floating around the room somewhere with a mic in his hand.
Uh-oh.
Who's he going to curse next, do you think?
We're kind of late in day 2 right now for
Well, Spade would
Platypus to be paying a visit to someone. Meanwhile,
That's secret.
Winger and Deeb playing an ace 7 ace 5 king run out.
Did you river me?
I think everyone is on the short stack.
Sean, pre-flop opener.
Who wins? 7-8?
Didn't get after it.
Four-way?
And some eyebrows being raised as Winger had a
Okay,
7.
back out in the field, day 2 of the Super Main. Let's check in real quick with Maria Ho. Maria, if you could stand up for me for a quick sec. Okay, so not the dream start. How do you ensure the mental approach of never getting too high, never getting too low?
I was hoping that people wouldn't know what I started with, and I could say this is
You
like
started with 2.6.
You know, thanks for reminding me. Yeah, it's been rough, to be honest, but like I don't really have much regrets about how I played, so I think I can live with it.
That sounds good to me. I'm going to send you right back to the action just so you don't miss a hand. Best of luck rest of the way.
Thank
Appreciate it.
you.
Thanks, Maria. Guys, let's send it back to you.
Thanks, Jeff. Maria, graciously navigating her way through day 2, trying to find the money alongside so many other hopefuls, but of course we know that's not going to be possible now that Jeff has said hello.
I was say she's graciously navigating her way through that interview. I mean, she's trying to hide the fact that she's had a bad start to the day, but Jeff was having none of it.
No.
Put her on blast.
Yeah.
Not very nice.
No.
That's Jeff for you, though. I can't wait for someone to do a Jeff to Jeff.
But no one else does his job.
And
you
also
know, he's the man out there.
He'd also have to have chips in a poker tournament.
Okay, well, I'm sure he's done that.
All right. Team Lucky battling out. Their team that strong, Ali. They've got different kinds of merch here.
Practicing now that you have space.
I mean,
usually what
I've seen the cap Sean's had before, but as a second iteration of the hat.
Sixes for Deeb taking it down. The Team
Yeah,
Lucky
so
merch
precaution.
store.
So I filled a couple drops. The roof is leaking. Just a couple drops.
What's this now? We have a leaky roof.
Yeah. Swan says you can see where it's leaking, but I only felt the drop. You don't want that thing to open up on the table.
Maybe the ceiling is just perspiring from all the hot fire out here at this table. But yeah, Matas was like, "Wait, what?"
Matas reminded me of that. The builder you get comes around to the house, sort of arches back, looks at the ceiling. He's like, "Yeah, mate,
give you an
I can
estimate
fix
on this,
it, but
but,
I think it's going to be about $1,000, isn't
Mhm.
it?" It's always about $1,000, Ollie.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
Lesnar from the cutoff, 2 sevens, raising up into Deeb in the big blind. Going to defend with a stick of his own. Chat suggesting perhaps it's slightly premature showers for clients.
King 7 performing poorly against Gleisner's 7s. Cut off opener follows through. The ace queen 3 board of no interest to Deeb. Gleisner, dedicated attendee of the local tattoo parlor, wherever he's at, my guess. You have any tattoos, James?
No.
You ever think about getting one?
Never.
So to be fair, that tree up in the Alps tattooed you pretty good. We can joke about it now, guys. We almost lost producer James.
Yeah.
Off-piste. You know. Stick to the groomed runs, James.
Ollie.
Maybe that's the moral of
You
the
would-
story.
You would absolutely love
I'm
that.
heading back to the mountains this weekend. I'll do my best to survive, but I can make no promises.
Yeah, well, Godspeed, sweet prince.
A lot of snow forecast, so. Let's not add it again. This time 2 5s, 1 seat over her with King Queen of Hearts in the big blind. 40 bigs deep. Certainly love. These are the hands, Ollie, when you defend the King Queen of Hearts in the big. You're so far up in your range. Your opponent's always going to attack the boards that actually suit you. Can be very profitable. Here we go.
Top 2 with a couple of diamonds.
This is who I drafted.
Nowhere in this neighborhood.
I love
but
Dylan's a very nice guy.
Prepared to follow through just as you predicted.
I said, do you really play enough events? Is what I said. Any other year he would have. No, I wouldn't. Yeah, first of all, I didn't mind that he drafted you, but he paid top dollar for someone that doesn't play all the events.
I mean, I normally do, but this year I didn't.
Matt just. So I was right. No, normally he does.
I like this. With all that in mind, knowing that Gleisner may well attack this board down the streets, just slow playing that top 2. Unfortunately for him, Jack of Diamonds on the turn, one of the worst cards. Sees a couple of checks.
I don't think she's gonna watch.
You unable to lure forth another barrel on the turn, perhaps a little bit relieved, just given the coordinated and damp nature of that Jack of Diamonds. But here he is with the check back, having greeted him on the turn from the aggressor pre. Value available, with 285 in the middle.
Yeah, we just have a lot of hands here, so I kind of like a really small bet.
There's no gold.
That's how we run.
Yeah.
No gold in the online.
It's gone the other way.
Or what you said? No gold.
No gold.
Just so hard to get called.
No real gold.
In the online bracelet, no gold, right?
Is it?
Is that?
Are they gold or not?
I mean, it's gold
The name of
colored.
chatting. I see a name of the chat, Ollie.
Probably.
Bet and take it there for Hugh.
Another member of Team Lucky. If that is who that is in the chat, not a fraud.
Are we talking about one Josh Aryeh out there? Matas Simbolas and Sirzat Chisu, the chip leaders at Lagoon and Reef. Short stacks belonging to Gleisner now. Pocket 5s falling moments ago to Hugh. Seongguk just a 7 big blind differential ahead of Gleisner. Zhen Chen, sub 10 big blind stack. He's got to get something going and going fast.
Yeah, work to do over there. And, well, little time to do it because, of course, if you are going to bust out and you do have 25k burning a hole in your pocket, it's just this level to get that thing spun up or spun out.
The rubber meeting the road here on day 2 of this World Series of Poker Super Main $50 million guaranteed event.
So sad. Is the saddest
I love that
of
set.
my career.
I love the palms coming out of the floor.
Yeah.
It's insane.
That in particular is cool. I wasn't really sure how they made that happen initially. I thought maybe it was like a lighting deal or whatever, but it does look terrific. And for those that might be curious, this set is going to get packed up and sent to Vegas.
Well, how many bolts you on?
5.
Maybe seeing it rehashed.
2.
See, that's the guy you want to draft.
Come
Guys with 5
summertime.
bullets.
Oh, yeah.
I like that.
I'm going to try a bit harder to maybe make it deep in a tournament.
No.
If I know this is waiting for me.
It wasn't because I didn't play the high rollers, it's because I was in for the max.
James, if-
cash for the minimum.
Oh, okay.
If an attractive
I don't
set
mind
is
if
what
some-
finally
I maxed
motivates
out
you
at
to,
100K. Very quickly.
to get after it, I have concerns about where your priorities
He
lie.
usually grinds all the small stuff too. He just looked at past results. He didn't realize how bad he's running at the World Series.
Is that Dylan joining our
Like,
table
Matt's like
again?
he's
With,
never
looks
got
like a
one
starting
big
stack. Is
average
this
point
another
for
bullet
Yeah,
for him?
no. Honestly, it's funny. The only years I've
We
gotten
saw him
a lot
join
of
the
points
reef earlier.
is that I went from very little
Super
points.
bad. Probably losing.
Don't know.
Not the
More short
most,
stack.
but, like, consistent loser.
Pray for the roll.
I have a lot
Every
of
year.
Well,
Every year I go
there we go. Prayers are answered.
Wow.
The boots.
No sooner is another 25K
Yeah, it's not bad. It's really bad if it's a 1K though.
invested by Dylan
Doesn't get you
as
very
he does his best to pay attention to the conversation.
Yeah, I always love it when you're watching a stream table and watch how people behave when it comes to continuing a conversation on when they look down at aces.
Yeah. Technically.
Doesn't matter how experienced you are, Ali. It's always it takes you a second to process the fact that you've looked down at the ones.
Indeed it does.
Symbolis. He just decided to run this for 15 blinds.
Let's see if you technically lose
No, I don't lose. No.
Symbolus
It's a flip.
Flip?
It's
King,
a
queen
flip.
suited? All right. I'm good at
asked for all of it. He says it's a flip. Not quite.
It's a flip.
Just no, I don't lose.
I set 2 times yesterday.
Really?
No, like on day 1.
So you're done with that?
Tens. No, I'm probably gonna hit 10.
You might make a flush.
Am I gonna hit 10?
Oh!
Wow!
Okay.
We need ace. It's not over. It's not over.
It's nice
Let's,
seeing you, buddy.
I mean,
please
this
don't
is.
jinx it.
See, Matt, this is why you draft him. This is what happens.
You don't do the stand-up trick.
Don't jinx it. There's still flush possibility. There's still flush.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
How are you?
How could you draft someone that's that unlucky?
That's
why I would never be allowed on the team. Yeah,
He's definitely
you do
not a
not
member.
qualify for that team.
Good game.
Well, Dylan Lind just got introduced to a bicycle without a seat on it.
he was
You were
right.
wrong. You weren't making a set. You were making quads.
It was 10 in the window or 7?
Hyped right out of there by
10
quads.
hard window, other 10
Try
Slow
again.
rolled it too. We saw it way before.
First
WTF.
I could see your reaction. It was like, whoa.
10 of hearts right there. No worries.
That's that's gross.
Oh, wow.
That's fucking gross.
Must be tilting, you know, you get aces, you min raise.
You think it's tilting for 25K?
26K.
It's a little tilting.
I think Dylan will handle it as well as anyone.
Of course, but it's still tilting. Inside it tilts. He has one more bullet, he said?
Yeah. Very likely to get a better seat and table.
I'm sure he's hoping for the same seat.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a win.
Yeah, the
Harley.
same hand. He'll definitely hope for that.
Look at the upside. He's gonna
I've just
miss big blind, you know.
Wow. Symbolus, I mean, really. Thank goodness that Dylan's not within earshot for this post-mortem.
When he tells his friend,
chances are he might watch it.
On stream, they'll have to believe him.
Mystery hand time. Deeb makes it 60.
Okay.
Let's see if he can wipe the smile off of Symbolus's face. Matas with
that
ace
was
jack.
Deuce.
This is going to be another tough one to nail down.
card.
We saw Deep
Means no
opening
quad.
pretty liberally from under the gun before,
Only
so
a set.
Okay. You
going
can
to
still
be in
make
here with a lot of
quads.
hands.
Ace, queen, 5. Top pair for Symbolus. Rates to be doing fairly well against Deeb.
Yeah. No
180 in
calls.
the middle.
No calls so much else other than check call at this stage. 75k bet. Obviously, betting into the small blind peel. We know that that does weight towards better hands than a big blind peel, so some instant cause for concern. But plenty of those better hands. Pardon me, plenty of those hands that do better are worse than this ace jack.
You know, forgive what might be the obvious here. I'm curious as to where the river's going to be.
Yeah,
I suppose it's going to go to the left of,
was thinking
of
the
the
same
ace.
thing.
We've sort of run out of real estate.
Yeah.
This is like a poorly planned kitchen mop session. Kind of mop yourself into a corner. Meanwhile, Deeb.
Yeah, big bet coming in now. Makes sense again with this texture. 2 flush draws, plenty of straight draws on deck. Symbolus won't be enjoying having that jack of hearts for those reasons. You really want Deeb to be in there with a jack 10, king jack, jack 8 type of hand. But of course, there's always reasons to fold, Arlie. Now here we go. Where's the river going? Ah, a little shimmy. Not all the way over though.
Shift left. And a diamond arrives. One wonders whether or not that might be a part of what drew forward the $250,000 from Deeb. Symbolus, the durability of this ace-jack could be called into acute question depending on Deeb's appetite. 3.1 back. Symbolus covers.
Yeah, Symbolus praying for a check back. Going to be some hands he beats that were betting for value, but still would have bet the turn. There'll be no value hands that bet the river that he can beat. Sean coming in with a 3/4 size bet. Oh, this is horrible for Symbolus.
Well, we don't know what Deeb has.
No, but we've seen already that Deeb is opening up wider than the book tells us we should from a lot of seats. And when people tend to open wider, Ali, it is a lot more suited combos that come in. We saw him with, I think it was 6-8 of clubs from under the gun not long ago. So I'm giving him more suited combos. However, some of those, of course, will be hearts that have missed. Even though we hold that jack of hearts, you are up against Sean Deeb. And of course, the size he's gone doesn't just mean flushes either. If he'd bet over pot here, we'd narrow it down to that kind of holding. But certainly, and like ace-queen, ace-9 sets, would still bet here for this size.
Time bank's being utilized. Deeb not giving anything away here. He blocks 10-jack. He blocks king-jack.
Particularly the heart varieties is what's concerning. Sean's more likely to follow up on the turn, Ali, with heart flush draws rather than diamonds, because you want Symbolus to have checked call with diamonds and thus be able to fold the turn. So having the jack of hearts is very problematic. Probably the most problematic card to have. He flicks in a chip.
And, drum roll please.
I see red.
Busted hearts.
Wow.
Deeb with the gut shot, backdoor flush draw, went at him. And Symbolus up to the task. And, you know, in situations like that, James, it isn't disrespect.
No.
So much as it is respect that fuels the decision to call there from Symbolus, who continues to ascend. Meanwhile, back here, we find an all-in and a call. King deuce. Bottom pair needs a duckling. That's the only escape on the river. Hence Chen on his feet against Holtz. And it isn't there. So,
yeah,
Holtz showering Chen, who had sub-10 big blinds. Talk to me, Debs.
And coming back to that, I think Matas has probably arrived at the same point that I did, where maybe against a player playing tighter ranges, you would fold that hand, but recognizing that the small hearts were in there, going blasting. We saw there with the 8-6 of hearts too. Although the jack of hearts is very problematic against Deeb, there are far more opportunities for him to still have heart draws that have missed. But kind of, I mean, it's respect in the sense that, you know, I know you're capable, but calling and turning over one pair with the jack of hearts in hand is like a little bit of a, you know.
I don't disagree, James. It wasn't exactly the stellar candidate.
If I'm calling you with this, I'm very rarely folding.
So we fight on absent. Chen. Folded around to the cutoff. Cormier has been largely uninvolved here.
Wsop, great start to this feature table for him, up to 5 million, courtesy of Ace-King making Broadway not once but twice.
Yeah. Getting paid on both occasions, mind you. Activating on the button here. 75K, Ace-Jack.
Yeah, it's one of those, these hands definitely raise. It gets very icky, though, if we were to face the 4-bet. I think player-dependent, of course, but against Wsop, maybe he's deciding, hey, I can 3-bet this and then perhaps fold to Wsop.
You have to
Just clears out hands like that. I'm happy to get called and play post-flop.
Yeah, detected and dispatched. Luo's been scrappy, by the way. We kind of had a few occasions on which to observe procedures. Not really shying away from spots he deems worth pursuing.
Oh, I saw a comment in the
Me
chat,
too.
and they've nailed it.
Oh, I was asking that. They didn't say that.
Talk to me.
What?
Yeah,
Dominic
it's a full
Lombardozzi,
set.
the
I
actor.
assume it's gonna
That's
be
who our
six.
man looks like.
I would think you get 6 each
Guy
day, but
from
I don't know.
The
Maybe you
Wire.
bag them,
Well,
I don't
if you're
know.
going to
Amongst
point
other
out,
things.
6 additional.
Oh, 6. Okay.
you know, the comment, don't overlook the fact that it was a Lombardozzi and Vin Diesel hybrid submission.
Yeah, I'm
from Steve.
I'm seeing more of the Lombardozzi.
Okay, right, but acknowledgement nevertheless.
Fair enough.
Ace King of Spades will be acknowledged by the South Korean here.
Oh, yeah.
Early position. Entry to the tune of 60.
How good does Symbolus feel right now? Get him with 10s, flop quads.
I mean,
snap off a deep 3 street bluff.
Guys, you all have patches. Crazy.
It's like a bar of
Can I get money
ivory
for
soap.
patches I wear? ACR?
Things very pure.
Okay.
In Symbolus's world right about now.
GTO
Gleisner
lab?
flats
How
the
much
button
did
with
they
the
pay
two eights and
I'm
is
just a
out
fan of the
flopped on a
guys.
King
Just
Jack
a fan?
7 board that doesn't rate to get him in trouble.
I thought I brought it with me. I have a patches from GTO Wsop.
Oh, okay, okay.
I don't think I brought it.
Do you need to wear it?
No, that's for to help Matt.
Yeah, open from +1. Very reasonable. Continue on this board with Ace King for a
I
bet.
mean, I don't know.
Gleisner getting very
Yeah, but I know he's
curious with the 2 8s. Oh, my word.
Hello, Snowman. With no club to be concerned about across the way, somehow finds the set as he just kept an eye on the pre-flop opener.
I didn't bring it. I forgot. I ran out of the room today and I forgot.
Ace King.
Yeah, this feels pretty grim. Of course.
Slows down. That's a good start for Hugh.
Yeah, gonna slow down. Of course, more worried about clubs than he is about a set of 8s. 9-10 suited as well. Certainly a contender.
This
Could be in here.
your marketplace. Cameras.
For what?
100k bet.
For
Not the
back
largest.
or-
Yeah.
Once
Another
it's-
200 into the middle, and how
You have a good
tidy is that
personality
river?
and Good-looking kid, and you definitely get a putz mount.
Can you talk to?
Stone cold Gobi
Steve,
Desert.
I actually thought I'm surprised you're never. You must get approached though, right?
There's a lot of wet ones that could have come off too. And leave those 8s bashful.
Lithuania?
This is not the one though, as you see Hugh with the
live in
karate
Dubai.
chop check.
Dubai, that's sick.
Yeah, I can promote in Dubai. It's coming. It's going to be biggest market.
Actually, they're going to legalize it there?
Yeah. Yeah. They're already building the Win casino.
When do they open?
2026. 2026.
That's gonna be crazy.
200K.
That's one place I want to go to.
Deposited in this one.
That's
Feels milky, Ali.
And it's probably like a...
I would think perhaps Gleisner could have been betting worse for value still on the turn. Maybe a king. Wanted to bet there rather than seeing a bad river. Now that's hard to imagine Gleisner's betting.
From the airport, it's like probably like...
Yeah, Madison.
15 minutes,
Maybe he
but
can
it
still
depends
bet
where
king
you are in
queen at this
Dubai.
size
If you're,
actually.
like in the
Yeah.
Palm Jumeirah,
You have to drive through the
Makes
desert?
the call. It's the bad news that it was the turn that failed him, but not in the way he suspected.
in the island.
So Gleisner very fortunate.
Yeah, there's a lot of desert. Yeah.
Finding that 8 on the turn against top
And
pair.
mountains, they have mountains. I mean, they have everything. No snow. No.
So hot.
Yeah, and summer is unbearable.
Yeah.
Oh, it's like Vegas. Like summer months, it seems
All right, she said I could chat with her as long as re-entry was still available. So I have about 7.5 minutes to chat with Kristen Fox. And Kristen, if you could stand up for me, please, for a quick sec. A question I didn't get in last time. What does the Women in Poker Hall of Fame induction mean to you?
Yeah, it means so much to me. You know, when I first started playing, when I was, early 20s, I saw other women in poker and just felt like I really wanted to try to build a legacy of my own and show the poker world that women can succeed. And it just feels like a nice little milestone to remind me I'm going in the right direction. And yeah, it just means so much.
Along those lines, do you now feel that role, that responsibility that you hope young women look up to you?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I try to be, a good role model or influence as much as I can. And I take the game very seriously and try to compete at the highest level. And I hope that, whether I inspire somebody or just show like women can do that.
Appreciate the time. Good luck interview, right?
Thank you. Yes, I think so.
Okay,
I think
there
you
we
are
go.
good luck now.
Okay, well, then we'll chat tomorrow. Let's do it. Okay, send it back to you guys.
Nervy exchange there, but do appreciate the optimism from
As the
Foxen.
property owner, I don't pay any
GG's, of course.
fee every year. 'Cause, I mean, when you
No, I
need to
tease,
renew it, then you only pay.
Those chips are safe with Foxen.
No, you cannot.
Meanwhile, Queen 8 lacks safety here versus Queen 10. Anna Marquez following through for 60K on what was a pre-flop open with Queen 10 of clubs. Deeb with a problematic piece, doesn't pick up backdoor equity, has 10s and 8s, 285 in the middle after he check called, and now he checks once more. Marquez can lean a little bit more heavily.
Mm-hmm. She will do just that with this holding, that's for sure.
Good life
Like an
there,
open
right?
company.
You love it there?
Yeah, I like it. It's very safe. It's good with the family.
It looks beautiful.
Well connected.
Good school.
Schools, yeah. Like
I think it's rated the #1 city in the world to live in.
220 into 285.
Maybe.
What kind of school did they
Deeb, of course, on the flop check
Oh, they
called.
brought
Gonna
plenty
have
of
all the gut
people from
shots.
States,
Gonna have some
from
flush
UK,
draws.
from, like,
8x.
They teach English?
Maybe some ace highs. Stuck around. She was +1.
In the whole country?
Yeah, I think English and Arabic, but like everywhere just English. Wow. Because it's like
Deeb with that 8 and an over.
of the people,
Gonna call once more.
they're coming from.
He is drawing dead in this 725K chip pot.
So it's
Kicker
very
no longer
international. You
plays.
don't even meet like Emiratis because it's like very low number.
See whether or not he gets
Have you been-
curious. He does block Queen Jack.
Yeah.
Unblock spades.
That's it.
Unblocked spades, but
I don't travel.
King, Queen, King, Jack of spades, perhaps candidates for that second barrel from
I like traveling.
Anna.
I have a daughter.
Everything's going wrong
2 years old. She already
for
have
Sean.
40 flights. Because we're always flying from Europe to
575
Dubai,
now.
the Bahamas, like, Korea. She was in Korea.
These are the spots where you really see the experience of someone like Deeb. Obviously, things have gone wrong for him in the last orbit or so. But he's not going to have that impact on this decision. Well done.
Yeah, made a believer finally, but not before dropping off an installment of chips. It feels as though Marquez may have given him a peek just based on the reaction he had there, kind of shrugging his shoulders and nodding his head, but unclear. What is clear is
You're
that
in Dubai now,
the day one
you're
C
there
chip
before they
leader,
start
Anna
poker.
Marquez.
When they start poker, you should be like a hot commodity
Falling in.
for getting the patch.
Yeah.
Nice pot.
Former neighbor of mine,
Been
are
there a lot of
Whereabouts?
You gotta get
In
on
Brighton.
Quick.
Plenty, yeah. This is
Interesting.
like new hot spot for poker player. You could open the company
She
there.
moved there right at the start
You
of
pay 0 tax.
2020. Not the best time to explore a new city that year, but
No, you're right about that.
Like a hedge fund or like a trading
Kick him.
company.
I have 500 behind.
So perhaps Max late regging
yeah, it doesn't get a hand.
and looking for a spin.
That's cruel.
Do you pay
I
now?
bet if he was about to be in the big blind, they'd let him. They let him wait and get
Something
chips.
crazy.
Imagine you could save
I'd kick up a little bit of a fuss there, are we?
As Americans,
I'm at
you
my
can't-
table. It's not my fault the chips aren't there.
Like
Yeah,
as a
that's
company,
allowed.
you could. Like if you open the company, not like
So no, because everything
you
I
could
trade
just
is
pay yourself as the
US.
dividend.
Yeah, but it's all U.S. Equities index, like commodities.
Yeah, the time zone also being in UAE and trading wouldn't be good.
It's very expensive, but it's expensive for a reason because it's all, the laws are good. It's legit. Like you don't have to worry about people robbing you and stuff. It's good. Safe.
And it gets one
financially
through.
safe.
Yeah, I understand. All my neighbors are
You
like
don't
in
need
the trading, all the traders.
In Dubai,
Thank you.
Yeah.
they trade American equities, right?
Comments there on the plays of Sean Deeb, suggesting maybe they're not stellar. I think they're both been completely fine. That one,
I think
you
the
have to call
Americans-
pre. Have to call flop, have to call turn, and I like the fold in the river, and the 6-8 of hearts is played is completely fine.
I think I saw the chart.
Something ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's really impressive.
Not that I think Sean Deeb's too concerned about criticism from those in the chat, Ali. He's got a
not at
resume
all.
that
Like
speaks for itself.
Just raise by voice, you know. Don't put chips.
Like 65.
And you leave
I don't think he'd be worried about criticism from the elite of the elite either.
No, I mean, Deeb has command of craft. Very comfortable with the way in which he approaches things.
60,000 people.
Gleisner's 60. Has company. Glance.
Thanks.
Looking to haul in a crab pot. Deeb, ace-jack on the button. Some murmurs that this frame is turning into a bit of a debacle, as chat was putting it. He's looking to put the fix on that by 3-betting to 250K. Has Gleisner in a way here. 635. In the middle as Glance ducked out of the way. Wouldn't have found the set. 8-4 deuce. Advantage Deeb. Gleisner checking over with the flow of play.
Complete your hand and stand up. Complete this hand, complete your hand and stand up. Do not deal another hand. Complete this hand and stop.
10 of diamonds on the turn. Connects with Gleisner after Deeb did not put the c-bet out there. Gleisner checking once more, and the unraveling rates to continue, although unclear whether or not Deeb is going to be barreling now. With a second street of disinterest being demonstrated, he does check it back once more. And Gleisner, a third and final check here. I don't think Deeb is expecting to see a 10. You see him shaking his head. He doesn't get rattled often, James, but the frustration is also palpable right now out of that seat.
That one especially, when you see he had the best of it go into the flop. Ali, sounds like, in the background, Dealer's been told to finish up and stand up, which is, of course, customary for a bubble. But I believe this means we have reached the end of the level, and thus
it could be a break.
Letting all the hands play out on every table, so that anyone who busts on the last hands of the level can re-enter.
Or anybody that was just lurking around waiting for this moment before they decided to fire their 25K. And this is the moment of truth then, as we bring you back to the desk here on day 2 of this $5 million guaranteed 25K WSOP Super Main. Ali and James with you. Will we hit the necessary 2,000 runners? That is the big question, and it is perhaps moments away from being answered. The Reg desk, where a lot of attention is going to be paid right now for those who are sweating. I'm sure there's no shortage of prop bets going on out there too.
Oh yeah, you know that'll be the big topic of conversation over the last few days. Would have been how many are going to be in there. Lines would have been set. Wages would have been made. It's going to be very close either
I
way.
agree.
I think there's about 10 minutes now while they get everything set, and we'll know the answer very soon. But right around the number, are we?
I mean, so you've got those who may be busting here, maybe even taking an aggressive line here with a very small stack, looking to ensure that at least they'll be able to come back with 500K if they do have intentions of a rebuy. Then you got everybody who could be lurking around looking for the max late reg. But how many truly are left with those 25Ks in their pocket at this point, just given the 4-day ones?
Yeah.
Everybody kind of found day 2 already. How much more of an investment do they want to make? Now, your prediction for maximum number of bullets was?
I felt like someone might get to 9.
Believe it or not, during the last break,
I
walked into the room and I was privy to a conversation. There was an unhappy face that greeted me and did divulge that 9 bullets had been spent in this one. And my guess is bullet number 10 was around the corner, perhaps being invested right now here, as we will finalize this field with 3 levels in the books. Just another level left to go before the end of this particular frame. And let's get a look at the chip counts, shall we? At least insofar as they have been last tabulated, James. We see Matt Belcher, 7.5 million, up at the top of the leaderboard. Gitas has given way. Lazaninkas, that is, the Lithuanian, second. Juan Pardo has ascended to third. Victor Espinal, 6.3 million in front of him. And Chris Brewer rounding out the top 5 with 5.98 million. So apparently we're going to need to take a break for some.
It takes a while to get everyone situated, get all those hands finished, figure it all out, get those bought in who need to. So we just, a very short break, Ali, but a break is needed.
All right, we will take that short break then. We'll come back and let's see whether or not we got the final tally here from Atlantis after this.
All in. Call.
Every moment counts. Every second matters. Be ready for the unexpected. Make your move. Trust your game and turn weekends into epic wins. Let's conquer the world, one hand at a time. Copac, official supplier of the WSOP.
That was so funny.
I mean, the hand, I got humiliated with the hand before when Sorrel bluffed me.
Oh, yeah.
And I said I was making a disrespectful fold, and then...
Yeah.
But when
that was funny, though.
The hand with the drunk guy's like, whatever, I was just like, I don't know.
He almost folded it, too.
It's also just like, I don't know, what am I going to do? Like...
No, of course.
I can't check him.
His reaction was just funny after the fact.
I know. That was funny. That one I don't mind.
Ace-king. Finds an ace-queen. Greenwood performing well to just flat the hijack open here. Despite being suited in pocket tens, have emerged here at this other featured table for Mr. B. 730 in front of him. He did get his jacks down by kings last time we checked in on him. Pre-flop all-in blind versus blind.
Yeah, lovely spot from here. Open from downtown the hijack. Just a flat from Greenwood. Tens with what? 24 blinds.
15 seconds pre-flop for all actions, is it not?
He's in his time bank now.
I know, it's weird, but yeah.
He was time banking.
Heads up?
Yeah, he was time banking.
Oh, he's time banking. Sorry, yeah.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah.
He's time banking, Mr. B. Imagines though,
good.
Jam will be incoming.
I'm all in.
Yeah, and there it is. Rip City.
I'll give you a heads up, though, if you're about to use a time bank. Or
Tempted perhaps by the flat from Greenwood.
Right.
Does he have to stick it all in there to take this posture?
Yeah, I think 24 blinds. We don't want to be 3-betting non-all in. Greenwood flanking in between bar traps has always got worse, and certainly cool with some of those worse Ali. Some of the slightly smaller pocket pairs.
Likewise.
770. 730.
Flatting just invites people in behind. Tens becomes very difficult to play. 3-way plus.
Call.
Call 730.
Danny.
And Greenwood's going to be pretty enthused that he managed to just lose the 65k here, I think. I think he's going to fold this.
I mean, all in and call in front of us. The ace-queen suited does shrivel up
It's just because Ace Queen's about the strongest hand he's got there, Ollie. Obviously, he's going to 3-bet that at some frequency. I think maybe the conversation that was going on at the time.
Well, one less ace available in the deck for Danny Tang to spoil the fun. Covering Mr. B here, who's already performed poorly with a big pocket pair, looking to reverse course. 1.6. Slips into the middle.
He didn't bag that good of a stack, but he didn't play until day 1C. He wasn't feeling great. His mom proposed
King on the flop for Danny Tang.
Painful.
In the world. It's called like Grey Cliff.
No reaction from him just yet. You've seen these run out pool before.
You see the pursed
Worst
lips
decision of the trip. Yeah.
from Mr. B.
It's a really romantic, nice place. They play like live music.
Looking for a
You
10.
loved it. I'm sorry.
2 outs, 1
Now
time.
I'm definitely getting stuffed into the locker.
And it isn't there.
Good luck.
So ultimately, the unraveling came courtesy of pocket jacks and pocket tens, all in pre on both occasions for Mr. B. No real shame in it, James. Just the deck not smiling upon him.
Any player worth their salt would have busted his seat with the cards he got today. No way out of those 2 spots for him. Just very unlucky.
But it was worth it because it was a good time.
Gone in, 2 9s.
He's very important for me.
Takes it to 65.
I want him doing well for a lot of reasons.
Did King Queen suited?
No, it's here.
Okay.
I
Forgive me, you
thought the
caught
same
that
for a
as well?
second.
I panicked for a moment, but obviously the thumbnail associated with the gentleman upon whom the action rests, Olechea.
I skipped the same beat as you.
Oh.
And look at this stack size as well. It's perfect.
I like my setup.
So likely to get some action.
Pocket
But here, I would
aces.
say one thing. That time zone.
For
Otherwise, I
German
wouldn't.
Weird Al. In it goes, 410,000.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Nothing
obviously.
weird about that.
I haven't gone in there with the 2 9s.
You have a girlfriend as well.
I mean, he's raised under the gun. He gets to have all the strongest hands, but I think this is still just too big to be folding for 14. A little concerned about Olechea from the small, but I just can't really see Olechea having traps there, to be honest.
Don't embarrass yourself.
If he does somehow have, say, 10s or jacks, does he want to go for it if we are now into the pot again? Might just fold those anyway. So, yeah, looks his man up.
Covering healthy. Obviously cooked. Now Olechea wondering whether or not he wants to play a dry side. There's your answer. He does bow out, and the aces are revealed. And he's like, okay, sure.
Yeah, I was hoping to be flipping or perhaps up against a smaller pair that decided to ISO.
Diamonds or clubs?
You're asking a lot.
Queen 5 deuce, a 9-free environment. Keeps Ferreira
He was asking
intact.
to not just hit a 9 Ollie, but he wanted it in the window.
Yeah, I mean,
That's picky.
I don't care where in the house the 9 lurks. I'll take it. But the set comes for Ferreira and not for Bonin.
Ollie, I want you to do me a favor.
This, a player I can respect. You, ace 10.
I want you to watch the chat.
I don't need that much information to answer someone's flight. It's pretty amazing, actually. You can just call in and be like, yeah, I'm this person. Here's my birthday. Can you cancel that flight? Yeah, I know I'm at the airport, but just...
Wow. Seems like a potentially vindictive outfit over there at Fly Flat.
He's giving me some ideas.
Don't do it. Ace, Queen of Spades. Nothing wrong with doing this. 60 now. Arkhipov, who we saw activate against Alex Keating with King 10 offsuit.
Yeah, I think this one. Whoa. Just go for it as well. This
Yeah, rips it here. A lot of pressure upon all that lies behind him. Nothing of note thus far.
I mean, the open frequencies and some of the open hands have been too liberal at this table. Maybe that's just setting a trend. Everyone thinks everyone's letting they are, but I don't think Kendrick's just been playing by those rules. He's been playing just solid poker. See here
How
makes
many
the call.
bullets have you played so far?
Don't lie.
Out of nowhere, 1.4 million chip flip.
Well, it makes sense. Ace 10, 1.7 million?
With the
Two
online
overs.
Oh, okay.
Missed the jack high board. Though that top card does interact. Turn card is cozy. The nines hanging on. Can they fade the ace or queen on the end for a double? No, they can't. A nasty queen of diamonds vanquishing the Russian. Unceremonious exit. So many of those happening.
I feel like the young kids.
No, we have a
work
place.
more.
So we go up there every year. So I'm going to go up
Or something.
when I
They
get
think
home.
they
Yeah.
Yes.
But they are
Like-
cooler.
I know.
They are cooler.
And then
really.
I'm just like, I can
try
only
to
see
see
you
you
guys.
over there.
Sorry.
Yeah, they said they just
I
got
can only
like
ski
30
too.
centimeters.
James, you and I
of snow
fans
or
of two
something,
planks?
But I started when
haven't
I'm old.
skied in, like,
I started like.
I tried the
like
snowboard thing a
29,
couple of
28.
times after
harder to learn when you're older.
a few yard sales and
I see like 4-year-old kids.
some very
fighting back
sore
kids, like-
lumbar.
At that age, you have zero.
I decided
Yeah, they just
I'll leave
like
it to the cool
fall and then
kids.
straight back up.
I'm no Shaun
Or I
White.
have to take it off slowly. check
In
it
Europe,
like
it's
dead
certainly
or
back
not.
the other way. Like, none of the cool kids are snowboarding.
Yeah.
It's all about the skiing.
Well, it's all about
love
top
it.
two here for Kristen Foxen, who hopped aboard the Wantman train. He's just got 2 overs and a hardworking king.
I have no regret.
Yadacernia's flat with the suited connector, yielding the flush draw.
Or doing something.
2 checks in front of him, 2 1/4 in the middle.
Where is that?
Inbound is a barrel.
I was limping for like 2 months, but it was fine. I didn't regret it. I love it. Now it's.
Yeah, I think Foxen's
I think
just
so.
gonna
I think I'm there.
take
I
this
think I
up
can
here.
go.
only be up there for a week, I guess.
You didn't do any.
No, I
He's
didn't.
only going to have a lot of overpairs that might bet this board.
Because for like
Maybe some flush draws. Pan needs protection against those. I can get value right here, right now.
They put something on my knee, and then I went through a tube of scans. What is that?
CAT scan?
No, scanning to see if I'm broken.
Yeah. Scan, like an X-ray, but.
An X-ray. What is it called? There's a name for it. But anyway, yeah, and then they were like.
155. Check raised up to 375. And for Yadacernia, this is not exactly the investment he wanted to make. Does manage to get down to heads up, has position.
Wow.
And now he's got a pair as well.
I kind of like that size from Kristen because it sets up this pot for 2/3. But also, she kind of knows the bad cards for herself, so she's not fully committed to the pot. Should she get called and it come a diamond or perhaps a board pairing 3 would be a really bad card for her.
She does cover 0.66 SPR, let's call it, as they play 665 effective. Foxen jamming. Yadacernia practically beats her into the pot. Always knew what he wanted to do with this.
He saw the hand and said, good. Kristen nodded, and then she saw his hand and was like, wait a minute. This is the worst case scenario.
Yeah.
9, 10, 3, diamond, all working.
Good, but vulnerable. Now she takes it better than 3-2 equity favorite to the river, looking to dispatch Yadacernia, and she does just that. Queen of Spades on the end, and Yadacernia, I think, can live with that being the one that he went with. Had a good chunk of equity, but no longer has chips. But that she is.
Jimmy Buffett suggested a shout
Imagine
out for
how
her.
fun
and
that would be to sing on stage.
I'm going to oblige. Shout out Heather. Great job, as always.
Triton Opera.
Yeah.
Among the best.
Uh-oh.
To sling the plastic.
I've never been like,
I want to introduce Triton Olympics.
you know, like a regular cigarette
What,
smoker.
ooh, that would be good.
I love
Alex would love that.
cigarette. I would love to know.
Bucky with 100 bigs and queens in the small.
Freaks me out, but when I was younger, I
Be with
loved it.
poker.
Now
I think
Pin
that's
in.
an amazing idea. That's what me
Laying
and
a
Alex
trap.
talk about all the
Yeah, I
time.
know.
They should do that.
But like you get that,
That's
it's
okay.
like a drink your coffee.
25 blinds, 10-9.
I guess I would be Canadian. We'll be on the same team. Yeah.
So you mix it with
One of those
I
hands
like
that
Team Canada.
you usually always see check back early, but he's using it as a raise and the timing is off.
Canada, I guess.
That it is.
Yeah, we do. We do.
Hawkins
Canada.
playing back at Wantman at just the wrong time. Granted, Wantman did limp and induce this.
What would it be?
How would it happen? Yeah, what would that
Let's
look
see.
like?
Yeah, the back raise.
Like I don't know.
Oh yeah, I mean kings and aces we could maybe continue to play slow, but I think
A
queens
lot of
may
tournaments are based on EVs, right?
tend to just
Because
activate.
Olympics, it's just going to be all the top regs from each country. Will anyone from each country make just like why am I even playing this? Right.
There's no edge anymore.
We're playing high stakes. Like why are we playing this?
Yeah, like who's putting up the money?
Another 135 if Hawkins wants to fight here, but that is a good chunk of 670 back, and 10-9 is light.
Wales or whatever won't be on a team.
Yeah, of course.
Careful burning through time banks in situations that maybe don't warrant it.
No, I don't
Yeah,
think we have a VIP.
Hawkins' first experience of that facet of tournament poker.
But then there's not enough VIP from each country.
Yeah.
I feel like you just have to take out the VIP element if you're trying to make if you're trying to be like who's.
But imagine, like,
purely
American
talent.
team is just going to be, let's say, the best of the best.
Yeah, no one will.
But then why would,
no one will want
I don't know, a Korea wants to put up a team to fight against.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ego.
The incentive.
Dylan looks thrilled with it all.
It would need to be like some sort of
prestige. Or,
yeah, like and like or like some sort of like
Yeah.
like video game tournaments.
Yeah,
or
like you
whatever.
get.
Whoa.
So if we're doing it for
Wantman
Ooh, I made a typo.
gets Hawkins to pilot in there. Snap calls. I don't think we expected this. Hawkins, a non-believer, deciding that Wantman was up to no good with a big stack.
I didn't think you'd have aces.
And Matt
I didn't.
I know. That's how you'd like limp call or something.
poised to vanquish Mr.
I didn't think ace
Hawkins.
king.
And $1.5 million chip pot.
It was like jacks, queens, or.
He limp and he jam.
Yeah.
Jack high board. Unhelpful to Hawkins.
I missed the action.
Limp, raise, re-raise. Jam.
Yeah, big misstep here from him. And Hope Ali.
Yeah, light potentially at the end of the tunnel. Hawkins needs one of those queens that are busy in Wantman's hand. A 7 would do the trick as well. Can he make the back door straight? No. Scrambling back to their seats to get action back underway as registration has officially closed here in Atlantis. Welcome back to continuing coverage of Day 2 of the World Series of Poker Supermain. Ali Najad and James Dempsey picking things up here. Byron Coverman apparently working his way toward the money, which is where we will end matters when it's all said and done here on Day 2.
All right, players and dealers. New level, 20,000 small blind, 40,000 big blind, 40,000 big blind ante. Good luck, everyone. Dealers, shuffle up and deal. 20,000, 40,000, 40,000.
Andy Tillman.
There we go.
Notably omitting that which everybody has on their mind, whether or not the guarantee was made.
Yeah. When I had just
I think we're going to end up about 100 players short, is my guess.
Money in my career.
Is that coming out of your
very
remuneration
convinced,
or
I'm gonna run
separate part of the
really
operating
good,
budget?
yeah.
$2.5 million in overlay, James. I can't cover that.
Now run good.
Well,
yeah, made
candles go the right way, you never know.
When you don't have the baby, and then with the baby.
Yeah, when the baby is already like a toddler.
By my reckoning, Ali.
Yeah.
1,378 entries.
Okay.
In this live portion. In
Yeah,
this live
and
Day 2 means 207 will make the money. That's the end of the day. So that's the number we're looking for today for all the players and us.
Listen, rumor had it 600
380.
players had played the online part of the program.
But I mean, for this portion is just the live players, which is who's in today. So
No, I understand, but in terms of making the guarantee,
for the guarantee,
that would put us
sure.
at 1978,
Yeah.
would it not?
Yeah, we're going to be a lot closer than
Those numbers
perhaps
are
you were
accurate.
suggesting.
Jack 10 of diamonds for Matty Glance.
It
The
works
open.
every single time.
Raised by an ace-king out of the big. Symbol cheeky. Trying to make it seem like he's just
Connected.
flexing his will
Just
with the big
Royal flush draw?
blind and big stack.
But yeah, that's the number we're aiming for today, Ali. 207 will make the money. That'll be the end of the day. So already we're Not a million miles away from it. We're less than 400 players sat down.
You'll 4-bet.
Won't be long till we start thinking about that bubble.
I have a hand to 4-bet, yeah.
You're right about that.
Third time, always.
Nothing to do with the time, it's to do with my hand.
I cannot be light third time.
Ali, there's a comment in the chat that I wish to echo. If it's okay with you?
Sure.
Thousands upon thousands of viewers on the channel here.
Okay.
Wsop Poker on YouTube. And not even 1,000 likes yet.
Oh, that's problematic.
Doesn't seem fair.
80.
Well, you know,
80.
aces versus tens, getting outflopped by quads. There are other things that are unfair in life that we've borne witness to here on the day. That, of course, was what Cymbalos did to Dylan Lindy, who brought a fresh stack to the table, picked up aces, and then got dispensed swiftly.
Raising up a6-0 from the cutoff. Cymbalos peeling, playing 20 effective from the small.
Yeah.
Thankfully for him, gets it heads up. And a king-king jack board, not one he's looking for.
Does have the best hand, but of course, texture that could be hitting. Third king out there now. We take the king out of consideration, perhaps, just given the challenges of making quads. Not that Cymbalos experienced them with the 2 10s. Made it look easy.
Yeah, I think recognizing exactly the situation we're in here. Best hand, most likely.
Do you turn mic back on?
I think not enough.
Full house.
110.
Cross.
Full house.
Out of matas.
Good?
No, no good.
That's a familiar sight, him reaching out and hauling in tokens. Been doing plenty of that on the day. Simply got away post-flop with the ace high.
Here's my
Not much
boy.
to speak of.
The SS Savannah.
Pocket tens for him.
So now being the wrong side of the big situation, of course, with 2 10s himself earlier against Jesus Ace King on the Queen Jack 10 board.
I thought when you said wrong side of a big situation, you meant seated to the right of Cormier. But no,
KT!
we were talking about something else. And yes, Kanapang Tanaratakul.
That looks
call
like
KT.
There we go. That's a starting stack.
He's going to rip an ace-king. Suvarna, a man he's familiar with from the Triton Super High Roller Streets. And flip declared, 980,000. Suvarna can well afford to provide it. See if KT can find the spin.
Yeah, first hand for that bullet, but we know it's not his first. We know it's not his second. See if we can get something going. I don't even think Santosh will begrudge him.
No, he'll survive this. Oh, got a peek at an ace on a 10-free environment. It's all KT now, top pair. 10 of hearts working hard. Could prove pesky.
Yeah, a lot of turn cards can force KT to skip a beat.
That's not one of them. Everything copacetic for the time being. Just keep that river devoid of a 10. And send the pot to KT.
Did you re-enter?
Yes,
Just now?
just now. Mac rare.
460. And you should have 460.
Yeah.
Short one. That's 430, 455.
Yeah, I know. Yes, because I play. I play.
Can you play
All
two
right.
hands, right?
Yes, on the big
So-
blind.
So you should have 460, not 455.
Yep.
Can you? But when I start hand, I make sure I have 500 trade.
So some speculation as
Yeah.
to
Only 2 hands.
Yes.
So you should have 460.
Yeah.
why KT
Why?
Fedor's
apparently doesn't have the right stack, according to Fedor.
He registered with 500. He was in the big blind.
455.
He post 40 the ante,
455.
had 40 back. So he
Maybe
should have
you put
460 to double up.
45.
Fedor is right. Somehow
Yeah,
5k has gone missing. Seems like Fedor's more bothered by it than KT.
How much you have now?
The thing is, you can reconstruct it quite accurately, you know.
96, 97.
Santosh is like, is it not okay I lost the pot? Is that not enough?
Yeah.
You guys are going to come and try and get me for another 5k in a minute?
Shake me down for a nickel.
7. Yeah. Then 4. 30. Yeah, I shot.
Yeah, you short 10k.
Yeah,
right?
you short 10.
Shot
You
10k.
short 10k, right? Somehow.
That's not.
Ten 10-7 suited now. The follow-up for KT now in the small.
Top.
Going to meet some resistance here in the big blind. Ace Jack, oh, certainly enough to go up to the second floor.
120.
Just so in the form of 3 big blinds.
Luo. Seen him activate with Ace Jack on a number of occasions while spending time here at this feature. Add this to the list. 120 if you do. KT digs in.
Yep, happy to have a look with this hand.
Happiness could be influenced significantly by the nature of this flop. Diamond in the window, no further developments for the 10-7. Luo is unpaired.
Yeah, unpaired and won't be thrilled with that flop. You know, KT is going to be limping with limp calling raises with a lot of hands that connect on this board. In fact, he's got one of the few that just doesn't connect. There aren't many, are we?
Check in front of him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like this check back. Well done.
Board pairing queen on the turn. Second check in front of us. Maybe we hunt showdown cheaply.
Yeah, certainly an option. Of course, can bet here just to deny this sort of situation where your opponent's got 14% equity. But that'd be the only reason we're doing so. Depends how confident you're going to be in calling river bets. Yeah, I'm going to go small here, it looks like. Some worse can call.
75. As Luo wants to make sure that KT pays a price if he wants to find something better than Ace Jack on the river. Of course, no interest with no draw. Do you ever have that guy in your game that's like, give him a dealer, give him a big scramble? You ever get that guy?
No.
See, you don't play mix.
We don't let them back in.
I see. Exiled.
Has Randy told you his story of Johnny Chan and the wash?
I'm listening.
Oh, this is brutal.
Okay.
There's Randy playing the
All right.
World 2 Spoken main event.
Okay.
Exciting. on a table with Johnny Chan.
Okay.
Always exciting. Johnny Chan loses a few pots. And he's like, dealer, wash. Give a wash.
Yeah, sure.
Dealer. Sort of Johnny Chan's asking. You know, it's not you or me. He obliges.
Right.
Full wash. Cards get pitched out. Randy gets kings.
Okay.
Pops it up. Johnny Chan plays back at him. Randy plays back. Johnny Chan all in. Randy chuckling to himself. Careful what you ask for, Johnny. As he calls it off. Johnny Chan had the aces.
Oh, wow. And Randy had the kings?
Randy had the kings, and out he went.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Good night.
He learned something about live pros.
Cormier, ace, queen of hearts. 80,000. You're at the 2040 level. No takers.
I feel like Randy doesn't play enough live poker to have stories like that, but somehow he does.
That's a good one, by the way.
Oh, it's a great one.
Why don't you handle paying the bills here, James?
Well, seeing as people in the chat were asking what the promo code is, there it is on your screen. Paradise 2024. Sign up over at GG Poker with that code. And with a $20 deposit, a free $50 ticket to the Weekender will be yours. Of course, far more than just the Weekender. They're over on GG, the world's largest poker room. Chance to play events like this, not just qualify for them, but play the day ones, play the day twos.
Not 10K.
I see someone in the chat mentioning they're through to day 3. They're now here on the island.
No, but
They
because
played
when
online.
I check my chip.
2 days, got through. They've got about 3.5 million in the bag. Looking forward to who they're playing with tomorrow.
Maybe doing a little homework to
Yeah.
see whether or not they end up at one of these tables.
It took 17 hours to get here. Worthwhile, Ali, if you're already in the money.
No, but
Did they swim over from an adjacent island, or
For sure, for sure.
17 hours of flying?
I presume
We can check.
the travel time was in relation to flights, but maybe both.
Probably a safe assumption, if we're being honest.
Jet ski, perhaps?
You know, those jet skis, when the surf is a little bit choppy out there,
takes it out of you.
maybe with a bruised gooch.
10K more.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
You don't have. Oh yeah, you have a yellow chip.
Hisu getting frisky with this 10-6 of clubs. Fedor,
Yeah.
ace deuce in the big.
it's most likely that the mistake happened when
The
you
last
when you
obstacle.
got changed.
No, perfect.
He's going to defend.
If change shot 5K, let me think. And then
4270. 5.
Because in the middle, like anti,
Hisu.
everybody would have seen that
Pair
there's
in
too
the
much
flush draw. This is exactly what we have in mind when we open.
Like, I'm not saying that you scammed him for 5K, but there could have been a mistake.
No, I have
right?
corrected. Maybe your 5 is.
Hisu
There is a missing. Yeah.
playing it as a check back.
Surya.
Queen on the turn, giving
If I
Holtz a
was you, I
gutter.
would have called floor.
Deciding he has just so much of the hand now, he wants Fedor to hang around.
Sure.
Maybe Hisu hits a club that gives Fedor a pair, win more.
If I call for, I have to break the
So
game.
often
and
Fedor
then
just drawing dead to that
be
hand.
resting like 5 to 10 minutes.
True, it probably would have checked the footage or something.
Yes.
Pretty nice.
Not good for
These
us,
two
right?
have squared
That's
off
good if it happens
more than
on
a few
TV table,
times
You have better cameras.
in the Triton streets.
No, but not
Hisu
good for us.
undoubtedly has tremendous respect for Fedor.
We bet, we shot. We bet, we shot.
And some admiration for a pair and a club draw as well, as he bets 90 and takes that one down.
It's Jason. It was in the chat saying that. It was he who was talking about qualifying and flying 17 hours from Japan to get here. For day 3 tomorrow.
That's a long flight.
Come on, Ali. I'm going to indulge you.
Do you know the event overlay?
Tell
or
me.
not?
What would be your favorite route from Tokyo to here? Come on, I can see. Look at you salivating. Your eyes are lighting up. I want to know airline. I want to know cabin. I want to know specific.
Cabin is just first. We know this.
Okay, but they have different names. these
JAL,
airlines.
Japan Airlines, of course.
Okay, so you would go from there to
Via
LA?
New York.
Oh.
There's no nonstop from LA to Nassau, so if you want to keep it to a one-stopper, that would be my route of choice. ANA, also quite nice. Omakase in the sky, surprisingly tasty. I'm actually actively thinking
I know
back
you
on
are.
some of those flights. By
I'm
the way.
looking at you. Smile across your face.
Oh, yeah. There's nothing I like more than when they push your aircraft back from the gate, if you're at one of Tokyo's airports, that, you know, the people who are shepherding the aircraft out, you know, they bow to the plane. And if you've ever watched them offload the baggage, white gloves, a lot of respect for those Rimowa cases. Meanwhile, in the U.S., they toss them around like flapjacks. More than a few claims have been filed. I'll tell you that. Meanwhile, Hisu filing King 9 suited into the raise side of the ledger. 85K flatted by Suvarna, who has mischief on his mind on this button. Perhaps Holtz with a little of his own. Small blind 8-6. Hops aboard.
Yeah, we're seeing Hisu certainly keen to play pots. Santosh getting in the mix with 4-5 suited. Fedor therefore deciding 8-6 is enough to join the party. 3 of the 4 suits covered.
Jack 8-5. Middle pair and bottom pair take shape around the pre-flop razor. Doesn't have much to be proud of here.
What Hisu does have is some very good cards that can materialize on turn or river. And that is the reason he's reaching for chips now. And really hard for Santosh. But with backdoor spades, deciding he's going to have a look at one more. Fedor with effectively the kind of same kind of hand, right? A pair and not much chance of being good now, although he is, but backdoor diamonds, backdoor straight chances.
Yeah, that 5 is a nice presence should he choose to overcall. You surprised by Jesus' choice to barrel this 155 in a 3-way affair?
I think just, like I say, just the virtue of the fact there are lots of good turn cards for him. Thinks he can go blasting. Was the opener from +1. Never nice, though, when you're firing the post-oak bluff and you get called in both spots, Harley.
No, you're right about that. Turn is a diamond 10. So Fedor picks up the flush draw. Hisu picks up the 2-way straight draw. Suvarna doesn't like it.
This is one of those turns that I think if he'd just gone into a heads-up pot, we may have seen him blast at. So much harder to do 3-way, although the flip of that, of course, is that it looks that much stronger if he were to fire again here, but he doesn't. Tough for Santosh to do anything with Fedor having overcalled.
So it gets checked around, and a black king presents itself. Hisu able to make top pair on the river, free of charge, no less. I mean, this one just worked out perfectly for Shirzad.
Fedor gave it a thought. Maybe considering ways to win this pot if he's up against one pair hands that are better than his, like this hand. Hisu going to try and squeeze a bit of value. Wow, big bet, actually. More than a small bit of value. 400K.
Yeah, north of half pot.
Yeah, I mean...
Somewhat hazardous
yeah,
decision-making there by Wsop, but convinced that he was up against nothing better than one pair that wasn't associated with the king.
It's tricky, though, because, you know, a player of Fedor's ability can certainly be checking to either check-raise bluff, check-raise for value.
I mean, the ace-queen in particular, I think, has to be respected in that line.
Queen-9 is certainly a hand he could have. Oh, yeah, I mean, sure that, yeah, can certainly have ace-queen. That's a fair point. Maybe fewer check-raises, but certainly plenty of check calls were possible for Fedor there with better. Ah, fun one nonetheless. Everything going the way of Mr. Wsop.
You see that new school dealing style there.
You say new school, I say old school.
Yeah, it's been employed in Europe for quite some time, but not something that we see all that often in the World Series of Poker. But something being explored and perhaps eventually made compulsory in an effort to protect all parties' holdings as they're being dealt. 85,000 from Wsop. Bruno's had a real headache on the day.
Call me in the big. Not a mystery hand, but
you want to go out there and tell him to scan his cards, James?
There is a man on our squad, Ali, that we might have to go to on that front.
Responsible for such sort of advisories?
I'm thinking.
Is that Tom's?
Oh, I was thinking more sending Gatcha down there.
Oh,
similar
perhaps
build.
the only individual that it would be safe to send out for such instructions. Mixed martial artist on the Sharehands crew.
Yeah.
Who likes to turn people into, as he calls it, origami.
Yeah.
Definitely don't want to be on the wrong end of good old gotcha. Meanwhile,
his favorite at the moment is making swans, apparently.
Gleisner, ace, king, under-repping by flatting and finding top two here. Deep. With the deuces and higher hopes.
I slept that. I slept just the flat against Deep's +1 with ace, king.
But it's long flights. It took me like 26 to get to Jeju.
Oh, yeah.
I had to fly to Frankfurt and take my bags out. Then I went to China. Then
Really?
Yeah, then I went to...
Oh, it took a longer.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, there's flights directly to Seoul.
Gleisner gets no action.
London, Paris, like Helsinki, this like capitals flying.
Seems as though there's not going to be a whole lot of sympathy for the 17-hour journey experienced by Jason in the chat from Japan. Marquez, 26 hours it took her, not to come to Nassau, but rather to go to Jeju for the Triton Tour. They'll be headed there in February of this year.
Yeah. The 1 hour flight to Jeju.
Top tip.
It was a sick flight.
If you are coming from Europe.
Like,
not sponsored by them, but
that's why
China
I'm
Eastern,
kind of happy
of
that
course,
I'm not
have
going
overflight rights across
Even though it
Russia,
was good,
which a lot of airlines don't
yeah,
have, so therefore you shave off a lot of the time. The airlines have to go a long way around.
Right. But then also China Eastern. You know what? I'm going to give you a great story. I had a cousin who was an expat, lived in the Shenzhen district of Shanghai, and used to fly domestically in China quite a bit.
All right, out here in the field, day 2 of the Supermain registration is closed. We have found the final person to register for this event. So let's sneak in one quick question to Rania Nazardine so she doesn't miss hands. Stand up for me for a quick sec. I'll make sure you don't miss your button there. You snuck in here at the last second, huh?
Yeah, I was the absolute last one. It took an entire team effort. Thank you, WSOP and GG folks, for basically helping me in there. And they told me to sashay my ass way in because all of these people were in here waiting for me.
You had sashayed your way in. I'm going to let you play your hand, and we'll chat more later. How about that?
Thanks. Bye.
Thanks for the time, Rania. Let's send it back to you guys in the studio.
When I said Canadian,
Jeff, never interrupt me again. when I'm telling a story.
Yeah, to be honest, I was very happy that interview came right when it was because I was hoping you'd have lost your train of thought. But
good luck with that.
Turns out it was to do with flying, and you haven't.
Picking up right where I left off, James.
You're like, is it like?
So we flip it back over to the other feature table. They would fly domestically in China quite a bit, and on one occasion, he and his non-Chinese speaking girlfriend were seated in economy, and they thought they smelled smoke. So they flagged down the flight attendant to alert her to what was sort of an alarming thing.
Yeah.
Smoke in the fuselage.
Smoke on
As
the
we
plane's
see
never ideal.
a match lit here by KT, and we could see a little smoke and fire at a Holtz with the ace king of clubs. Well, the flight attendant comes over, unable to communicate with her in native tongue. They sort of gesture with 2 fingers toward the mouth. Cigarette, you know, like smoke. We smell, you know, smoke. There's some confusion as they go back and forth. And then eventually the flight attendant realizes what this game of charades is all about. And then says, oh. And then summons the 2 of them to the aft galley where a number of people had congregated and were smoking cigarettes. So, yeah, she figured it out eventually. It's just she didn't have the same sort of concern for things. Concerns here for Ace-Jack, of course, with a raise and 3-bet in front of it.
One of these.
All in. Oh, sorry.
Wow, KT just running it with 8s as well.
I mean, he's gunslinging out there.
Good luck.
Rips in the million. Holt says, all right, fine. If you must. By the way, 2/3 of Fedor's stack.
Yeah.
Taking the spin, and he is behind ever so slightly.
This, if he doesn't win it, is going to be a big unraveling of the Holt stack. Came into the day with 4.9 million, was the overall chip leader from all 4 days.
Sorry. Haven't seen your hand.
To the flop we go. They're holding their breath. Jack 5-3. 8s holding on. Can KT find a quadruple from the starting stack of 500 that he max late regged?
And a pop. And a pop.
Wow.
Sporting request for the 10 of clubs for some sweatiness. The 4 does add outs to Fedor. Any deuce, king, or ace, and it's all over for one of Thailand's finest. Anything else? And the quadruple is secured as he makes a set for good measure. So a double-double with cheese for KT.
I'm not calling him out yet.
Who's that?
But who had this on their card for today's play? Fedor down to just 400k at this
You're talking
stage.
about given that he came in with almost 5 million and was the overall chip leader here on day 2? Not a lot of people.
Yeah. I thought we were going to see a runaway potentially from him.
You're not the only one.
This is a cruel, cruel game we play.
Oh, no.
Do you want?
Yeah, by my reckoning, we are getting
river?
Oh no, you
not that
river
far
the
from
set.
the money.
No.
Believe it or not, with
one.
registration just closing. I have it as 207 paid for the live day ones.
No, I don't want to share my hand.
350s,
Just like an all in
360s,
this
I
bet.
believe.
Don't want to say what I have.
This is going to be a fun day. Obviously, myself and Ali won't be, unfortunately, bringing you the whole way. Randy and Henry are going to be jumping in soon enough to take us into the money.
You know, eventually, we must hand over the reins, and it will be their aircraft, with hopefully no smoking on board.
Think they're on the beach right now?
If I know Randy, he's at Shake Shack. You know.
Actually.
Henry's probably grinding online.
I saw Randy at breakfast this morning, so there you go. Yogurt and fruit. And a bagel. Not what I had, what he had. Obviously, I just...
You said you saw him at breakfast this morning?
I had a lot of pig.
A lot of pig?
Yeah.
Swine?
Yeah.
Nice.
Thanks.
You know they tend to live in their own excrement.
255.
James, you're aware of that, right? That said,
I wasn't eating the exterior of the pig. I was eating the interior.
Oh, Wsop showing an appetite for this Cormier Open, and he might be on the dinner plate now as Binder looks down at 2 jacks, 480.
It's 475.
Okay, he leaves himself a nickel back in case of emergency.
Yeah, call me out. Just posturing. No way we want to continue with this action. And Wsop very much caught at it. 250 to win 890, though. He may feel compelled. So much out there. And yeah, he does. Obviously not getting the price here, but if he's up against an ace-king, ace-queen type holding, throw those in the range, it becomes reasonable.
Baka. Yeah, 9.
Natural 9.
So Wsop taking a spin. This is not the way he scripted this one after Cormier ducked out of the way.
Yeah, and secret out. Wsop, the first light 3-bet we've seen at least, and he turns up with 4-5 offsuit. So
Yeah, everyone taking note of that, by the way.
Yeah.
Also note that 1-5 is
see.
already in the muck, as Cormier had ace-5.
Oh!
And yet 2 5s and a 4 find the flop. This feels a bit rigged now.
I have a 5 in my hand too.
Wow.
Ace 5.
Never see fucking.
Binder feeling cheated on the square.
Yikes.
In the jack. Imagine.
You know, Wsop not chuckling about anything right now. Paint was scary.
He doesn't break character.
If he just called me. He cleaned
4-5. Lucky
King Jacob.
Natural.
Rescue Binder.
Obviously.
It's the new one.
There's no 4-5. I had the 5, bro. I had ace 5.
No.
He just called.
Luck, everybody.
Huh? Thanks for raising.
That's
So sick.
the wilderness there.
He called him clean.
Didn't outlast the Starbucks, Ollie.
He called him clean.
C flat. Make flat for.
Did get a lodge, though.
It's
hard to
Yeah.
outlast those things.
What did you have?
Ace 5.
He just called you clean me.
Cormier, by the way, thankful that the 3-bet came in, because obviously with ace-5,
So sick.
he would have found himself in a
Nice
bad way.
Binder was jamming and taking that one down pre if there hadn't been a
It's how we
3-bet.
win.
Cruel the way that played out.
Yeah.
There's the room. There's Dean Eggs in the foreground. White cap. Left-hand
So
side of the
sick.
screen, battling away.
That's why we love this game.
That's why we hate this game.
Not that guy.
That exchange there, I must say. Love, not really the sentiment coming to mind in that moment. Send the airsick bag to the main game. Puke.
Fedor left in this scenario where he's open jamming his stack.
With pocket threes, no less, from up front. A lot of pressure. Can it get through?
I fold.
So far, so good, and all the way around. So this orbit brought to you by Pocket Threes for Fedor. I'm still breathless over 5-5-4.
He just has, it's just.
Wsop didn't even flinch, by the way.
Is this real life? Have I just got my jacks in against 5-4 offsuit, thinking I'm coasting towards an easy double, get my tournament back underway here, having, one presumes, just re-entered. And then, no sweat. Not even the 5-4 deuce, where maybe I can counterfeit them, just resulting in 2 outs and 2 outs only.
I don't turn to it often, but I think the apropos descriptor for that one was lubeless. James.
Yeah.
Binder forcibly removed from the festivities.
Not much room left in the basement, are we?
The basement?
Remember when you
James?
first started to play?
Are
Did you
we
see me in Berlin?
calling back yesterday's
Maybe
conversation about the rat holing of Vietnamese dong
I met you there.
by Trong Mai Lan?
Jeff.
Wow. Look at that. Name stuck, huh?
We're DMing. Ace 10 for KT. For those scratching their temples, wondering what the two of us are on about, perhaps a watch back at yesterday's coverage, late night, last frame. We'll solve the riddle.
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
I'll leave the in-jokes there.
Ace King 6 here as KT
Another sick
turns into top pair.
Yeah, everything going right for KT
more tournaments there.
thus far. Check to him, a
25.
board that he'll like to bet.
Never seen nothing else after that.
Honestly, I'm asking them for business meeting.
You were for business meeting, yeah.
For business, and I recognize the WPT here in Berlin. So, with the opportunity-
Easy
I
follow
need to
through and
wait for
take.
Hotel, like 2 days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember you telling me that. You were there for a business opportunity.
Yeah, 2 days.
Yeah. Yeah.
There were a lot more gaming tokens in front of that seat to start today than there are currently, and Fedor looking off into the distance.
Yeah.
Nostalgically almost.
I don't want to, speak out of turn, but I wonder if even a player of Fedor's both ability, pedigree, history, isn't immune to feeling shell-shocked at the table. He plays tournaments with bigger buy-ins than this, there's no denying that, but this is arguably second biggest tournament of the year in the sense that it's 25k with 2,000 players in, and this is an opportunity to win a huge amount of money, and just the prestige attached, and the thinking that you probably woke up today after a couple of days off, feeling great, and now, suddenly?
Whether or not Fedor is immune to such emotions is not something that I think we're going to be able to determine based on what we observe here. Heart's not worn on sleeves by the super high roller community generally, especially the pro ilk, of which we count him without question. Hearts are smothered.
Oh no.
Holt's defending.
I saw the one heart in the window, I thought, don't do him like this.
Gallery flop. We saw the world on a few other occasions be a bit sheepish with an ace high.
Yeah, king, queen, queen, just one that the button does like way more than the big blind. Yeah, he's going to have some checkbacks though, this ace high with a backdoor flush draw. Seems reasonable. I like this though, just going for the one blind bet.
No way.
Fedor, just very shallow. Certainly could be ahead here. Still with 10 high. If he was deeper, may see him continue in some form. 40 for 370 is a lot with just 10 high and a backdoor draw. He is going to stay. No, no.
Heart draw on the turn after Fedor peeled, lean stacked. 40k was the right price to retain him. Now, Luo, obviously, we did pick up the nut flush draw. We would hate to be asked, perhaps, for full pot if we were to bet again here.
Well, if we bet again here, we just committed anyway. Fedor has less than pot behind. The problem is, what are we trying to make fold if we bet? Like, we just have the best hand a lot. Wow.
Chisley.
Yeah.
105. If we're Fedor too, I mean, it does read peculiar.
Yeah, I'm kind of a bit confused by this bet with this hand. Guess he lets Fedor call with diamonds that he beats. Maybe some sort of backdoor hearts like this that he's got. Those straight draws that ace-9's to the head of. Never making Fedor fold a king. Never making him fold a queen. He doesn't really have too many pocket pairs, having peeled from the big blind against his button open. Ugh. Poor Fedor. Putting more chips in. Drawing very thin.
Paying off the time bank marker. And the double paired board leaves him playing said board. Whoa. Ace high. And just enough. James, does he ever rip in 225 thinking he can clear a king?
No.
Delusions, I confess.
He's just sitting there going, how have I now got 5.5 blinds? What is going on today? Playing the board in this pot.
Pot.
It's a somber situation in the Germans' camp.
Santos spreading out. Yikes. That one feels bad. That is a very lean stack. Sitting down here, Ollie. No greens.
Yeah, nublet.
90K, I think, there.
In the one hole. Wsop, by the way, going to the 10 stacks. I got to tell you, I know one other person that does this.
Spreading out.
Not in the tourney streets, but the cash streets. And it's, it doesn't scream action player, if I'm being honest.
4-5 offsuit, not enough for you?
That's true.
The king 9.
I wonder, by the way, having rolled that 4-5 face up, whether or not the next time he 3-bets, he's going to make sure to be a bit more in line than he was there versus Cormier, who this time has 2 7s opening up front.
Or do they know you're going to do that? So therefore you get to go crazy again.
There's levels. 8-9 suited. Low, resisting temptation versus under the gun.
I think because it's come from this seat, Cormier, who hasn't been too active, showing a bit of respect there.
No.
Fedor.
Table image intact for Cormier, but Holtz, no matter. Out of the small ace-king, he will take a spin, undoubtedly. Pruneau will fold, and Cormier will call the extra 140,000. Otherwise, I'll have a second jump in the ocean marker to pay off.
Yeah, and I mean, this is technically a flip, but I don't see a Fedor winning. Just the way it's gone today. Death by 1,000 cuts.
530,000 back up against the wall. Can Fedor bounce?
Okay.
Sure looks that way, doesn't it?
Okay.
Trip
Here we
kings. We've seen this deck behave mercilessly on the day, though. Chickens won't be counted before they've hatched. Well, that was adjacent. Spade, three-sider.
Yeah.
Just got to dodge the hockey stick on the river and get back up to over $500,000. And boy, bookending.
All right. Come on, Fedor. Back to starting stack. Let's go. Get the fans a show.
I don't think jubilation, celebration are on Fedor's mind for the time being.
I'm not expecting him to high-five the dealer, Ali, but I'm just geeing up the crowd here.
Yeah, I don't think
we're
he's
all
trying
Fedor
to give
fans.
anybody a show, per se.
Well, you're in a great mood, aren't you?
He's doing better than Dear Kim.
He is. Kim has just joined us there with 90k, 20k, 40k. Hisu, look at that stack, Ali.
Yeah. Very, very handsome. 7 million plus in front of Hisu.
We've been over here a little while. Lagoon.
3 pieces of chicken.
There we go.
Like salad.
Look at that. I didn't realize this stream's voice activated. If I just say Lagoon and Reef, we.
I didn't think that they were until then.
Reef.
Don't do
Reef.
that.
Oh yeah,
Stop
I had
it.
that. I
Yeah.
had
You just sound like a
deli,
dog now.
Deli
Ruff.
place. Like a breakfast place, yeah? By the marina.
No, in the cove, in the cove.
Oh, cove. Birch.
The green power, green something.
More or less.
Pocket fives take us to 80.
Don't use time bank. Don't use time bank. 10 seconds.
Doesn't need a time bank with this one. Defense 7-8. From the big off this shallow
Give me a
stack.
big flop. Ace, king, queen. My favorite.
Please, no.
How about an 8-8-5 flop?
This is from outer space. Honestly, violence has been on the deck's mind on the day, and this could be showers for Mr. Huh.
Yeah, I was about to say maybe Matas just checks this back. We're very shallow here. You see her defending off of just, what, 13 blinds. And he's going to check it on over to Matas. Both trapping.
7, 8, or 9 would do the trick on the end. 220 in the middle, playing 420 back.
So since there was 30 minutes left, there was one person out every minute. It's going fast. Maybe it was 7 people right. That sounds like a lot. Crazy.
Matas now betting.
Really big stacks, so the distribution is a lot of really short stacks.
60k. I guess Ali is just going to continue to tell this story of weakness.
25K is not what it used to be.
$60 into 220. Gut shot, trips, maybe the sense that a flat here would be the path better travel.
Using his last time bank chip. Really selling a decision, highlighting that he's using his last time bank chip as well.
Now you're going to make a play, I see.
Wow, look at Symbolis. Just goading his man into hanging himself. And a check raised to 160. Boy, they're really tiptoeing over thin ice now.
Mm-hmm.
Symbolis with the flat, James.
Yeah, how many bets, how we've managed to navigate this pot so shallow to this point. We all know how it's going to end.
Well, Hull was drawn live, but now it's flatline at showdown. And I can't imagine he's got a different destination awaiting him than exactly there.
Call.
Good night.
That's cruel. I saw the cards turned over, looked back at the board to see, wait, was there a 5 on there?
It's set up.
Yeah, it'll set up.
Yeah, flop, crazy flop.
Saw 4 cards, I thought it was the way for the river.
That's
funny. Flop. GG.
Well,
GG's.
GG's issued, wearing the smile, saying goodbye, and I got to say, most of the, quote, setups on the day have favored Matas Symbolas, evidenced
And he
by
used
the
the time
depth
bank, last time bank. It looked
of his
very,
stack.
very weak. See in
Well, that
the
was a healthy
Korea
yawn.
or Taiwan?
No, I'm big line.
Save the last piece in case a 9 or 8 come. Whatever.
What do you mean?
The 9 or 8 gets
Ollie,
the river, you can save
I
the
see a
last.
comment in the chat there saying, Moonman and Negreanu table. Let's go, James. I know you've got that kind of
Wasn't
pull.
folding.
Really?
Let's just say...
Allow me to step in, James.
Go ahead.
Full house?
Whomever it is that's putting in
not
the special
me.
request with producer James for specific feature tables, I am quite pleased to report that James has no such pull whatsoever. You know, when he took the assignment, he was perhaps left with the impression that his influence would be regarded in some way, shape, or form. But as we've come to understand, you know, James's thoughts on who we bring to the feature tables, not really of much concern to the powers that be.
Let me just say.
No.
I
A
can-
very
break
good
coming up
hand because
shortly.
I raised under the gun.
And
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
this table.
yeah, sure.
And I also hit
May
like
end
a
up
full
on the
house and
stage.
quads on the flop multiple times.
Yeah, just in terms of, you know,
Confirmed.
I
You're
bet.
abusing me.
the sheer probability
this is
of...
full
Ollie,
house
his
on
table's
He's
coming
going
after the break.
It's going okay so far?
Is it really?
Yes.
Yeah.
You lucked out.
Right from the start.
Because
What
you
do
had
do
nothing to
hands
do
ago?
with
I guess
that.
I need to complain more. I don't have
Okay,
complain
Reef.
about it.
It's magic, Ollie.
Okay, you know,
That's
now,
magic.
How the hell did you do that, James? You know, we're on a delay here. All this stuff happens and then gets fed back to us, and now you're trying to tell me you've got a glitch in the Matrix? You know, if you've tapped into that, I'm telling you, we got to get that Biff Henderson Sports Almanac, you know, get some action down. Post pass.
You like that, huh? You
Yeah,
can make some money,
I'm gonna
buddy.
figure out exactly what sort of sorcery you invoked to make that happen. By the way, I would like to redirect it into the markets, if possible.
What makes you think I'm not already?
So you're on the other side of the
Oh
shore.
yeah, baby. Oh yeah.
King 10 for Bruno in the cutoff. Makes it 80. Cormier, ace, queen.
$220.
Sorry, 220?
Third floor paid a visit.
Yeah. Poor Kim in the big blind. Forced all in. There's Queen 8.
8. Bad time to have it.
Yeah, this gives Bruno, though, kind of an easier fold in the sense that Cormier just kind of has to have it here.
Do you like?
Right.
On their backs. Cormier hauling in what would have been the side pot, 210,000 in the middle. Far cry from a haul, but would be a welcome gift for Mr. Kim. Such a big dog heading to the flop, 3-1. And now worse than that on a 9-9-5 board.
Oh.
Gut shot acquisition on the turn. 8 would do it. Jack would do it.
Cormier's a scarred man.
Leaning back with a little glare as if to say, don't you dare. And the deck complies. So that'll do it for Dear Kim, who is now dearly departed.
Seriously, though, Jesus going to have to start attacking in 20s. Space is limited.
Je vais pas te pousser là.
Going in.
He's 4 suited now for Luo as we fight on absent Mr. Kim. Did you clock that French, James, by chance?
I mean, I heard them speaking in French. If you're asking for a translation, I'm not going to be able to help you out, I'm afraid.
I'm a bit surprised. I mean, not just based on the fact that you spend as much time in French-speaking ski stations as you do, but also because you're a man about the world. You're just a channel away from all the French you crave.
85?
Oh.
That was a question as to the
Oh,
open.
yeah.
Oh, yeah, he hadn't looked at his
Oh,
card.
I thought.
Yeah,
I thought maybe
thought
he had
verbal.
ideas here. Would have been poorly timed, but au revoir. Ace Jack suited for Hisu. I'm not sure goodbye is on his mind.
Let me go. So we've been waiting to see what the Hisu next 3-bet would be. This one seems allowed, Ali. Quite often you see the ace-jack suited against under the gun slide into a more passive approach, but this is Hisu, and he's got a big stack, and he's having a lot of fun here in the Bahamas.
It all comes together to apply pressure to the tune of 205,000 additional chips.
Wow.
Luo rips the baby-suited ace solver bait from under the gun. Hisu.
Yeah, this is the problem with this 3-bet with ace-jack of spades. Not so much that you allow ace-4 to jam, it's more the fact that there are hands from under the gun that jam and then potentially deny you this. But Luo's seen enough. He saw the 4-5 offsuit 3-bet. He's seen plenty of opens. He's seen Hisu barreling down the streets. He says enough is enough. Like you say, solver bait.
Those have been tough chips to acquire on the day. Credit to Luo.
1.81.
It was a different number.
Yeah, but it was just 20k difference.
Well, he was eager to pull that one in and fold the hand, get on with it, wasn't he? Always a little bit dicey.
Yeah, I'm big. I'm big.
I looked it up. That's fine. But it doesn't.
Oh yeah, I'm big one.
Is that corduroy, by the way? I mean, I doubt it just based on the way it's lying in terms of the short sleeve, but you know, it did have that distinct vertical
Yeah, I haven't put in
texture to it. Not really the fabric of choice out here in the humid climate of the Bahamas, I would imagine. Corduroy sales pretty low in this corner of the world.
I hope you're not expecting me to engage you on this topic.
Do you own corduroy,
Nice.
James?
Again, I hope you're not expecting me to engage on this nonsense.
Fair enough.
I went with topic. I've reverted to nonsense. I've got stronger words ready if you wish to carry on.
All right. I'll step away, much like the ace-jack suited did moments ago. Not stepping away, of course, is Fedor with queen 10 suited. Another ace-jack and another 3-bet. Pruno makes 80 look like 250. As you hear the announcement over the PA system that break is upon us. Hisu far less tempted with raise and 3-bet in front of him, sitting on ace 10 of spades. He and KT into the bin. Luo following suit, and it's back around to Fedor. Another 170 is too rich, he deems, so he's going to head to the break. And the blinds will be going up. Bad news for Fedor and all of the remaining short stacks in this field. And we take one last look at the state of affairs at Lagoon and Reef. Fedor sub 10 bigs as we go to 25.50. Sordo and Deeb jockeying for the bottom slot at Lagoon. Symbolis and Hisu performing very well on that frame as we bring you back to the desk. Ali Najad and James Dempsey with you. And do we have official numbers, James? 2.5 million on the overlay? Is it confirmed?
We still haven't been fed down the numbers for the online flights and what's not. I will maybe try and find that out for you guys.
I do think it was the under, though. I think that much is official.
I mean,
unclear by how much.
Yeah.
If at all.
Very close to the number, whatever it is. We will have that soon, no doubt.
By the way, tip of the hat to GG, just in consideration of how much poker is being played elsewhere on the globe at present, Vegas, Europe as well, and yet I think the bulk of those that wanted to get cards in their hands this time of year found their way to Nassau, understandably with a $50 million guarantee, right?
Yeah, I mean, incredible tournament, $25,000, 2,000 players. Nothing like that has ever been attempted before. And if they haven't got to the exact number, they got very close, and that's commendable.
Well met, no doubt. All right, I'm going to step aside, as are you, James, and we're going to cede this desk to the likes of Henry Kilbane and Randy Liu, who are going to take you through to the money. That's when play will end. When will that be? Well, we certainly do not know as yet, but keep it close. Don't want to miss it. We'll be back in a few.
All in. Called.
Every moment counts. Every second matters. Be ready for the unexpected. Make your move. Trust your game and turn weekends into epic wins. Let's conquer the world, one hand at a time. Copac, official supplier of the WSOP.
I've just missed big blind, you know.
Wow. Symbolus, I mean, really. Thank goodness that Dylan's not within earshot for this post-mortem.
When he tells his friends,
chances are he might watch it.
On stream, they'll have to believe him.
Mystery hand time. Deeb makes it 60.
Okay.
Let's see if he can wipe the smile off of Symbolus's face. Matas with ace-jack.
Deuce.
This is going to be another tough one to nail down. We saw Deeb opening pretty liberally from under the gun before, so
Okay.
going to be here with a lot of hands.
Ace, queen, 5. Top pair for Symbolus. Rates to be doing fairly well against Deeb.
Yeah. No
180
calls.
in the middle.
No calls so much else other than check call at this stage. 75k bet. Obviously, betting into the small blind peel. We know that that does weight towards better hands than a big blind peel, so some instant cause for concern. But plenty of those better hands. Pardon me, plenty of those hands that do better are worse than this ace-jack.
You know, forgive what might be the obvious here. I'm curious as to where the river's going to be.
Yeah,
I suppose it's going to go to the left of,
was thinking
of the
the same
ace.
thing.
We've sort of run out of real estate.
Yeah.
This is like a poorly planned kitchen mop session. Kind of mop yourself into a corner. Meanwhile, Deeb.
Yeah, big bet coming in now. Makes sense again with this texture. 2 flush draws, plenty of straight draws on deck. Symbolus won't be enjoying having that jack of hearts for those reasons. You really want Deeb to be in there with a Jack 10, King Jack, Jack 8 type of hand. But of course, there's always reasons to fold, Ali. Now here we go. Where's the river going? Ah, a little shimmy. Not all the way over, though.
Shift left. And a diamond arrives. One wonders whether or not that might be a part of what drew forward the $250,000 from Deeb. Symbolus, the durability of this ace-jack could be called into acute question depending on Deeb's appetite. 3.1 back. Symbolus covers.
Yeah, Symbolus praying for a check back. There's going to be some hands he beats that were betting for value, that still would have bet the turn. There'll be no value hands that bet the river that he can beat. And Sean coming in with a 3/4 size bet. Oh, this is horrible for Symbolus.
Well, we don't know what Deeb has.
No, but we've seen already that Deeb is opening up wider than the book tells us we should from a lot of seats. And when people tend to open wider, Ali, it is a lot more suited combos that come in. We saw him with, I think it was 6-8 of clubs from under the gun not long ago. So I'm giving him more suited combos. However, some of those, of course, will be hearts that have missed. Even though we hold that jack of hearts, you are up against Sean Deeb. And of course, the size he's gone doesn't just mean flushes either. If he'd bet over pot here, we'd narrow it down to that kind of holding. But certainly, and like ace queen, ace 9 sets, would still bet here for this size.
Time bank's being utilized. Deeb not giving anything away here. He blocks 10 jack. He blocks king jack.
Particularly the heart varieties is what's concerning. Sean's more likely to follow up on the turn, Ali, with heart flush draws rather than diamonds, because you want Symbolus to have checked call with diamonds and thus be able to fold the turn. So having the jack of hearts is very problematic. Probably the most problematic card to have. He flicks in a chip.
And, drum roll please.
I see red.
Busted hearts.
Wow.
Deeb with the gut shot, backdoor flush draw, went at him. And Symbolus up to the task. And, you know, in situations like that, James, it isn't disrespect.
No.
So much as it is respect that fuels the decision to call there from Symbolus, who continues to ascend. Meanwhile, back here, we find an all-in and a call. King deuce. Bottom pair needs a duckling. That's the only escape on the river. Hence Chen on his feet against Holtz. And it isn't there. So,
yeah,
Holtz showering Chen, who had sub-10 big blinds. Talk to me, Debs.
And coming back to that, I think Matas has probably arrived at the same point that I did, where maybe against a player playing tighter ranges, you would fold that hand, but recognizing that the small hearts.
Domestically in China quite a bit, and on one occasion, he and his non-Chinese speaking girlfriend were seated in economy, and they thought they smelled smoke. So they flagged down the flight attendant to alert her to what was sort of an alarming thing.
Yeah.
Smoke in the fuselage.
Smoke on
As
the
we
planes,
see
never ideal.
a match lit here by KT, and we could see a little smoke and fire out of Holtz with the ace-king of clubs. Well, the flight attendant comes over, unable to communicate with her in native tongue. They sort of gesture with 2 fingers toward the mouth. Cigarette, you know, like smoke. We smell, you know, smoke. There's some confusion as they go back and forth. And then eventually the flight attendant realizes what this game of charades is all about. And then says, oh. And then summons the 2 of them to the aft galley, where a number of people had congregated and were smoking cigarettes. So, yeah, she figured it out eventually. It's just she didn't have the same sort of concern for things. Concerns here for ace-jack, of course, with a raise and 3-bet in front of it.
One of these. What?
All in. Oh, sorry.
Wow, KT just running it with 8s as well.
I mean, he's gunslinging out there.
Good luck.
Rips in the million. Holt says, all right, fine. If you must. By the way, 2/3 of Fedor stack.
Yeah.
Taking the spin, and he is behind ever so slightly.
This, if he doesn't win it, is going to be a big unraveling of the Holt stack.
Sorry.
Came into the day
Sorry about
with 4.9 million, was the overall chip leader from all 4 days.
Sorry. Have a see your hand.
To the flop we go. They're holding their breath. Jack 5-3. Eights holding on. Can KT find a quadruple from the starting stack of 500 that he max late regged?
Cannot flop. Cannot flop.
Wow.
Sporting request for the 10 of clubs for some sweatiness. The 4 does add outs to Fedor. Any deuce, king, or ace, and it's all over for one of Thailand's finest. Anything else? And the quadruple is secured as he makes a set for good measure. So a double-double with cheese for KT.
I'm not calling him out yet.
Who's that?
But who had this on their card for today's play? Fedor down to just 400k at this
Are you talking
stage.
about given that he came in with almost...
Well, very warm welcome back to continuing coverage of the 25k super main event here at the Atlantis in the Bahamas. It's day 2, Randy. We're working down to the money on the live side of the tour, or tournament, I should say. 207 places will make it through to day 3, where they're going to merge with the online guys who have been enjoying the lazy river as much as you have, I believe.
Yes, you know, I've seen players out there just kind of chilling it out and waiting for this day 2 to finish, so we do get that combined field. But there's a lot online, right? Only 207 players going to cash the live portion here, and I imagine the pay bubble is going to be massive given the buy-in.
A couple of recognizable names. I'm looking over on Poker News. We've got Gitis Lazuninka, who I believe we've seen at the Triton Tour. He's currently chip leader. Second in chips is Matthew Belcher, and then third in chips is Sirat Hosu with 11 million. Those are the 3 guys with more than 10 million chips. And I have to say, now that we're getting to that stage where there is some considerable ICM, are we going to be seeing the pace of play slow down, or are we going to be seeing people just... Of
course. You know, we have players who are here for one bullet, right? They're not like blasting away maximum. They're going to want to try to slide into the money because there's just so much on the line given the buy-in. You know, and we're going to see big stacks realize that ICM is a real thing as we get really close to it.
Now, ICM is a real thing. I'll tell you what else is a real thing, is poker stardom. I'm talking specifically about Phil Hellmuth and Daniel Negreanu. They're both in the mix at the 2 feature tables, 2 of the biggest names in poker. Randy, pick a side, my friend. D-Negs or Hellmuth? Who's running deeper in this? I haven't seen the chip counts. I don't think you have either. Who's going to run deeper in this one?
I would say Daniel Negreanu.
You're going D-Negs? All right, I'll take Hellmuth.
Yeah.
You take D-Negs, I'll take Hellmuth. It's fine.
I don't know. D-Negs is pretty good, you know?
He's pretty good.
Yeah.
He just almost got that 8th bracelet in the 10K PLO Turbo the other day. But look, if there's an event to pick up your 8th bracelet in, forget the 10K PLO Turbo. Save it for the 25K Super Main. And there's going to be, what do you think, 7 million for first?
I don't know, but I'm pretty sure everyone wants to get first.
7 million is my prediction. Make it 7.5. There we go. Let's see if we can spot the who's who of the poker world. Tim Adams just walk in there. Who else have we got? This is my favorite part of these breaks. Oh, that's is that Yonni Ukamai and Jessica Tusor, Thijs Eibinger on that table. And here we have chip leader at the table, Daniel Negreanu. Man, your bet's looking pretty good, Randy. You've got the chip leader on the Lagoon table. Phil Hellmuth over on the Reef is the shortest stack. Man, why did I let you pick first?
Give Hellmuth some time. You know he likes to late register, so when he got into this event, it was day 2 with fresh 500k stack. So, you know, Negreanu had more time to build. Let's say that.
Look at that. We've got Jack Germain, one of the most exciting players we've had from the day ones. We've got Kyan Mockery, we've got Chris Moneymaker, we've got JNT. I mean, have at it. they're going to do all the talking for us. And then over on the Lagoon table, we've got Steven Song, Fresh Stack, 10 Bigs, got Roland Rakita, and we got Dean Eggs. How we doing, ladies and gentlemen? Hope you're all enjoying the show so far. I see Albert Zhu in the chat saying, yo, it's Jack Germain, let's go. Loves it.
You know what I would love to see? If Film Helmet somehow goes down, I want to see it by Jack Germain because you feel like there's going to be some words exchanged at some point.
For sure. 9,000 people watching over on the World Series of Poker YouTube channel. I want to say a massive thank you to each and every one of you that have been keeping Ali Najad and James Dempsey company, and now joining myself and Randy Liu for this continuing Day 2 coverage of the 25K Super Main. If you haven't already dropped us a like, please take a couple of seconds to do so. It really helps promote the stream and reach a wider audience. And it's your little way of saying thank you to World Series of Poker for bringing you this world-class content free of charge on YouTube. Let us know where you're joining us from. I see some people in the chat from Thailand. Do let us know where you're watching us from. And also, as always, let us know if you're grinding over on GG Poker whilst watching the stream. Good luck to you guys over there.
5-0, then to 500.
Oh, this is cool. That's Eastside, isn't it? Sitting next to Negreanu.
King 7-7. How much is in there? 150.
So much history.
3 million. All in. If he has a 7, what am I going to do? Real hand history.
Yeah. Yeah, that was the guy. He never.
It was like
250
in there. You're not going to draw out on him for free. You're going to pay. Always, you're going to pay. If you want to suck out with Eastside, you have to pay.
Yeah.
That's the rule. There's no cheap cards.
Those cards are a little fatter, or is it just me? Are those cards like a little fatter, or is it just me?
These cards?
Yeah.
Probably, yeah. Stream cards or whatever.
Massive.
They are, yeah. They feel a bit wider.
400, but 450 total.
Ali.
See, you told the people that I go all in, but he goes all in too a lot.
Now you're trying to show off.
How far did
Oh,
he
look,
go?
I'm gonna play tight, hold a hand.
Last year, I think I got on like 50th, something like that. Yeah.
In the main?
In the mystery.
Oh, mystery.
I'm a mystery merchant.
What's the difference between us?
Should have made this a mystery.
Oh, you gotta move the chips out of the way of this.
Forget about it.
No, what's the difference?
There's DNX with a
But you
very
don't
healthy
go-
stack.
You don't go all in because you outplay everyone.
Yeah, I don't want to go all in.
I go all in because they outplay me.
It was during the 10K.
Fair. Self-awareness.
Is it?
Yeah.
Nothing else was like significant enough to care. Maybe during the Venom. I don't remember. Sure. That the PKO count. Well, that's PKO.
Scheinberg is a real poker legend.
That was
Spruce
shite
Moose.
during the Venom mystery this year.
Randy and I will do our best to obviously not talk over the players. We'll try and chime in here and there with some hand breakdowns as DNX activates. The first time we get a look in of him, Queen eight of spades, opening off with 100 big blinds.
Yeah, feels like he won't need to play small ball poker at this point with limping, given how many chips he's got and how we're approaching the money. 90 players away from that money.
These two hands could collide on certain board textures, Randy. Much like defending the big with the Jack 10-0. But that's all DNX.
Top pair, flush draw.
This, us, probably 2 hours.
2 hours.
Yeah, they said 2 hours. It's gonna be like
minimum 2
For me, it's gonna be like 20 minutes.
It's more for me, but.
If we had to bet on the last song between us,
You like my hand?
Minus 110.
You okay? Yes, I do like it a lot.
Was not folding.
Could not fold.
No.
Maybe by the river.
I was counting yours. I'm like, yeah, I can play with you. You can't get away with the jam super light. You might have to have a little something.
I'll have something.
Yeah.
Give it a Diet Coke.
Right, you're getting showered.
Hmm?
You're getting showered for picking D-negs.
My room?
Chat. Leave Randy alone.
For picking D-negs over Helmuth.
Yeah, it was just a bit. It was a bit of fun. We've got $100 last longer between us. No, we don't. Helmuth's on 12 bigs. What are we talking about? Daniel's got 100. It was a flip.
I'm not taking anything away from Helmuth. You know, I just Daniel Granu.
After dinner.
I just think he's an amazing player. What can I say?
I don't have a watch now because they took it. It's probably 4:30.
Dylan saying Henry the Dude in the 3-seat was multi-tabling the online mystery bounty final table when I busted this earlier.
My guys calculated how long it's going to
Pretty
last.
sick.
Today. It was more or less 8.5.
8.5 levels.
Wait, this guy here, Dan? Oh, I wonder how he got on.
Calculated, you know, but you know, this calculation.
I don't think it's going to be
precise.
that many.
You say less?
Yeah, maybe. I think I
That's a
would
bit
bet under.
180, right?
We started with level 11 today.
We started with level 11, right?
Oh,
No, but
Dan
I'm saying 8 at the
drawn
top
to a
levels
chop.
today. You say,
Yeah.
Okay.
I think 8.
See if Michalak wants to
Not precise.
try and extract some value here.
And,
Now chopping with other 7x, obviously.
Oh, he's gotten the Queen 4 to stab at it. Do like to check. It's hard to get called by worse from Queen 7. Induce bluffs, pot control a little bit.
Okay, so clubs does complete the front door flush. Dan going to take his showdown. Michalak up to 3.7. Johnny Hunter saying take a shot every time Henry says showers. You'll be hammered in 25 minutes. I agree, mate. I think 25 minutes is a bit ambitious, to be honest with you. I'd say unders on 15.
Showered.
Showers, mate. Should we get the commentator bingo cards out again? I don't know who Rizzo is, but apparently he's got a lot of fans in the chat.
Is Rizzo at our table?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ryan Vakita playing a very healthy 2.6 million.
Oh, there's Rizzo. Brazil. Everyone from Brazil is very feisty. Love watching them play.
That's the open rip, 14 bigs.
Yeah. I think it'll be on YouTube, yeah. Pretty sure on the GG Poker channel. Is it going to count?
GG Poker YouTube.
I think so, yeah.
Now you can.
7.5.
Dan's posturing a little bit here. Has he looked at his cards, or has he just asked for an account before looking? Ah, there we go. Let's pitch it. This is going to get through for Rizzo. Chris Cameron said, didn't Alex Foxon win like 6 million? After final tabling the 500k, winning the 100k Triton and WSOP Paradise main. That is correct, my man. He won 3.85 million and a bracelet and Triton trophy, taking down the 100k main. I think he cashed for like 2.1 million in the 500k. So your math is pretty spot on. Adam Mikhailovich in the chat saying it's Michalak, not Michalak. Well, what you don't know, Adam, is that Randy and I are contractually obligated to butcher 60% of non-English surnames.
Is that right?
We
I
do
should've read-
apologize.
I should've read it.
You should have read over your contract. Check out the fine print, the T's and C's. But we will try, of course. It's never intentional. It's purely American and British ignorance.
So how do you say it again? Sorry.
I'm going Michalek.
Okay.
Michalek.
Got this one. Song.
Let me just check that one. Yep, song. I agree.
Jam spot. has 375,000. Just needs to try to run up a stack.
Good luck, mate. It's going to fold around to Roland. In the big, he's got an ace.
How much is it?
He's going to ask for a count, and I think, Randy, we're going to be spinning the wheel here.
Yes, mainly because he knows that Song is going to jam proper ranges. It's not much more. He's invested. Big blind and big blind ante. There's the calling chip.
Good luck, chaps. Song looking to spin the wheel. Get up to 16.5 bigs. Roland just looking to hold with the ace high across the 3 million chip mark.
Decent favorite here.
So you're saying there's a chance, eh?
King Jack wins.
Ace, King, Jack, 9 needed.
Nope, it does not win.
Wow, is this too many outs for Stephen?
He just
changed his mind. It is. Bricks everything. Roland finds the hold. And one of the young, emerging American talents is showered. See what I did there, Andy?
I did, and that is a very strong player going down, eliminated in this super main event.
We had to go with mini-main.
What's up?
The mini-main. I remember we sat at the same table. Did you cash?
It does. Barely, yeah. I guess I cash after 8 balls.
Fold.
Back over here. How about this for a feature table, man? Kyan Mockery,
Aces.
Chris Moneymaker,
You know,
Helmuth.
you know I'm telling the truth. I never lie on stream. I don't really see the point.
I believe you.
Plus, I'm the only guy that shows, I'm the only poker player in the world, the pro that just shows you guys every hand. I have it, I have it, I have it.
They still call you, huh?
I never have it, so I can't.
I did have aces, but I just can't believe you wouldn't call 125 more. What the?
That's like your play the other day when we played together and you didn't call with ace king and Gronk had aces. It was a min click up and you somehow got away from it.
That was a great fold on my part.
That was a phenomenal fold.
I don't know how I
give you
folded.
credit.
I don't know how I folded ace king against Gronk.
I don't know how you did, but I give you max credit for it.
Gronk, stone cold beginner. Gronkowski, you know the
Oh yeah, the football player. I got it.
stone cold beginner. And they dealt me aces against ace king, and I only had 28,000.
J&T's got pocket eights.
I folded, and then they all gave me a lecture about how bad I played.
No, not me. Phil,
They all gave a
Locke,
lecture.
and
They were
Antonio
screaming at me.
Sundari gave you a lecture on how you should have called even if you
bet.
had aces you're supposed to call.
They were screaming. It was great.
I think you're the screamer, but I think it was more just like you should have called.
I love this.
No, it was unbelievable how good you ran. You called like doubles with deuce four suited. It was really incredible.
I did what?
You called like a raise and a re-raise with deuce four suited.
No.
You were playing like a tournament. You don't
Trying
remember?
to advertise for you.
False.
She doesn't remember the deuce four suited. That's
No, it's
unbelievable.
not the deuce four suited.
It's three.
I defended in the big blind against your open.
Yeah,
And
that
then
that
I
one.
flopped and open-ended.
Right.
And then I check raised you on the bomb on the turn, and then I hit it on the river. And you
Yeah, and you don't remember later when Antonio made a big 3-bet and you called with deuce four diamonds?
No, I don't. But I have a selective memory, so there's that.
I somehow folded ace queen to him.
You folded ace queen to him?
Antonio?
No.
You can't fold anything
That's
to
crazy.
Antonio.
He had ace king.
Oh really? Wow.
I don't remember that hand either.
I've never seen anybody play that many hands. She played so many hands and just.
All right, Coach Phil.
She played him well.
I love how she's taking none of his nonsense. She's just like,
Yeah, the deuce four
Yeah.
diamonds is stuck
What
in
about
my
that time
mind.
you got lucky?
What did I win the hand?
Yeah.
What did I win with? Like, how did I win with like a flush? Did I win with a straight? Like, what did I win?
Came deuce 3-10.
Okay.
Antonio bet big with ace king.
Two
You
of us.
called.
Just the two of us. I don't have music. So
Turn was a jack. Antonio bet big. You called. And then he gave up on the river.
Check.
And you flipped over.
That's right. That's right. Now I remember. Now I
You remember that?
Now I remember.
In between this bashing.
You won like what, 200,000 or something? It was-
No, not that much.
And then afterwards, you said you
Jermaine
told the
check
table you
calling
said
with
I've
the
never
wheel
played
draw.
like a high stakes cash game.
No, I've never played cash.
Doesn't find it on
Like
the
I played
turn, but
PLO like
perhaps a path
like
to victory
2-5
should
or
Moneymaker
1-3 for like $1,000.
give up here.
I'd never played like high stakes cash.
Which he does, and it feels like a mandatory bluff for Jack, although against the +1
like
open,
pound
Randy,
one.
on
I
that
don't know
run
what
out.
that is, but
Do we just go small
it
and
was
try
a
and
lot.
fold
I
out?
mean, they said that our table had the most.
Exactly this type of hand. There he goes, 150 to
Gronk's
485.
bad play. I mean, it was like good.
I like this bet.
I always do, though.
Spades busted. Can try and catch those. But
9 ace.
nice bet there, Jermaine.
Moneymaker was in the craziest 5-5 PLO game I've ever seen, Randy.
I didn't
The
hear your
average
response
stack
to
was
that
like
loose
20K.
cannon Singing the song or the joke.
I'm not even
Did
joking.
you say anything?
And he won like a 30K pot
remember?
in a 5-5
Yeah.
PLO game.
The sexist joke or the.
Go
Sounds like a
inappropriate
game I wanna
crap?
be in.
You don't remember? Okay. You don't remember? Okay. Mum's the word. Okay.
Yeah. No. We don't want. We don't want that.
I try not to give everybody a
We don't
lecture.
need that.
I don't know.
No.
Seeing some questions in the chat regarding the overlay. Can confirm the prize pool has been confirmed. 6 million will be going to the champion. That was a $1.5 million overlay by the time all the late regs were made. And of course, merging with the online portion. Hold the phone because we've got a little ace queen on king's violence.
Look at that flat from Nasruddin. I kind of like it off of first stack and try to induce action behind. You know, you still rate to get in stacks post flop pretty easy with 840k behind, 50k big blind.
No, JNT.
He took the bait, and this is why you flat call with a hand like kings is you can induce the aggressive players behind you. And this actually might get Moneymaker in trouble. And we could see a pretty big collision.
Moneymaker makes the call. And surely Nasruddin announces herself, the trap set to perfection. Back jams for 9-4-5. That should shake #1 on France's all-time money list. Jean-Noel Thorel, though. Randy, hold on, because he's got a fistful of chips. Maybe he wants to gamble. No, lets it go.
I think Moneymaker's
Really that good? What is it,
forced in.
945?
There's just so much in the middle, and there's a chance that Nasruddin has like 9s, 10s, jacks, maybe a similar ace queen. It's unfortunate, but he's just priced in. Well played so far.
Let's hold, please.
I apologize in advance.
Okay, that's my line. I say good hand. Let's hold. I hope you had an ace. Let's just hold it out, dealer.
Wow, Moneymaker apologizing in advance, insinuating the upcoming bad beat.
This was what I was supposed to have against you before, by the way.
No queens.
When it came ace, queen, queen just a minute ago.
Fighters, you're not supposed to call for the cards.
We just played a hand. It was ace, queen,
Nasruddin, please don't.
Ace, queen, queen.
Ace, queen on the flop, queen on the
No
turn.
ace, no queen. No
Don't say
spade.
that. Stop it. You're jinxing it.
White pair of queens.
It's not good.
Spade.
Of course there's a spade.
All right, I'm going to ask for a red 3, please. Red 3.
I'll ask for a black 3 and take my chances.
Red 3.
I'll ask for a red ace and take my chances too.
Red 3. Red 3.
I don't know who's jinxing this more, Randy. I mean, huge river incoming.
Good in.
Okay.
There we
now
go.
we're cooking. cooking? We're cooking.
Now we are cooking. There we go.
Are cooking.
Okay.
She's excited.
How could she not be? 6 mil up top.
And a very healthy stack now.
See, if JNT just flat calls, man, he gets a triple.
He
It
would've hit
comes
a
queen
flush.
high. Moneymaker flops top. The kings get outturned. JNT,
I mean, did you have
come
like
on, bro.
800?
Okay, so we're out here in the field. We're less than 70 away from the money. It can get really serious, really stressful. Unless you're around Noah Schwartz, then you're probably just having a good time. Noah, can you stand up for me real quick? I'll make sure you don't miss this hand, I promise. Promise. How important is it to you to have like the good vibes at the poker table, to just have a good time when you're playing a poker tournament?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's critical because a lot of times everyone's so serious, and I understand they're trying to analyze all these things. There's so much information going on. It's like you got to make these decisions in real time, but it's like, you know, life is very short, so I'm trying to embrace the moment. Luckily, I have a chance to play this tournament, all these fine fellas, and try to beat some sharks. If not, they're going to cut me off at the waist. I'm going to bleed to death, and then they're going to attack me, so I'm going to get them.
We love that approach. Go get him right now.
Thanks, guys.
Appreciate
Have
it,
a great
Noah. Thanks, guys. Let's send it back to you.
Yeah, that would be a disaster to play with. Missing bottom half due to shark infestation. What a line.
Thanks for that, JP. Shout out to Platt and all the team out there on the floor filming content, behind the scenes shenanigans. Do check out WSOP on socials, GG Poker on socials. They're really putting their best efforts forward with some incredible behind the scenes content.
You know, something is odd for this hand because it's the big blind betting 150K into the cutoff. It's actually a bit unclear what happened pre-flop for me. Seems like there was a raise and Dan is just outright leading. Takes it down.
You know what it means in Russian, what he has.
What's it mean?
You know what he wrote here.
Oh, what does it mean?
At least one time.
Oh, at least one time? Yeah. Oh, it's the one time.
I can gift it for you. For Daniel now.
Yeah.
You want this? L size. I have it a lot. But it's all in Russian here. Okay. For here. I can, you can pick every smile you want. I have all of them.
You're running hot?
Running hot, yeah.
Yeah.
This means got it show.
Back on over here to Helmuth's table.
This is the table for me.
Shout out to these dealers, by the way. I mean, the dealers here have been absolutely crushing it. Good luck, JNT. Just open jamming his 13 bigs.
This is kind of annoying. Just too many players act behind you, too detrimental to the stack. Folding ace-9. But a snap per moneymaker with sixes. Mokri's got sevens. Man, if he can find this spot.
Can you get a count, please?
Surely letting this go.
It's not unreasonable that moneymaker does have some range that call
645.
folds to overjam. Of course, if Mokri does jam, he could easily run to a huge hand. He does fold.
6-6.
It's got to be a little disappointing for Mokri.
Off to
Great
races.
news.
Moneymaker needs to hold in this flip, Randy. As you know, he was up to 3 million, lost the ace queen against the kings.
Hopefully you had 9, 10 of spades.
Yeah. I can't remember.
He's brilliant.
JNT.
I
really
love
needs to
Maybe
Moneymaker.
ace jack or something? Tens?
Sevens.
Sevens?
Tens.
I was hoping for tens. He has 9, 10.
So So far, so good.
I mean, if he has 9-10, I'll hope you have
For
10s. and he
Moneymaker.
folds them. What's that? I didn't think you would, but I wanted you to have 10s.
Holds on the turn. Now needs to just fade 6 ounce once.
You have
The
to say,
man
one of you has to say good hand.
responsible for the biggest
You can't say good hand
poker
yet.
boom
You have to say
of
good
all
hand
time.
before.
No, if he does, I say
He
good
can't
hand.
say it. No, that'd be
He's
such a-
supposed to say good hand. Then he wins if he says good
I'm
hand.
just going to say it's been nice playing with him because I get to play with him quite a bit, so.
GG's.
I like you, John.
What could have been for JNT had he opted to just flat with the 9-8 of spades a
He
few
is a
moments
legend.
ago.
I play with him at Triton more than anybody else, I think.
Instead,
I want to
departing
play in a Triton so bad.
Just ask
shy
Phil.
of the money.
He'll put you in. He has 26,000.
He does not have 26,000 on him, actually.
Not in my
GG,
pocket.
sir.
I never have 26,000 in my pocket.
This is like the only poker tournament I've ever been to where there's like not backpacks of cash. And I even offered money on
You
top.
don't
Like,
come to the Bahamas with cash.
I know, my friend was arrested. I know. But I was just like, freak of the week.
I think this is going to become the more norm almost with
It was so
tournaments.
nice wiring the money and like just.
Well,
But-
the last 5 years, that's what the World Series of Poker's been. All the pros sign up online and
Yeah. I don't think I brought cash to an event, you know, other than just what I'm going to play with cash games. I don't think I brought cash to an event hardly at all.
The one question I have is like, since this is WSOP and like, why was Bravo Poker not an option where you can buy in with your credit card for any of the events? Because like that would have been.
I don't know. I don't know if Bravo went with GG. I don't know.
Oh,
I don't know
okay.
the deal they have there.
The app they have is way better than Bravo.
100 agreed, 100%.
yeah, the app is excellent.
That
The app
doesn't-
is
by far
excellent.
the-
Yeah.
that
Good
doesn't
job,
take
WSOP.
much.
Every poker app.
Piece of paper and pen's better than what Bravo has.
Jesus. Bravo just catching straight bullets out
I
here,
don't
man.
know if a piece of paper and pen is better, but okay.
Piece of pen and paper.
Yeah, there's just no way that's true.
Oh, listen, man.
What if the paper gets wet? What if
Yeah,
someone
this
trashes
WSOP
it?
Plus app's much better for buying in.
Randy,
But there's no live updates.
you know, normally I'd agree with you.
You mean chip stack updates?
Yesterday,
do it
for the
every
first
break.
time in my life,
We
I
call
saw
it live,
someone
they're called live updates. You mean
journaling
It's got live
in the
elimination.
sauna, in the steam room, with pen and paper
Yeah.
for a good 15 minutes.
Until disaster?
No, he just kept writing stuff down, and, you know, curiosity got the better of me. I asked him, like, you know, what are you, a physicist? Are you trying to, like, solve some universal theory or something?
And?
He was just using the time to clear his mind and write down some thoughts. Old school.
Okay. I was thinking bad beat stories.
No, it wasn't a poker player.
Ah, got it.
If it was, then yeah, bad beat story would have likely been the case. King Queen getting it done. We need Helmuth to double up. We need to you know, get some theatrics. Some table theatrics with a Helmuth double on the cards, perhaps. Quick dealer change. See if this dealer can help Helmuth spin up a stack. How about you viewers around the world spinning up a stack over on GG Poker, where by using the promo code Paradise 2024, you're going to get yourself a free $50 ticket into the week, and a min deposit of $20 required.
The average stack on the Triton bubble is like 10. So.
I was going to say that was the most exciting dealer change I've ever seen.
I know. I'm being a little bit facetious, but I mean, you know, there's like
yeah,
there's a lot of 3 and 5 big
You
blind
came
stacks.
to the big blind? That's so rude. Rude. That was rude.
All your chips are already in the middle almost. You ready to gamble, huh?
Damn, moneymaker. No, you got a big stack.
Scared
but
me.
How much do you have there? Is that
2.2.
2.2?
It's a very dominating play.
110?
Kayang gonna activate on the bottom with a mystery hand. Do have a table newcomer. Looks like a very healthy stack. You familiar with this guy?
Sareka? No, I'm not.
Lithuania. Tell you what, Randy, these Lithuanians and Latvians been on the tour. Seem to be a very tough region of the world, those Baltic states. Mokri flopping the nut flush draw.
25.
Sarika with bottom pair, some backdoor straight draws. Wow, C-bet. Just getting bottom pair to fold. Sarika not interested in seeing a turn card.
It's mainly due to the big C-bet sizing from Mokri. It's just harder to, you know, realize with Jack 9 there. Worst price, of course, too.
Question is, what do you do if I jam?
Tell you what, Randy, Mokri has
fold.
had one of the most impressive
I was already thinking that. I knew
18-month
he was
runs.
in that range. I was small blind, so I was like, well. Actually, I thought he was going to wake up with like an ace-4 type hand.
One of the funniest guys to have
Then I
at
was
the
like,
feature
wait a
table
minute,
as well. I mean, you
these
chuck in
hands
someone
are
like
gonna
Jack
be real
Germain.
sick.
I'm surprised they haven't got
Germain?
into it yet.
Jermaine is tame today, you know?
Yeah,
He's over the hangover.
No margaritas on day 2.
Mm-hmm.
Tried to call as nonchalantly as possible. Ah, sure, I'll call. Why not?
Pretty fast call.
I got a
Comes
monster. over here.
Sanchez, ace king.
Small blind gonna get out of there. Wow, Helmuth in the big, not even interested in defending off of 10 with the Queen Jack.
Very surprising, especially off of his stack. Perhaps he just respects the undergun range off of 20 big blinds, which technically
You
is
call for a waitress
relatively
on your
strong, but still
You
very
guys
tight.
have a phone?
No, he's got the, like,
Hello?
hello, please, margarita.
Hello? Feature table 1.
One margarita.
Jack needs a margarita.
He
Jack
thinks he thinks that connects to the waitress.
Right, connects to someone who can connect to a waitress.
Ring-a-ling!
No, they can do
Call the fucking booth and have him bring this guy a fucking margarita.
They can't do that. You're right.
Jesus
can't what?
Christ,
They can't do
Helmuth.
that.
Do what?
Exactly, see?
Chill with the
You're always
F-bombs.
2 connections away from margarita.
You're not wrong.
In Mexico, yes. I'm not sure about.
I love it.
Jack wants a
I'm not sure they'll place
margarita.
the order for you, but
It will go through and somebody can evaluate.
The wheels may come off later.
I've never seen that before at a featured table, on the hundreds of featured tables.
What's that? Someone ordering from the dealer?
He said.
330?
3-bet from Mokri, Queen 9 suited, attacking the big stack at the table, Brandon, who's got 6 mil.
I wish I would have seen some of your hands earlier.
4-3-X.
I wasn't sure when you had that king of diamonds if there. You did a lot of talking in that hand.
You do a lot of talking. I learned from the best.
I do a lot of talking.
You know, Randy, we've touched on how some of the best players in the world don't play by the chip leaders rules. They
Sometimes you have
actually
to talk 'em in.
attack them.
Sometimes you have to talk them out.
As Mokri finds the 3 outer after taking the betting
I
lead
just didn't
with the
really
3-bet.
check the praying they fold button. That's usually my line. Whatever happens, just fold.
You got it in that hand?
What?
You think you got it in that hand?
That was a quick hand.
May have had ace king. Shoe fell off.
The chat are anticipating a Phil Helmuth blow up.
He fooled me with the speech play. If he had it that hand, he fooled me with the speech play.
He seems in pretty good spirits at the
When you
moment,
bluff
though.
me again, you let me know, all right?
Seems
You got
like
me with
everyone
this.
at the table's
I think
pretty
you got me
friendly.
with the 887, but we'll let it slide this time.
He might have had something that time.
He might have. That's why I folded. Because he might have. Can't trust the British.
Hey, you're the one who defected.
What's that?
You defected in 1776. That is
We didn't defect.
That's
We fought.
okay.
I'm gonna raise
Wow.
one.
Jack's playing with fire here, man. I mean, at a table full of Americans saying that they defected in 1776 is a bit bold, my friend. That's coming from
The two of us.
an American Brit.
Taxation without
I am going to
representation.
wager the maximum amount.
He will with 2 8s. Helmuth, min raised the button with 10 big blinds. Now he's kind of in a tough spot because
You're hoping to find more
I
under
get the
there?
vibes he doesn't want to call off with king high.
I think it's the overkill.
Is
Still
this
needs
the
overkill,
blow
though.
up?
You can
This is what the
try and
fans were
kill him,
asking
you'll be
for.
nearly dead, but then he'll come back like a cockroach.
Like a what? Like a what?
Cockroach.
A cockroach?
Cock-
Like a cockroach?
Cockroacha.
I am like a cockroach in a
The
tournament.
cockroacha.
Yeah, they can't kill me.
He takes that as a compliment.
That was an insult?
No, it wasn't. It was a compliment.
It's got to be a cockroach.
Everybody else would have just. Everybody else would have just put it in, would have just jammed. But I
would've
wanted
put
you
it
to
in. I'll
re-raise.
just go ahead and say it. I was so irritated with the ace queen
Refund.
earlier.
Is this the moment
Feels like he
the
has
fans have been
four
waiting
offsuit,
for?
which I can't beat.
Well, if you wanted him to re-raise you, you would think he's inducing.
It's a main
Wow.
event. They always give you the chips, Phil. They always give you the chips.
The third person conversation
So-
is pretty amazing.
Yep. Are you going to talk every time I talk?
Sorry. Nope.
Pocket
Let's
sevens.
it go.
Just tell me.
Pocket sevens.
I had king jack of spades.
No, he has pocket sevens.
It would be a flip.
Yeah.
King Jack of Spades is a flip.
Show us something.
So I think eights. Sevens, eights. No, I mean, I think you're right.
Because you're clairvoyant.
One more?
What?
You had 8.
Eights.
It was
yeah,
eights.
yeah.
I was wrong.
I folded with 1 second left, right?
It was one for the 15 seconds and then another 30.
Okay, got it.
So you weren't going to give me credit with sevens. It had to be exactly eights. It's kind of rude.
Well, she got it bang on like 2 seconds later. So
Bang on.
she had,
Bang
she had
on.
0 guesses and got one of her
I
first
only
guess.
have one guess.
One guess that was wrong.
Everybody
It
gets
was
one
wrong.
guess.
Okay.
But it was in the vicinity. It's fair.
I guess the vicinity doesn't count.
Phil folds.
If she didn't say anything, 10 seconds later, it would be like, you're very close. Giving you half credit.
So you could have still said I was wrong.
I wouldn't have said you're never say you're
Margarita
wrong,
man. Jack Germain.
The what?
You haven't played many good tables, have you?
No, I don't play many
And the
good
jam
tables, I
fruit.
must say. This
That was a
is-
big fold.
That was huge.
A lot of
Was
players
he-
would just jam and you just flip
The
it.
big blind last time, I thought.
So you invested 100K.
I
Did he
was
limp
big
or-
blind last time.
and
He
you
didn't
just see the
limp
flip.
with
Yeah, no,
sevens.
he
Tell
Because
me
he
he's talking
jammed
to
in the big
himself.
blind.
He jammed to the big
Third
blind.
person.
No
So
way
it's a
you could
miss
do that.
deal?
The bond's correct.
I'm small blind.
Apparently,
So the cards are
it's a
correct.
main event. They always give it
I
to
caught
him.
it. I moved the button over.
We're good?
Yeah, but can we redeal? Because I don't like my cards.
I hope they caught that. He threw me the time button, which I thought was out of line and weird. And so I threw it, and it went up. Did you see it? It was actually caught up there for a
I
second.
don't need it. I'm speedy player.
It's great.
Nobody likes tanks.
I didn't say that. No, I didn't say it catch up there.
Well, I saw
No,
one
no,
of
it
them
came
here.
down, but it was great.
didn't come right
went,
here?
it went between the two, like. You have to catch, when I'm at the table, like when he threw that red thing at me like twice or 3 times, I thought it was way out of line, so I'm like, fuck. That would have been great television. No one's thrown a button at me before like that. That was a weird one.
It was the first time.
I've had things thrown at me before. You
By
get
your
used to
wife?
it.
By your wife?
She-
By your
she-
daughters?
Both, yes, all.
How many girls do you have?
2.
Boys?
1.
Any pets, female, male?
21 pets.
Wow. Are you serious?
Farm.
Are you on a farm?
We have a lot of land, but we had puppies. We're giving them away. By the time I get home, we should be down to 9. When my wife found a stray pregnant dog on the street, so took her in. We've had puppies for the last 6 weeks. It's been a nightmare.
Well,
I had the night shift. I had to be up at 10 p.m. to work 5 a.m. so she could sleep, doing pee and poop all the time. It was terrible.
What did you do?
Watched a bunch of movies, played online poker.
Did you win?
Phase 3 Suda thought about it.
Did you get him, baby?
I don't ever get them. I just, you don't shear the sheep. Wait, you shear the sheep, you don't cut them? Or
I'm sorry I missed it. I had a lot of fun.
There wasn't many people on that time. I'm going to let you have this one because you beat me so bad last one.
At 5 a.m. for you is like...
11 a.m. for you? No, you're, so it's like 6 a.m.
9 a.m.? Wait, 5 a.m. for you is like, oh my God, my head. 2 p.m., right? 9-hour difference. You live in Vegas?
What's in it? No, I'm not in Vegas. I'm Central. I'm in...
So maybe it's 6 hours.
6 hours difference.
Yeah, so 11.
And don't take this wrong, but for a second, I thought you guys were breeding puppies, and I was like, my heart hurt, and then it's like, no, you found a stray, like, totally awesome.
No, if my wife sees people buy puppies, and she just like...
It makes me crazy.
Yeah, she would... Yes,
Yes.
it's bad.
There's like, they kill like thousands of dogs. Like where I live, they probably kill 100 dogs a day. Are you playing dumb?
I'm being serious.
Yeah,
they don't do it up in New York. They don't.
Yeah, you guys don't have the situation we have in the Midwest. It's like a
we ship all our dogs up north.
Yes, because they have like Minnesota, Wisconsin, but like where we live, like people don't spay and neuter their animals. So there's like, I mean, it's a depressing topic, but they end up euthanizing a lot of animals. So when I hear people are like, oh, I'm making puppies, I'm like, I mean, major cringe, like major cringe.
We have all strays.
That's my rescues. Yeah.
So Malkery with the Isolate King 4 offsuit. Blind versus blind against Moneymaker. Great flop for Moneymaker. Hard board to see bet on with King 4 off. A lot of the limp calling range does consist of this
Queen.
type of board.
Wait, did you ask for your phone?
No, waitress.
Oh.
Margarita.
Jack Jermaine's ordering the margaritas. Moneymaker
Good check on the flop. Yeah.
leads out for half pot and immediately says, good check on the flop to Malkery.
You were barbecued. That was
your flop?
That was my flop.
Randy,
Looks
this
like
is the
the
first time ever we're being asked to talk over the table talk instead of be quiet. Guys, you can't have the best of both worlds, okay? You're always having a go at me, Randy, Shulman, Ali, James when we talk over the table talk. So, what do you want us to do?
Race?
You're giving us mixed signals. You're going hot and cold. I don't know where we stand with you anymore.
You trying to go after chat again?
Do you want us or do you not want us, chat?
This table much quieter. Negreanu with the 3-bet. It's a small 3-bet given the stack sizes.
Watch and I learn.
Looking in.
I use this a couple of times.
Inflate. Play bigger pots in position.
So much. It's a good for information, right?
Nice little 3-bet here from D-Nex. Love the hand selection. Note that he doesn't go too big as well. Randy doesn't need to, just leveraging the fact that it's a +1 open. So the 3-bet is incredibly polar, but in the big blind, ace-king for a 34 big blind stack. And unfortunate timing.
Like 2 million?
A little less. 1.7, maybe.
A little less. Don't need to count it.
He folds.
Hand is over. He gets the money.
D-Negs with the ill-timed aggression, but wouldn't have changed a thing.
Daniel knows I'm a stone fucking net.
Well, you did it with the ace-4 off last time.
I did?
You don't remember. You forget that one.
You forget winning.
Huh?
You forget when you win.
Easy. There you go.
The
Any
positions
dog
were
saying?
different though.
Well, you take it out of your pocket.
Can one of the commentators
Yeah, you
please
put
give
it
us a kiss?
in your other
I'll leave
pocket.
that to Randy.
In here or on your side.
Pocket, okay.
You have all the pockets.
You don't have that many pockets.
Despicable Knee saying, please sing all commentary. I'll leave that one to Randy as well. He's quite the musician.
I am.
They heard us. They heard the mic. We were talking.
The listening.
Yeah, like Instagram listens and tells you, oh, you're looking at wedding gowns. Here's some wedding gowns to buy.
We did find a 2 chattiest tables, did we?
We
Didn't
did.
I'll take it. As well, Isai Scheinberg with King 10 of clubs. He's actually going to pitch it. A little snug, but from +1. Not looking to play out of position against players who like to defend, like Negreanu. Rizzo's got pocket 8s. 10.5 bigs.
Has to go in, Randy.
Yeah, he's just wondering, is it better for him to jam or min-raise to try to get a big blind to call? You know, of course, there's merits to both. The higher the pair you have, the more likely you min-raise. 8, so I don't mind just ripping it in. Still can get called by worse, too.
There is the effective. I tell you what, Randy, he's going to get action. Just 1 seat over Zlotnikov. Sorry, Zlotnikov.
Yeah, right.
22 bigs.
I would love to see Zlotnikov use that emoji on his shirt just one time. Ooh, another ace-queen suit, and this is tough now.
He's going to ask for a count. Michalak, ace, queen of diamonds, covers both. It's a hijack jam, a cut-off for e-jam, so maybe ace, queen of diamonds makes the cusp here, Randy. If it was an under-the-gun effective jam and then, say, a low jack re-jam, ace, queen hits the muck, most likely.
Right, so this is, you know, a bit later in positions, hijack, cut-off button. Man, it seems pretty close. It also seems very player-dependent. Wouldn't blame him for going with it. Also, it's not that detrimental to his stack, which may make him call a little bit more often.
I'm glad you said that. I was about to ask, you know, when he's playing a near 60 big blind stack, but he lets it go. Great result for Rizzo, of course. The fact that an ace and a queen has already been folded.
Can only imagine.
Oh, he's got an 8 on his shirt. I mean, like, he's for sure going to win, right?
Wow, that's insane. We're living in a sim. If he doesn't flop a set, then... In fact, Randy, if he makes a set, confirmed that we're living in the Matrix.
Confirmed. We'll see.
Ace queen diamond?
Yeah. He's ahead on the 10-5-3. Has diamonds covered. Massive sweat. You can see how important it is for Rizzo. Needs to fade a deuce now.
8 on your shirt. 8, 8, 8.
9. What's 9?
No greedy.
9 is that. He wants 9.
He's not greedy.
How about a deuce?
9.
How do you do that? Vamos, vamos, hey! That's how with 2 8s in your hand, 2 8 over here.
Calls for the 9. Holds against the ace queen.
Vamos, Busta! Vamos! Bomba clat!
Wrong part of the world, D-Nex. Where
are you from?
Love that. I love seeing emotions, Randy. An event like this, 25k super main, hitting us with the vamos. Wow, Sanchez's turn. Couple of 8s against Moneymakers open.
He's in trouble.
16 bigs. It's jammed and he's going to get snapped.
Ooh.
Good luck, gents. T-Lex coming with the bomber club.
Oh, that's amazing.
Oh, man. He's brilliant.
Okay.
1.8 million out there. Moneymaker. 4-1 favorite to be up to almost 4 million in chips. Couple of hearts does make it a little bit sweaty.
8s doesn't seem to be working out so far on this table.
Two outs once for Sanchez to do the dirty on the blades. Needs to find an 8 to stay alive. Just 40 off the money. Can he find it? No. Showers for Sanchez. Rejamming his 17 bigs. Running into Moneymaker's aces.
I'm sitting here sweating.
There we go. Moneymaker up to almost 4 million.
It takes me 15 minutes to get there.
He's building.
Most people just walk
Unfortunate
down
for
the street or
Sanchez
whatever.
to get so close to the money.
Yeah, I mean, but
Bail out now.
right, I have to get in the car, drive 15 minutes away, and it could be worse though. There's a lot of people, you know, a little bit further south. I mean, they have to almost plan to go to town.
Where do you live?
Just outside of Memphis.
Okay.
Memphis is not cool.
You're big man alone.
Where
Massive shout out
the city I live in is called
to the
Byhalia.
Poker News and Poker Org team.
Byhalia.
Or teams, rather.
Man, if I lived in a city like Byhalia, it's like the country of Djibouti. It's like the best name, Byhalia.
Out here
when
covering
growing
all
up,
of the
we
outer
lived
tables,
pretty
so
close to a
do
place
check
called
them out.
Bucksnort. Bucksnort was about 20, 30 miles from where I grew up.
All right, King 4 suited for Rania.
Were you in the
Nazmuddin.
Midwest?
Tulsa.
Tulsa?
She's going to raise it up in the hijack.
Been watching Tulsa.
Soreka.
Doesn't show much of Tulsa, but
He
8-6 is out.
he did a
Helmuth,
huge
Jack
promotion
10
for
suited
us.
in the muck.
We
off
got
of the
donuts
short
for
stack.
him, like they asked for catering, and we put his face on one, and he said it's like he,
The
he
9 to
did
5,
like
that's
an
in.
Instagram thing where it's like, this is the best award I've ever received, and he held like the donut with his face on it. We were like crushed, like totally and 100% crushed.
that is awesome.
Yeah.
A hijack
Check is
open with
good.
the King 4 suited. Does snap check through. Perhaps a path to victory.
Double check
So
it, another
missed
3.
the.
I don't think
Is
you
it
have a
mojitos he's ordering? Randy, what
That
was it?
check's good here.
Margarita?
Margaritas. I do
Probably gonna have to
apologize.
You forgot? Remember the day we had like 14 or so?
Missed the margarita. Jack Jermaine. He's going to bluff and he's going to get snapped.
Of course.
Funny, I said you had King Jack.
9 high.
How
Just
much
in
is
case
Helmuth
you have the
down
3, I
to
was
folding
like,
the
oh,
King
let's
Jack?
not get too crazy.
Say again, sorry?
Helmuth's got like 4 bigs.
That's not good, by the way.
No, he should have a little bit more than 4 bigs.
Play,
Maybe like
Ultimate Texas.
7.
Never
The board comes out like king, king, queen, queen, 2.
I love this guy.
You
is-
often
I
make
like-
a call with 9 high.
I don't
almost
think
want to drink.
I may have
It's
played
so
Ultimate
fun.
Texas once or twice. I don't know the rules really.
You should start drinking.
Come play with me.
Again, I'll follow you anywhere.
Hey, the TV show. Again.
Yep. We're on to something.
One of the chattiest feature tables we've had so far this trip, Randy.
And the connection is that Jack Jermaine is also at this table.
To study, see how you do it.
You're gonna study me?
I just see how you do it.
Well, this conversation, of course, driven by Nazruddin.
I think I'm your biggest fan here.
Is your theme song Mo Money, Mo Problems?
Shake your moneymaker.
Shake
How
your
did I not
money
think of
maker.
No, you missed a real good opportunity there.
That was bad.
Mockery is on the quieter side today.
Wonder where you got that jumper.
My guess is Atlantis in the Bahamas, Randy. Haven't
Pretty
you
good
heard?
guess. Ace 10 in the muck. Surprising off of her 3 million chip stack.
I can get behind it, mate. Early position. You've got some aggressive opponents behind. You've got Moneymaker in the big blind.
Hey, I don't have to look. Good. What? Only like
Just doing his
10-6.
best to get a walk.
All right, well, at least see if. Boogie, boogie, woogie.
Beautiful window card for Brannan. Deuce of clubs.
It's an alright texture. Wheel draw, backdoor clubs, paired board, ace high, like this stab. But Moneymaker might stick around with queen 9 high. Expecting a lot of stabs. Yeah, like this. Just from the pure raw value of the high card.
Still has the best of it on the 8 of hearts turn.
Could see one more bet from Brannan just because queen and king high should stick around on the flop, especially if they got backdoors and it's the Badoogie texture where, you know, none of the flush draws would have been picked up by the big blind that defended. Yeah, I really like this double barrel.
See if Moneymaker wants to keep him honest for one more street. Chris can be a very sticky customer, difficult to shake at times, and well, looks like he's correctly calling out.
Wow.
The 1-2-5. Brannan, perhaps alarm bells ringing now.
That was an excellent call by Moneymaker. Yeah, I can't really see Brannan firing 3, especially with the king, just because ace X kickers do improve.
Well played, Chris. Up to 80 big blinds. It's not been plain sailing at this feature. Lost the ace-queen against kings very early. But since then, just been chipping on up nicely. Almost at the top of the chip counts now over on the reef table. And over there on the lagoon, D-Negs north of 5 million, good for 108 big blinds. Roland Rakita of 71. Side Scheinberg in the mix, playing a healthy 30 big blinds. Just saw Rizzo double up. How about this reef table? Helmuth down to sub 6 bigs. Needs to spin the wheel sooner rather than later. Seen him make a couple of tight folds in typical Helmuth fashion. See if he can spin back up to a healthy stack.
I don't need 3, but I'll take it. Do I get to draw one?
Looks like Moneymaker was actually dealt 3 cards. Have to send one back. No pineapple here.
Couple of quattros for Brannan. Computer hand for Mockery.
This is the computer hand?
The solver hand, sorry.
Okay, I was going to say, I thought the Queen 7 was the computer hand for a second.
Listen, you use your computer. We'll use our solvers, Randy. Mockery may stick around for one bet.
It definitely should be, especially if it's a small bet, which tends to come on these paired boards. Ace high rates to be the best decently often. And also, with the Jack-Jack 9 texture, there are counterfeit opportunities against pairs under the 9. So added equity.
King of diamonds on the turn. Changes nothing. Brannon's 4 still in the lead, but has to be somewhat concerned with this run out. Queen 10 now getting there.
Brandon still beats lots of ace highs that will check call, check back makes sense. And there is the counterfeit opportunity that does come in for Mockery. Now doesn't really need to consider turning his hands to a bluff.
Mockery taking it down. So it looks like we're going to be throwing it out to Jeff Platt for another player sideline interview.
I learned from my friend here.
I saw you taking notes.
I'm an observer.
Okay, look, whatever I tell you, I will do the opposite.
Apparently not.
Okay, perfect.
Back over to DNX's table.
We just showered Jeff Platt.
Yeah.
Bottom here?
Showers for Jeff Platt.
My botão.
Meu botão.
Meu botão.
Meu botão em português.
Only 1 hour to dinner.
Yeah.
1 hour to dinner indeed.
And we're close
Line's
to
going
the
up to 30k, 60k.
Close to the end of the night, actually.
That's 40 off the money.
When are you going to start opening the deck?
Huh?
When are you going to start opening the deck?
Opening?
The deck.
What do you mean opening the deck?
Well, let me introduce you to one of our chip leaders so far here at the Super Main. Alex Wilson, stand up for me, please. We call him Lightning. If you're familiar with the Texas cash game scene, you probably do as well. All right, biggest difference, what stands out the most between that Texas cash game scene and maybe sitting down in a 25K with Bryn Kenny on your lap?
This is harder, more of a grind, but I'm having fun. I have a lot of chips, so I can play it how I would play if I was in a cash game. So I get to play a lot of hands that I normally wouldn't be able to play with someone like Bryn on my left. So I'm just doing my thing and see how it goes and go from there.
Well, you're an absolute blast to watch. I'm going to have you take your seat so you don't miss a hand, but I appreciate the time. Thank you, Lightning.
Yep.
Thanks so much, guys. We'll send it back to you.
Before, right?
Well, thanks, Jeff.
Oh, Helmuth got it in.
Helmuth has got it in. This is what he was waiting for. Didn't want to flip. Randy with the King-Jack against eights. Just wanted to get it in as a 4-1 favorite.
Patience being rewarded for Helmuth.
He keeps throwing chips at you too. Rebate.
I folded kings.
Everybody wants to give you a rebate.
We all knew he had aces except for you. Or maybe you knew and you're trying to summon the devil.
Oh, the flop hasn't been dealt. Now it has.
Matches.
Queen 7-4. Does have hearts covered.
I folded queen 4. You don't get...
No. You don't have to justify your bad play.
I tell you what, Randy.
You would have got me if I limped.
I know.
If a 6
well, no, you
rolls
limped.
off,
If he would have just called, yeah, I would have gotten you.
Yeah.
I know.
we might get one of the
It's
biggest
okay.
blow-ups.
You're good for TV. You're good for the
Of all
table.
time.
I'm happy you're here.
Don't think it's coming.
Hold
but
your
we'll
breath.
see.
Oh, it was upside down 6, my man.
Upside
Made
down
me
6.
flinch.
Patience is rewarded.
Helmuth
Man, I was so sure that was aces. I don't know how.
100%.
gets the double.
I don't know.
Was that only 18?
Back up to 14 bigs. I
Maybe
do
4.
apologize. Blind's just gone up, so back up to 12 bigs.
Bruce, maybe 4. Pretty good for losing $1 million on a bad play.
bigs, I call
Not quite $1 million.
The tightest woman at the table
What's the difference?
moved all in, and I called.
Guys, you're being
not that tight.
absolutely
You're the only woman at the table. Bob.
brain
I was
dead
waiting.
right
You
now.
didn't catch it, huh?
Oh, the tight. No, you know, fair,
Saying
fair, fair.
rigged and sus. You clearly
No,
don't
Phil's over
know
here tying
I
up
saw,
my
how
I saw you
RFID
raised with King 4. You don't have to
and
tell me.
delay works, guys.
I think you're getting trolled, my friend.
I learned
No,
the King
there's
4
a lot
from
of people
Chance.
that actually don't
You
know.
learned that from Chance?
Yeah.
You need to get a rebate.
Yeah.
Moneymaker is throwing shade. Chance
Chance
corners
is a
way.
beast.
Chance is a beast.
He'll one day be as good as me, too, I think.
What's your name, by the way?
Carlos.
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 Did he say, "What's your name, baby"?
I said, what's your name, baby? And he said Carlos, and I was like, and then he corrected me, it's not Carlos, but it sounds similar to Carlos.
He's my favorite player.
I really, please, like, talk to ACR, talk to one of these groups. Like, you've got to do a show at Jack's house
Close enough that it's not offensive.
or something.
I love Jack.
Jack
I know.
flopping top
He's
pair.
my favorite.
Make it 100.
P.S. King 4. See, it's
Was in
like-
rough
it's like
shape
it
pre-flop,
just-
but he
it's just
finds
like
the top
boom.
pair,
It
backdoor
always
spades.
happens.
It always happens, except for when.
Sarika with that Broadway draw. Ace of clubs as well.
It's a good texture for the ace queen, despite being outdrawn.
Sorry, 540 in the middle as the 10 of diamonds just gives Sarika the nut straight. Glares over in Jack's direction.
And 55.
As JG
Pushing the
continues
limit
for
of how
half
slow I
pot.
can do it. 200 and 55.
Well, Jermaine's going to wish he bet less.
Question is, does
I look at you
Sarika
rather than
announce
you got
himself
more
or just wait for a clean river, potentially
I look at you too, but for a different
shower
reason.
Jack?
Oh, Phil.
Phil!
Yeah, there's the
Phil, I
call.
didn't know it was like that.
How
Yeah, he
did you
probably doesn't
interpret that?
expect
Well, I
Jermaine
don't know.
to
I
bet just half
He is
pot
English.
Came across.
with a really strong hand. Clubs come in.
Has that all-important
This is a
club.
very special table we have here today. You can't say anything neutral and it's somehow bad.
Hard for
anything
Jermaine to
neutral
get
in
called
this
by
world
worse.
Anymore.
Like
Yeah,
checking back.
true.
I would have been canceled so many times. But they didn't have cameras when I was growing up.
475.
Wow,
Oh,
still
no.
going for value. It's going to get snapped off. That was thin.
That was thin. Perhaps image related. Jack very aware of, you know, the kind of image that he gives off, sipping on the margaritas, always chatty.
Relatively light.
So
I
we're
wouldn't
just
have
40
mind-
off the money.
Sorry to cut you off, but I wouldn't have mind him betting there if that wasn't a club that came in, you know, just to try to get called. But once clubs come in, it's harder for your opponent to just put you on a pure bluff.
What do you think he was targeting there? Like weaker King X?
I'm a little loosey-goosey with my
Right.
favored players.
Can't be King 10.
I
That
remember
wasn't so
saying to
fair.
you.
King 9.
I can
Hero,
tell while
ace
I'm telling
jack.
this to him that you're getting a little jealous.
I'm not getting jealous.
Angry.
I'm calling you fake.
I'm fake.
Yeah, you're giving fake compliments.
Oh no.
They don't have any value. Your compliments anymore. Wow. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
6 million up top in this one.
It's pretty rough.
Just
man.
35 away
You have all the chips. I gotta give you.
from making the money. Then obviously tomorrow the pools will be merged.
So serious. Haven't played a hand in 9 minutes.
King to suited. It's a little light for money, money, money. Attacking the helmet with big blind. I like it.
I don't remember posting 16.
You were, it changed for him. No, changed for me, changed for me. We've only on the first orbit.
We've seen
It's been
helmet
nine
fold
minutes, all right?
Queen Jack
That
offsuit on the big
levels.
blind, so why not raise relentlessly
but
I don't know.
into him?
What's that now? It's been slow. It's been that slow?
where are you from, C3?
Bulgaria.
Bulgaria. I usually think of the Bulgarians as being bigger.
Stop giving fake compliments.
Small and strong.
That's how I get people to play soccer.
No, that's Scotland. But Bulgaria, but Bulgaria is usually, they're like my.
We've got Bulgaria in the house, jumping into seat 3.
You got some Bulgarian blood, don't you?
No, Randy.
No?
Absolutely none.
Never mind.
Stop making me laugh.
I do speak the language,
Oh,
though.
okay, I knew there was some relation to it.
It's okay,
What if they
Randy.
get the 10K?
We do the same for
My buddy
you.
was gonna play it, but there was only 3
When we
people
ask you
in,
to
so-
translate certain things, you know.
Is it?
Helmuth down to
How's
sub
it going?
10.
Yeah, doing good. Good to see you. Good
I'm
to see
aware.
you. No, I think I'm okay.
That's why my buddy's
I need
aware.
food.
I mean, I don't know. I told him to go play it. He wanted to do a $4,000 flip for this thing. I said, dude, that's stupid. Just go play the damn 10K.
Was there rake in this 14?
I have no idea, but he's already played this damn. I mean, I put him in twice.
All right,
He doesn't need to play a third time.
Yellow
for a flip.
and
He's like, I'm gonna go. Just a buddy. of
Okay.
mine.
You put them in?
Yeah, put him in twice.
Good
Randy,
friend.
it sounds like people were
He's my college friend. I'm not
Okay.
in college.
flipping
We've been around. He
Is he any good?
no.
to try and spin up
He's all right.
money to jump into this one.
He makes deep runs in the main event every year for me. Like he cashes like 7 out of the last 8 years.
Wow, that's unbelievable.
Yeah. He's a cockroach.
Are they talking about Sean Winter?
I wish I had more cockroach in me.
How much would you? What would the line be if I go play the main event and I cashed 3 years?
Sarika with a couple of ladies in the cutoff facing the open from under the gun.
Plus, no, hell no. It's not main event's not that hard to cash. You just get good table draws. I mean,
20-1, 3 years in a row.
Yeah,
3 years in a row.
Why would
That's-
you do 20-1?
Really?
Book it, book it.
Yeah, I think 21 is a good line.
20-1 is.
Can I get 20 to 1, please?
You're a bit different because you can just like take him to town. Who's this guy? You're a lovely guy, but you
Sounds like the odds
get
being
paid off
offered
something.
20 to 1 to
I do get
catch
paid off.
the WSOP main
Sure,
event
3
3
times.
years in a row.
I didn't cash last year.
Yeah, I would never take
First
that
time in
bet.
6 years I didn't cash.
No, you did
Can
6
barely
in a
cash
row.
that main.
I did 5 in a row.
5 in Crazy.
You would take that bet?
No, I wouldn't. I've only cashed it once in my life.
20 to 1's easy.
I'll take that bet.
11 or
Average
12
would be
tries.
5 to 1.
Like a top 1,000 player.
Let's
Well, it sounds like producer
Let's
James
do this
looks
bet.
interested
Let's,
in laying me
let's
20
book
to 1
this
on
bet,
cashing the
guys.
main 3 years in a row.
Feels about right.
32 to
Well,
1.
what you're supposed to cash like what 15% of the time?
Top 1,000 player.
Okay, so I should get like.
I'll take it.
I
Put
don't know.
booked.
I don't know.
It's a hard tournament, my friend.
Maybe
I think he's a Norwegian baddie. I don't know.
I'll
as
probably
you-
give a lot of people 20 to 1.
Got Will
And 3
White
years
in
in a
the
row.
chat saying is
You would give
WSOP
20
and
to
Triton partnered.
To
They
a lot
were
of
for this
people,
event.
yeah.
Oh, yeah,
At
I'd
the
give
500k
6 to 1
Invitational.
times 6 to 1 times 6 to 1. So
Alejandro
if you're-
Lococo shipped for 12
I wouldn't
million.
give you 20 to 1.
And the 100k main
What?
that Alex
Does this come down to
Foxon
the
won for his
friend
third bracelet
It's because
in 3.8 million.
he said he didn't know who he was, so now he feels the need to like.
Are you talking about me, him or him? Not me or him?
mockery.
By anybody. I want 30.
Getting
I want
after
40.
Moneymaker after sweet talking him
I just want a good price.
You're trying to increase your
all
price.
day.
I'm just trying.
Yeah,
I'm just trying to increase my price.
I'm all for this. Give me a good price.
I'm gonna
So
give you
far,
more
the VGJ
respect than you
Mockery's
deserve,
the
sir. Look at that.
What we
only player I've seen 3-bet light.
Ooh,
Show me an ace.
I can show you. I can't show you. an ace, but I
7.
can
He's
show
got
you
a
king.
7. King Jack of Hearts.
Wow.
That's good.
King 4 of hearts. That's what you
King
raised.
Jack of Hearts. He just did a little side smile.
That's true.
Back
because
on
king
over
only loses to ace of spade, okay?
no,
And
ace of
then
spade, queen of spade, and
so on.
7 of spade. It's
To
the
D-Nex's table.
Okay, fine, but all these are very low probability.
Yeah, everything's always low probability until somebody bets big.
No, there's difference. Somebody who's bigs may indicate all kind of things.
When he called
not
on
the
the
only
flop.
one.
40
he
big
called the
blinds
flop,
for
it
Michalak.
increases the probability that he has a spade, right?
Yes.
Couple
So,
of tens.
if he has a spade,
He has a
4 of them beat a king.
120.
4 of them.
Oh, 3 of them do. 3 of them do. Ace, queen, and 7.
That is true.
And there's
One for the
5
potential
out there.
3-bet candidate out the small blind. I mean,
Water.
3 beat the king.
just comes with
Dice
flat.
poke, dice poke.
That is true, but you know, I'm making
Well,
too
this
much
is
simple
a
calculation.
squeezing
I'm
candidate,
saying
clearly.
it's a good chance that
And
you
chips
don't
could
have spade.
potentially just
That's
fly
true.
in, expecting Rokita to attack
How much I
the
bet,
flat in the small blind.
I don't, I
Tens
cannot
could
bet
just
100
4-bet
because
rip
you,
for 40 big
as a
blinds
matter
or
of fact,
so.
you call. No, so
Could
you
be
bet
showers
300, you
for
bet 600. As a guy
Mihalek.
with this kind of chips,
I agree, Randy. I mean, this is a cut-off open, a small blind flat, and it really does open the door
I would think.
for Roland to get his squeeze on out of the big.
You don't have it, and you're going to fold, which you did.
And the larger your opponent squeezes, the more you kind of want to just rip it in. Don't fault
What was the smallest?
the tens
split
jam.
It was 9,
And
8,
what a
3,
spot for Rokita.
9, 10, Jack, Queen.
Good luck, gents. This is a huge pot. Not to state the obvious.
No, because
One of the biggest we've had, if not the biggest we've had on these feature tables.
Queens against tens.
Clean 5 million in the pot, 30 from the money.
Lost, before yesterday on Kings.
You found a 10 against me. Maybe you'll find one.
Kings can hold here. Roland Rokita is going to be up to almost 6 million in chips. Comes Queen, Queen 6. Clubs covered by the Austrian. Needs to fade the 2 outs once. As Mihalek goes for the prepay. And he is out of here. Just 30 off the money. Pretty brutal given the setup. And, you know, you could argue had the flat call from the small not came in, Randy. Perhaps he'd still be sat there against someone as competent as Roland Rokita. Of course, the jam, a profitable one, but unfortunate timing.
Played underneath where it's
Mihalek is very aware his opponent is going to be squeezing with air and just folding there quite often. Rokita. He's cruising. So
like
many
I said, I don't think it'll
chips.
be 8 levels. This is we have level 6 and maybe level 7.
So
Before
DNX
dinner
thinks
break?
it's
No.
only going to take
After dinner break.
another level
But it'll,
post
you know,
dinner
with the
break
bubble, everybody
to get the money
thinking. So
sorted
15
and
seconds
over and
only
done
is
with.
good, 'cause they can't think too much. 15
I'm not
seconds.
so
fine.
sure, Randy. It could be a lengthy bubble. I mean, deep stacked.
I mean, of course it could be, but obviously, given the sheer size
like
of
6 million
the
now?
field, you know, there's more tables, more opportunities for a player to kind of bust.
60, 60.
Like 5, 3.
So 150. 150 to take the blinds.
You see it open?
We've really been spoilt for table talk today, Randy, making our lives a whole lot easier. A chatty D-Negs, chatty Chris Moneymaker on the other table. Got Helmuth in the mix, trying to nurse that short stack.
We've got something developing here. Near 3x open from Rizzo from +1, and Zlotnikov's got ace-jack. And when you see the bigger opening, you might actually think that more likely you're going to get called when you reshove. Ace-jack is such a monster hand. Perhaps there's more value in there in the sense that if your opponent does have raised folds,
40,
getting better price.
40 something.
It's not an easy jam spot though, Randy. It's +1 open.
Next one, it's already what? 160, 200,000.
It kind of seems like he wants to fold this one.
No, it's in blind. It's 200. 80, 80, 40.
I mean, this is for 13 bigs. You're just 26 off the money.
If somebody has 400, it's a killer. Needs to play.
I can really get behind just playing snug, but at the same time, I don't think he's going to make it into the money without risking his stack on at least one occasion. So
He says all kind of very
He folds it. Scared of the 3x open.
This is, for example,
Didn't want to
somebody goes
force
all in.
cards on their backs. Wow. What a play down. Folds over to Scheinberg. It's a big raise, so King 7 offsuit.
You have how much?
Not looking as lovely.
So somebody goes all
As it
in.
folds.
Somebody goes all in with small stack. Yep. You have pocket queens.
Yep.
Finds the table, okay, and so on. You have a very big stack and so on. You fold.
Yeah, why do you think he doesn't win?
Asking about
You know why? Because he doesn't
the amount of
want
people
to
that are
get the
paid,
square out.
the amount of people in the field.
Oh, I see.
So in the live day
If
ones,
it's a cheap lead,
and obviously
if
late
it's
reg
a
running
fun,
into the
it's
start
not-
of day 2.
It's not a big deal.
Yeah, agreed.
Let's
Got
keep
the number
guys-
on
That's
the
not
screens, and then we've also got the 600 online entries as
But it's a
well.
theory, I
So
remember, like,
total of
these two guys
1,978 or so.
The chip leader doesn't have incentive to knock out the small stack.
Round and overlay of what? 1.5 million, Randy?
That's what you told me.
You got 8 seconds left. 5 seconds. I didn't know if you knew it was on you.
Will you call me now if I show? You call me now if I show? Fold? Call.
Queen, queens.
Nice one.
Lund in the cutoff, 30 bigs, ace queen. Going to activate.
200?
120.
I call.
Here comes Isai Schonberg.
Here we
Jack
go.
10 suited. Nice hand.
Very playable. Jack 10 of clubs off of 30 plus bigs. Does cover the Norwegian.
You want to spread the cards.
Is going to play the rest of the hand out
Cheater,
of position.
Yeah,
100% cheater.
Or 8-7 trade, perhaps enough to pique the curiosity of Scheinberg with those 2 overs and gut shot.
Seems like lead is on his mind.
Did you check?
I don't know. You check?
No, you're first.
I am first. Okay, sorry. I check.
There is the check from Scheinberg. Didn't realize he's first to act. Happens to the best of us, Randy.
Good eye by Negreanu.
Looks like Lund is going to continue. 115 into 360. A snap call from Scheinberg. Just 23 off the money.
Nice turn card for Scheinberg.
Yeah, turning the best hand, just double checking that he has the goods. 590 out there.
I call 500. I bet 500.
Wow, just leads in to Lund for nearly pot. I mean, fortunately for Scheinberg, he has the best hand, but could have very, very much been running into an overpair.
Yeah, but I think Scheinberg doesn't expect Lund to
You see, it works.
get out of line
What,
at this
check
stage
call
of the
bet?
tournament.
No.
Sir, how many greens do you have? I can't really see from my angle.
How many what?
Greens.
Greens.
Yeah, green chips.
Yeah, like 10,
You-
12.
You will see. You will
I can't see
now.
from this angle, so.
No, you know, I'm not just collecting them now.
Hello?
It's about 10.
Cool, thank you. Appreciate it.
Who was that asking?
A terrific 10.
Unclear.
All right, players in the super main event. We do have your prize pool information. Total payouts will be 297 places. That's 207 from today. We'll combine on day 3 with 90 from online. Your min cash will be $50,000. And the first place And that WSOP gold bracelet will be $6 million. So it's a min cash of $50,000 at 297. And the winner's going to take home $6 million and that WSOP gold bracelet. Good luck, everyone.
First place, yeah. 6 million.
Raise 120. First place only 6 million?
I think that's what he said, 6 million.
I know, I think they said 6 million overlay.
No.
There's no way 6.
Oh, did he say 6 million overlay?
I think that's what was said, yeah.
That is not what was said.
What's the bet?
6 million for first. Min cash.
Is that 125?
Of $50,000. We are 23 away from making the money in the live portion of this tournament. So just 23 more eliminations for today before we bag and tag. And then the players will merge with the online qualifiers and come back tomorrow. Same time, same place. Battle it out for 6 million.
50K min cash is pretty big. 2x.
In a
That's a big
25K
payday.
as well.
Yeah, it's a big payday. 3 on the flop for Negreanu.
DNX spiking the set. Only one overcard to Lund's 8. Wants to get some clearance.
Interesting spot with the set, whether to slow play or not. He shouldn't expect Lund to kind of float as much just because we're so close to the money. He is going to check raise. Very small, trying to just keep these pairs in there that are drawing so slim.
Yeah, Daniel is a tricky customer.
Yeah, I like this size.
Just really extending the rope to Lund to do something crazy.
But also just opening the door for his opponent if he did have like ace-jack plus to just stack off by the river card.
Yeah, DNX just trying to figure out where exactly he's at. Give him a bit of insight as to what sizes he can go for on later streets. Wants to try and get all of the money in, of course. $1.2 million back, 870 in the middle.
Ace is a fun card, as sometimes it does improve the bet calling range on this texture, whether it be wheel draws, maybe some ace king, ace queen, especially with diamond backdoors. But against the 8s, this card could easily just end the pot here and now.
Don't do it, Lund.
Also
Drawing
gotta
to 2 outs once, mate.
Ask the question, if he calls here, what's he going to do if it just blanks out and Negreanu bets once more?
Yeah, he just has to recognize, you know, this is a small blind flat. This isn't a big blind defend where the range is a lot wider. DNX's going to have a lot of ace-x of diamonds, maybe even something as strong as ace-jack.
I'm telling you, ICM is actually really important right now.
That
Let's
turn might
get
have
away
saved you.
from it.
Turn might have saved you. Maybe. I don't know. You had a big pair.
Well, what do you know?
Ace jack, no good.
DNX is dialed in. Just knows that ace on the turn actually ended up costing him chips. As you know, some of the obvious check raises like ace 4, ace 5 of diamonds.
Threes. Yeah.
Get there on the
Let's hope you hit
turn.
ace jack.
Well, you can get there on the turn. Hopefully you won't have to. Over on GG Poker, by using the promo code Paradise2024, you can get yourself a little $50 ticket into the Weekender, completely free of charge. A min deposit of 20 bucks gets you that ticket. Best of luck to everyone. Hopefully see some of you here next year after qualifying over on GG. For those of you just joining us, we are just 20 spots off the money. So to explain it once more, to the viewers, there were online day ones held on GG Poker for about the last 6 weeks or so. There were 600 entries online. 90 players made it through to day 3. I believe it's called the on live format, where you play your day 1 and your day 2 online. You make it into the money online, and then you come to the live event for day 3 in the money, guaranteed a min cash of $50,000. They're going to be joining the 207 players that make it into the money from this live field of 1,378. So we've got 1,378 live, 600 online, so just shy of 2,000. Overlay of $1.5 million. So a bit of value for the players as Rizzo flops the absolute joint Randy on the Jack 10-9.
Doesn't like to see that check around, though.
He likes to see that. Unfortunately for him, nobody with the 4-line apiece.
Do like this check from Rizzo, though, just because if Queen X will bet for you, you can inflate the pot, try to stack that. Also, maybe someone tries to represent that straight. Checks around once more. Not the greatest river card. As if he was up against a queen, now they would chop it up.
Oh, here we go.
Zlotnikov.
Rizzo managing to potentially get the max because Zlotnikov's led out. Rakita might call here with the 2 pair. And then Rizzo sat there with the straight.
That's what seems like it's going to happen. King Queen gets max.
Only ace queen beats you.
It's okay. You got paid. 2 extra money.
7?
Rizzo is having the time of his life at this feature
queen
table.
also, but I might have a better straight, right? No? I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay, out in the field, 18 off the money. Let's check in real quick with Michael Dwyer. Michael, stand up for me for a quick sec. Thank you, sir. I'm doing well, thank you. Okay, yesterday on stream, it seemed like everybody was rooting for you, even your opponents. What has this Supermain experience been like for you?
It's been pretty unreal. My wife and I came here for our 30th anniversary, a bit of poker and a bit of time together. We've got plenty of time together, which has been lovely. I really didn't expect to be on feature tables, featuring in a documentary, ticking a bucket list, getting interviewed by Jeff Platt. This is wonderful. I've passed you by in the corridors of the WSOP so many times, and here we are. So, no, it's been a wonderful time. I mean, yesterday was unbelievable. Colby, the UFC fighter beside me, Alexandra, the chess player. I've met Steve Kearns, the Irish boxer, the Irish takeover, and I've been tortured by these guys. Scott beside me here to my left. I had Isaac to my left earlier on as well. I mean, it's absolute torture. So it's taking my patient best to just hang in here.
Well, I don't know if I belong on that bucket list, but thank you for including me. Thank you for being here and make that money. I'm going to send you back to the action so you don't miss a hand. Great checking in with you. Thank you, Michael. Really appreciate it. Guys, let's send it back to you in the studio.
Here we are, Jeff.
Okay.
Thanks for that one, JP.
Tell me.
300
Shout
for you.
out to Dwyer as well.
Love those words from Dwyer.
300.
I made it
Just
300.
really
Yeah, I know.
enjoying himself out there.
5 seconds.
Guys, nothing.
You're
It's not
wasting time banks.
Wasting time, banks. Okay, take it.
Okay. Negreanu muscling Scheinberg in that spot.
Time back for me?
Yep. I was trying to help you. I said 5 seconds. Hurry, hurry. You don't need those time banks anymore. I never use 1. Never. 3 or none. Always 3 or none. It always ends up like that. 3 or 0.
I didn't bluff. You thought I'm bluffing, so you put me on me?
Oh, you mean like re-raise you because I thought you were bluffing?
Yeah.
Well, you were bluffing.
I was not.
You folded.
This
What does
feature.
that mean?
You didn't have aces, you didn't have kings.
I did have ace.
You didn't have aces. You had 1 ace. Big deal.
So you're saying
You bring an ace to a...
Ace 10 is not bluffing, okay?
It's not. It's, it's open.
Ryan Mack saying
Versus
Jeff is
three
really
bet.
good at his job.
It doesn't play well.
Could not agree more, my man.
Oh, now he's like, no more.
Always.
No more cheap ones.
no more
Okay,
cheating.
in that
Great
case,
on
I'll get out of the
the
way.
sideline reporting side of things.
Scheinberg actually has ace-10 this time.
Behave, Rizzo. I think this is just a bit of posturing now. I can expect to see people
I got
slowing
the most
down,
dangerous guy out.
given that we are just 16 places off the money.
Only blinds.
Yeah, it's a $50,000 min cash. Loon's got ace-queen off. A hand he could definitely reshove with off of 20 bigs.
By the way, I have
With
to
lots
show
of fold
the
equity.
public. I have to show the public my beautiful hand. Yeah.
There we go.
Ay, ay, ay.
Ay, ay, ay.
Scheinberg's having the time of his life,
Okay,
mate.
how much is this? He plays the timing. The timing is bad. to call. Timing is not good.
Scheinberg very well aware that Loon shouldn't be
Okay,
reshoving
I
light
fold.
right now.
I fold.
Nice fold. Ace 10.
Game.
He says again, but it ace 3 offsuit last hand.
Better than ace 10?
Yeah,
Randy, just let him believe that he had ace 10, okay?
Yeah.
William S. said, commentator is reading the chat. We are indeed. Says, tell DNX to start playing some hands.
Offsuit.
Just 3-bet
Yes,
the
it's
Queen
it.
Jack. Started this feature
Good
table with
hand, but not
3.3
good
million. He's
hand
up
to
to
blow
5.1,
out,
so he's
you know,
been
this
getting
time.
involved.
Oh, near the bubble.
You've been sleeping at the wheel, my friend.
15 away from the money.
Unless
Or
he's
you've
so
only
rich he
just
doesn't
joined
care.
us. One of the two.
No, I'm rich, but I care because I want
Him,
to
I
win this tournament.
Him, I'm saying. You know I'm rich, but I care. He says, you are rich and you care. Both true. No lies detected.
Okay. They're going to win.
Raise 125.
Relief. Ace King, I would call him.
There we go. DNX in the mix. He's up to 6 million almost. The King 4 of diamonds. This is where DNX really just shows his experience, right, Randy? He knows that we're 16 off the money. He's also aware of the fact that there are a ton of qualifiers in this one to whom a $50,000 min cash means the world. So he gets to just start playing
I
the
think
role
I saw like a 4
table
cross
captain.
diamond when he lifted his cards. I don't know what it was.
I genuinely don't remember what I had.
Okay. Looked like what I saw was a 4 across diamond. I'm not sure 8 or a 10 or something.
Don't. Yeah.
That's what I looked like. Anyway, I want to share.
Opening into the big blind of the other chip leader at the table.
But you're right. You know, Negreanu's got the most experience at this table. Will be opening very wide.
Call the police, Randy. 999.
My favorite hand would be a very good.
Oh, sorry, I forgot.
Isn't it 911?
Well,
Nine.
depends what part of the world you're from, my friend.
Okay, which part of the world is 999?
Ah,
emergency?
Randy, UK.
Are you bluffing me right now?
I am not bluffing you. I'm glad you didn't get into trouble when we were in London for the Triton Super High Roller Series, because calling 911 would have got you in trouble. Although I'm sure you would have figured it out. DNX continuing. Roland obviously going nowhere. Does now turn a flush draw.
He could double barrel in this spot to target ace high, having outs, whether it be diamond, king, or 4. He does check it back.
What's he going to do here? King high, bet the flop, got called by what is perceived to be an ace high. Or does he just take his showdown?
Roland's thinking about just value betting ace queen high, isn't he? This will be thin. Excellent find. Kicker is relevant, of course.
This is a really sick value bet from Roland.
I like it with his kicker. It just forces Negreanu to call so often given the price with ace high himself.
Wow.
Negreanu stays away.
That is put him on 9.
Keita closing
Put
in
him
on the
9.
6 million
You
chip
bet
mark.
so little. Only pair, right?
Huh?
You didn't have a pair.
I did not have a full house. No.
14,300 of you watching over on the World Series of Poker YouTube channel.
It was nice food.
Massive shout out to all of you guys for keeping us company. Really been enjoying your engagement in the chat.
I wasn't thinking about calling.
It's been some
No, I was
banter,
not
some
thinking.
needling.
Yeah, I was not calling. That was not happening.
Some people enjoy us,
Raising
others
was on
think
the
we're
table.
shit, Randy. I don't mind it, you know.
And
I
then
understand.
I said, I don't know, coin
Randy's
poker
not
guy,
everyone's
whatever,
cup of
who
tea.
knows? He fucking probably pay me off.
I get
anyway.
it.
Right? I'll just have it. It's easier. It's easier to just have it. Why pretend?
Oh, yeah.
Do let us know whereabouts in the world you're watching us
whatever.
from.
I can wait.
Assume most of you are stateside. Perhaps some of you down under. Tuesday afternoon. Out in Australia,
Rizzo.
New Zealand.
Wow, we folded
Close
king queen.
to the bubble. It's crazy we're going to
Randy
dinner
with
break.
10 off the money.
Yeah, I still
And
think
people-
it's a little tight given how healthy his stack is of 2.2 million. But I understand it.
Yeah, nah.
But the bubble can take a long time. But still.
It depends how many people.
Someone's asking me to say one thing about Lewisham. I mean, I can't remember the last time I was in Lewisham. It's like 20 years ago. Got Varna, Bulgaria, Dominican Republic, Norway, Sweden, Uruguay, Thailand, Hungary, Queens, New York.
Mini
Greetings
money
from Ireland, says
5-0.
Tony Higgins.
Mini money.
I think so. I think he said 5-0.
Yes.
Tokyo, Toronto, Canada.
Double up. Some people
Love
10
it.
times though.
Yes.
Thank you, guys.
Right.
450 is not enough. They need first.
Rokita trying to attack Scheinberg. Doesn't work. Didn't Rokita here? Scheinberg's rich. Doesn't need to slide into the money. He's going to defend 9-7 offsuit.
Well, he's going to get outplayed. He has the worst of it on the ace king 10. But Roland with that Broadway gutty.
Clear range advantage for the pre-flop raiser on his ace king texture. Checking over. And Scheinberg is bluffing with 9 high without the range advantage.
Making me eat my words. Getting
This is
involved,
cool.
man.
This is, you don't got it.
Yeah, ICM be damned, Randy. Okay, who cares if we're 10 off the money? Scheinberg wants to play.
Win Hall of Fame for Scheinberg.
6 million. 6 million.
Yeah, I'm doing fine.
The big pay bluff. You pay.
Oh yeah,
the
he tried
big.
to bluff.
Oh, yeah.
I knew I was going to get him. I knew it.
Crazy, bro.
Re-raise, boom, 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 all in. I have ace, of course.
Crazy. Yeah. You collect.
Yeah, I forgot to show him. Okay, so people wonder what I have.
Mystery hand.
Mystery.
Yeah, I think it's very clear at this point Rizzo is just trying to
Second.
stall a little bit.
30,000.
It means a lot to a lot of
It is
people.
30,000. Look at the thing.
I completely
25.
understand.
Good luck, man.
Good luck to Zlotnikov, obviously. Jacks +1. We knew he would have to put his stack in the middle at risk
Like 300 or something?
at some point.
No, you take it, take it. Stay alive, stay alive. Pocket nines.
Pocket nines.
Yeah.
Good. No
That's
good.
right. Yeah, you had, yeah, that's why I folded.
Wanna see?
Sure, go. Jack.
Germain.
Jack. See, I folded pocket nines.
Oh, that was pretty cool.
Jack and Jack.
Ah,
Look.
Let's go.
Magic trick.
I tried to make us to money. Shut up.
I'm trying to play.
I tried to make it to money. Shut up. Yeah.
That's the most Russian
Pal,
response
if you want
I've
us to
ever
get to the
heard.
money, let me fucking bust it out. I promise you, pal. I'm here to bubble.
I had an 8 and a 5 offsuit. That's true.
That's the truth, the full truth, and only the truth, right? Yeah.
Now he's gotten kings.
He did just try and say they're trying to get into the money. This isn't stalling though. It's got a legit hand. Does he come for the min? No. Just going to jam it in.
Oh, he's going to get looked up by ace queen, isn't he?
Dan literally just said he's trying to punt it off. He's trying to bust it. 9 off the money. Is he going to spin the wheel here? As Cecilia Jiang jumps in, seat 2.
Welcome.
I don't see how he can lay it down. Sitting on 1.8 million. It's 1/3 of your stack. He doesn't seem happy. You see him shaking. Big laydown.
That is a
and
huge
correct.
fold. Great fold, mate. For 10 bigs. It's going to fold round to D next. He gets out of there, and, well, Zlotnikov is going to get back-to-back jams through.
He should just same trick with the show to king and change it to suit.
Rizzo taking his time as well. Just the fake asking for a count, doesn't need it.
No, clearly stalling.
We should do a shot every time someone stalls, Randy.
Yes.
That should be a thing.
Only one time. Daniel is my teacher.
Yeah, only one time. That's it.
Yeah, only one time. Нужно один разик. Разок.
Ренту сдам выброс?
Один раз.
Ренту сдам?
Sorry?
Ренту сдам выброс?
Apparently Dan's nickname is Jing Tao.
Реально ту сдам выбросил?
Мой русский вообще не так хорошо. Скажи мне на 13 минут. Это слово я не понимаю почему-то.
Afterhand.
Да, второй язык.
Hold on, Dan just banged out fluent Russian.
Sounds like I can't confirm.
I mean, maybe his name's not Dan.
$120. Yes.
Scheinberg upstairs with king 5 offsuit.
300 again.
And Negreanu 3-bet him earlier, queen jack offsuit. Now this time with king 3 suited.
Okay.
Oh, hang on.
okay,
What?
you
Zlotnikov's
guys.
all in
You
again.
got me. I
Well,
cannot.
well, how much more do I owe?
Aces.
So he's gone jacks,
I was
then
bluffing.
kings.
How much is the bet?
1.4 million.
And wakes up with aces.
I was
That's a
bluffing.
good hand.
I was bluffing.
You can let it go, Daniel.
11 bigs. I put in 5 already.
Just let it go, Daniel.
355. I'm so dead though.
Zlotnikov.
Okay, take your time. You have cards.
Yeah, I'll only do some math. I'll take an extra 30 because. Okay,
Let's
so
go D next.
the bet is how much?
Take his time.
655.
1.4 million.
655. Okay, so 350.
We are in one team, Daniel.
Only 325. It's not.
Okay, you can chip dump me. I don't care.
Maybe you just have queens. You would do that with
What do you
queens.
have? What do you have? Ice five?
Really bad hand.
Really
you
bad
might
hand?
just have queens, right? If you have queens, I can play. But if you, yeah, I guess I have to play. Here.
Queens.
Ah, I knew I was dead.
Says spin the wheel.
Bomba clap.
This way what I had, only better king.
You had king also?
King, but
655. That was unlucky.
Who just said
But
that?
you never know, I might win.
That Dan just said bomber clock.
3-3 straight. How about a 7 high straight? You don't want that. Aces on the bubble.
Oh
always.
man. 1.7 out there. 7 off the money.
Backdoor, backdoor, backdoor.
DNX is only live to runner on a 2-pair trips or clubs.
That's it. You
He's
win.
dead.
No sweat. Easy game.
He's dead on the turn.
Dance like a Daniel.
I almost folded. I didn't even want to put the 350.
Like this guy.
Floor.
He has queens, he has jacks, he has aces all the time.
Even against ace king, I was okay.
I will win against you.
Yeah.
Now we're cooking,
That
Daniel.
was,
If you play.
Me and you.
if he folds, I play.
Oh, you would have played.
But I don't know how it will continue, but that's a different story.
7 away.
Why don't you let it go? I'm face up.
I know, because this I'd feel bad.
He feels bad.
You need a double.
Yeah. I'm a good guy.
Jacks,
There's a charity game here.
kings,
Charity.
and then aces for the full double.
If you had queens, I'd feel bad.
So his next hand can't get any better.
What a rush. Near the bubble as well.
Negreanu, 10-3 suited, not slowing down after losing that last pot.
For me, he raises 300. He is one.
Well, because you already did, and then I re-raise. This is my first raise.
Okay.
And Scheinberg saw that he's getting played back at by Negreanu, king 3 suited. Zlotnikov, king jack off.
Next time when you raise me, I go all in.
Yes, I know.
Hopefully I have it.
Scheinberg with the table talk.
No, you even when you have it, you still fold.
Time being used.
2 or 4 only 7 people.
Oh my word.
He's playing the image like, oh, I'm just trying to get into the money, but Zlotnikov, he knows what's up.
Just very aware of the fact that DNX is getting a bit out of line.
See him right now? This is him. Every hand, aces, kings, aces, kings, aces, kings.
Oh, his read
Every-
is so wrong here.
Every hand, he's got a monster.
Every. Look, I have a monster 4 times in a row.
You did?
4 times in a row.
So jacks, kings, aces, then king jack off.
No, like running hot. I need to change t-shirt. Not just one time.
Yeah, just one
No,
time.
just
say,
one time
10
is the best,
Just
but-
10 times. Okay.
But running hot now.
You're dripping. Give me some.
Fair play to Zlotnikov for finding the 3-bet there. I think a lot of people just pass up on the opportunity.
Like 4 to 1.
Let DNX do what he's going to do and secure that min cash of 50K.
Yeah, Negreanu has no idea that Zlotnikov has gone out of line there.
Raise 120.
Oh, DNX's turn to pick up a legit hand.
Re-raise 300.
Using the same sizing he did against Scheinberg when his king 3 of clubs was shown.
See, at least he's consistent.
Rizzo is just... Dude, it's a good job we're not doing shots for every time someone stalls on the bubble.
Yeah, they will, they will.
Yeah. I will think for a while.
5 seconds.
Okay, I don't have too much time banks cards. Can you give me 2?
Don't do it, Jiang.
After break, you give me?
Do not do it.
Where's the floor?
Let go of the
Floor.
7s.
Yeah, even though she
Block.
definitely does have fold equity under normal circumstances, just is
can
not
you tell me
worth the
when,
risk.
do
ICM
we get
pressure,
some more time
6 from the money.
Thanks so much.
Might have been
Yeah,
8
I think
down
they
for
said
Dan as
tomorrow.
well. It was very
Get
quick.
more tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Never mind, floor. We got it.
Rokita folds.
This time I would have still been behind him, but
Flashes the kings.
What a cooler table.
Yeah.
Cow SB with
King
the
3
classic
versus ace.
Tony G line saying, bring more Russians.
King versus garbage.
Look. He acted like your friend, and you open. He 3-bet you.
Cuted. I was cuted.
I know.
Look at this guy.
I'm taking this into consideration. Don't worry.
Next time, he's gonna 4-bet with
We
260s.
know him a long time.
30-something years.
Yeah.
He knows I always have it, except that time.
That's the point, actually. How long have you known Scheinberg and DNX for? I mean, they must know each other for what, 25 years? 20 years? Something like that?
Yeah, I
How
mean,
many times people can have pocket kings? Why I didn't have it today?
trust me,
once?
they've known each other a very long,
You're doing
very
okay
long
with that.
time.
No, I'm not doing okay without it. I should do
Not
better.
necessarily at the poker table.
No, of course not.
Yeah,
You guys getting it every second hand.
Scheinberg has done so much for poker.
Yeah, I was going to
As
say
never on
earlier,
you in a different way, you know.
there aren't many people that have done more for poker than Scheinberg. Poker Hall of Famer. Rightly so.
Not quite.
No?
No, he gets nominated every time. I believe he hasn't won it yet.
Oh, wow. That's insane. I'm surprised by that.
I think chat can confirm that for you. Two big stacks going to war.
DNX still with the best of it. I see a lot of people mentioning the online moniker Diego Ventura. Is that Rizzo's online screen name? Because Diego is an OG. I remember the old school screen name. People are saying that Scheinberg is in the Hall of Fame, by the way.
Okay.
You think the fucking bucket hat is fooling me?
I'm not sure.
I know
Google
you're
it.
tricks, motherfucker.
Rokita going to get out of there. Commentator got caught in 4K. What did we get caught in, Scroll? Well, hopefully we're not in too much trouble.
Ну отлично, а? А когда меня?
Ну уже один разок.
Отлично, вау. Роли потом.
No, I'm pretty sure I'm right. The more I'm researching. Because Patrick was inducted this year into the Hall of Fame. And Eastside was definitely nominated.
Okay. You sound like you know what you're talking about, Randy. So I'm gonna trust you on that one.
Cool.
You're right. It is D Ventura,
Limpy.
the online screen name,
Limpy.
legendary online screen name.
What does it mean? Aces or kings, right?
You confused the guy.
I'm
Getting the
confused.
vibe, he's just going to fold this king queen.
You're like,
Confused.
oh, what I need to
But
do.
there's so many people before him. It's a long time. You'll help him to get out of confusion, right? All in on your pocket kings.
Oh, he is going to play this one.
Oh,
Kind of interesting,
get a
because
call.
he opted to open fold it from like the same position, but now looking to over limp. Perhaps he feels that Scheinberg's limp from undergun protects his range a little bit more.
4 minute long
Unclear, of
spotting
course.
Bruno Samo saying a lot of stalling. Yeah, me and Randy are doing shots for every time someone stalls. So
Yeah, I'll be drunk later today.
as to be expected, just 6 off the money, $50,000 min cash.
Oh, okay.
You break my face in couple of spots. Like bad. I protect you, jam. I value bet you, jam.
What's your name?
Anatoly.
Oh, Anatolia. Yeah, I remember. Nice to
meet
see you.
Nice to meet you. It was fun. I love your style.
Thank you. I'm really bad. Like people tell me hands that I
Calling
play
under the-
from
Who's
like
this for?
5 years ago, whatever. I'm like,
There's a
and I'm
John
like,
and everybody.
how do you remember? Like I don't even, you know.
I don't remember what I eat for breakfast. Like this.
Top pair for Rizzo.
someone a couple of days ago.
Gut shot and backdoor diamonds for Scheinberg, who's shown a willingness to play big pots whenever he wants to. Is he going to try and build it up here? With the Queen 9 of diamonds, does have equity, of course.
Would like to see him bet in this spot, but does check it over to Rizzo. And even though Rizzo often has the best hand of King Queen here,
I have same situation.
kind of like check just because you don't want to inflate. He is going to just bet massive. I suppose his intention is just to bet fold, given near full pot, expecting players to play very straightforward.
I swear
He doesn't want to stack off right now.
You say this board, this board, this board. It looks like me, but I don't remember. You know, like
505 out there. Scheinberg with equity.
Oh.
Does make the call.
This is uncomfortable for Rizzo
It really
immediately.
is. It means a lot to him. You can tell. We saw the emotions earlier when he doubled up with the 8s. I can get behind a recreational / non-pro getting excited. It means so much to him, of course, as diamonds do present themselves.
Really?
You know what I
on
want
the
to see,
turn.
Henry? I want to see Scheinberg just lead huge and see what this King Queen
Maybe
do.
to just run through it. I prefer to just go to.
Just put in like $500,000
Because
right
the
now.
day ends like right after.
I wonder if Rizzo would continue. Just 300,000 though.
Yeah, it doesn't bomb it.
It doesn't put that fear of, oh, he's going to put me in on the river.
Does make it uncomfortable for Rizzo.
This has to be a call and react spot, I would think.
Let's see what he comes with.
Fold.
He's just going to fold it.
Wow.
Just lets it go.
No way.
Just really
Maybe,
showcasing
maybe, depends what comes. But anyway,
how much that
I folded.
50k min cash means
That's
to
my
him.
favorite hand, and I didn't say what my
Scheinberg saying he had his favorite hand, picking up a nice little pot there before dinner break, getting away with murder, just pushing around some of the people that min cash means a lot to, and that is typically what you see here at this kind of level, Randy. You see it during the summer at the World Series of Poker Main, of course, where people are waiting all year to play that 10k in Vegas, and that min cash just means so much to them. And of course, just what, 6 off the money, getting top pair to just fold after that flop, that action.
That's insane to fold King Queen right now in that spot, because it was just a 300k bet. He still had, what, over 1 million chips behind, where it seems unlikely that Scheinberg was just going to put him in. It's so rarely is he ever behind, especially with that action. Check call, lead small. That's an insane fold. I mean, if you're going to make that fold, I like just folding pre-flop.
Yeah, I agree. I was kind of expecting him to fold pre-flop after using a time, but hey, look, you can't fault people for playing a bit snug. We're just 6 off the money. We're going into dinner break. Players are going to be taking an hour, but with the power of TV production, we're going to splice that delay down, so just a 20-minute break for myself and Randy. Don't go too far, because when we come back, we're going to be moving our way into the money stone bubble here at the Atlantis in the Bahamas at this 25k Super Main. We'll see you in about 20 minutes' time.
All in. Call.
Every moment counts.
Every second matters. Be ready for the unexpected. Make your move, trust your game, and turn weekends into epic wins. Let's conquer the world, one hand at a time. Copac, official supplier of the WSOP.
Right?
We do
Should've
apologize.
Should have read it.
You should have read over your contract. Check out the fine print, the T's and C's.
Hmm.
But we will try, of course. It's never intentional. It's purely American and British ignorance.
So how do you say it again? Sorry.
I'm going Michalek.
Okay.
Michalek.
Got this one. Song.
Let me just check that one. Yep, Song. I agree.
Jam spot. That's 375,000. Just needs to try to run up a stack.
Good luck, mate. It's going to fold around to Roland in the big. He's got an ace.
How much is it?
He's going to ask for a count, and I think, Randy, we're going to be spinning the wheel here.
Yes, mainly because he knows that Song is going to jam proper ranges. It's not much more. He's invested. Big blind and big blind ante. There's the calling chip.
Good luck, chaps. Song looking to spin the wheel. Get up to 16.5 bigs. Roland just looking to hold with the ace high across the 3 million chip mark.
Decent favorite here.
So you're saying there's a chance, eh?
King Jack wins.
Ace, King, Jack, 9 needed.
Nope, it does not win.
Wow, is this too many outs for Stephen?
He just, the
One
grind
card
just
to
changed his
come.
mind.
It is. Bricks everything. Roland finds the hold. And one of the young, emerging American talents is showered. See what I did there, Andy?
I did, and that is a very strong player going down.
6 million will be going to the champion. That was a $1.5 million overlay by the time all the late regs were made. And of course, merging with the online portion. Hold the phone because we've got a little ace queen on King's Violence.
Look at that flat from Nasruddin. I kind of like it off of first stack and try to induce action behind. You know, you still rate to get in stacks post spot pretty easy with 840k behind, 50k big blind.
No, JNT.
He took the bait, and this is why you flat call with a hand like Kings, is you can induce the aggressive players behind you. And this actually might get Moneymaker in trouble, and we could see a pretty big collision.
Moneymaker makes the call. And surely Nasruddin announces herself, the trap set to perfection. Back jams for 9-4-5. That should shake #1 on France's all-time money list. Jean-Noel Thorel, though. Randy, hold on, because he's got a fistful of chips. Maybe he wants to gamble. No, lets it go.
I think Moneymaker's
really that good. What is it,
forced in.
945?
There's just so much in the middle, and there's a chance that Nasruddin has like 9s, 10s, jacks, maybe a similar ace queen. It's unfortunate, but he's just priced in. Well played so far.
Sorry.
Let's hold, please.
I apologize in advance.
Okay, that's my line. I say good hand. Let's hold. I hope you had an ace. Let's just hold it out, dealer.
Wow, Moneymaker apologizing in advance, insinuating the upcoming bad beat.
This was what I was supposed to have against you before, by the way.
No queens.
When it came ace, queen just a minute ago.
Deuce, you're not supposed to call for the cards.
We just played a hand. It was ace,
Nasruddin,
queen.
please don't.
Hand was ace, queen, queen.
Ace queen on the flop, queen on the
No
jam.
ace, no queen. No
Don't say that. Stop it. You're jinxing it.
I had a pair of queens.
Not
It's
good.
a spade.
Of course there's a spade.
All right, I'm going to ask for a red 3, please. Red 3.
I'll ask for a black 3 and take my chances.
Red 3.
I'll ask for a red ace and take my chances too.
Red 3. Red 3.
I don't know who's jinxing this more, Randy. I mean, huge river incoming.
Good in.
Okay.
There we
now
go.
We're cooking. We're cooking.
Now we are cooking. There we go.
Are cooking.
Okay.
She's excited.
How could she not be? 6 mil up top.
And a very healthy stack now.
See, if J&T just flat calls, man, he gets a triple. Shout out to these dealers, by the way. I mean, the dealers here have been absolutely crushing it. Good luck, J&T. Just open jamming his 13 bigs.
This is kind of annoying. Just too many players act behind you, too detrimental to the stack. Folding ace 9. But a snap per moneymaker with 6s. Mokri's got 7s. Man, if he can find this spot.
Can you get a count, please?
Surely letting this go.
It's not unreasonable that moneymaker does have some range that call
645.
folds to overjam. Of course, if Mokri does jam, he could easily run to a huge hand. He does fold.
6-6.
It's got to be a little disappointing for Mokri.
Off to the
Great
races.
news.
Moneymaker needs to hold in this flip, Randy. As you know, he was up to 3 million, lost the ace queen against the kings.
Hopefully you had 9, 10 of spades.
Yeah. I can't remember.
He's brilliant.
J&T.
I
really
love
needs to
Ace
Moneymaker.
jack or something? 10s?
7s.
7s?
10s.
I was hoping for 10s. He has 9, 10.
So far, so good.
I mean, if he has 9, 10, I hope you have
For
10s. and he
Moneymaker.
folds them. What's that? I didn't think you would, but I wanted you to have 10s.
Holds on the turn. Now needs to just fade 6 outs once.
You have to say,
Man
one of you has to say good hand.
responsible for the biggest
You can't say good hand
poker
yet.
boom
You just say
of
good
all
hand
time.
before.
No, if he does, I say
He
good
can't
hand.
say it. No, that would be
He's
such
supposed to say good hand. Then he wins if he says good
I'm
hand.
just going to say it's been nice playing with him because I get to play with him quite a bit. So
GG's.
Unlucky, John.
What could have been for J&T had he opted to just flat
He's
with the
a-
9-8 of spades a
He
few
is a
moments
legend.
ago.
I play with him at Triton more than anybody else, I think.
Instead,
I want to
departing
play in a Triton so bad.
Just ask
shy
Phil.
of the money.
He'll put you in. He's 26,000.
He does not have 26,000 on him, actually.
We did find the 2 chattiest tables, did we?
We
Didn't
did.
I'll take it. As well, Isai Scheinberg with King 10 of clubs. He's actually going to pitch it. A little snug, but from +1. Not looking to play out of position against players who like to defend, like Negreanu. Rizzo's got pocket 8s. 10.5 bigs.
Has to go in, Randy.
Yeah, he's just wondering, is it better for him to jam or min-raise to try to get a big blind to call? You know, of course, there's merits to both. The higher the pair you have, the more likely you min-raise. 8, so I don't mind just ripping it in. Still can get called by worse, too.
There is the effective. I tell you what, Randy, he's going to get action. Just one seat over Zlotnikov. Sorry, Zlotnikov.
Yeah, right.
22 bigs.
I would love to see Zlotnikov use that emoji on his shirt. just one time. Ooh, another ace-queen suited. This is tough now.
He's going to ask for a count. Michalak, ace, queen of diamonds, covers both. It's a hijack jam, a cut-off re-jam, so maybe ace, queen of diamonds makes the cusp here, Randy. If it was an under-the-gun effective jam and then, say, a low jack re-jam, ace, queen hits the muck, most likely.
Right, so this is, you know, a bit later in positions, hijack, cut-off button. Man, it seems pretty close. It also seems very player-dependent. Wouldn't blame him for going with it. Also, it's not that detrimental to his stack, which may make him call a little bit more often.
I'm glad you said that. I was about to ask, you know, when he's playing a near 60 big blind stack, but he lets it go. Great result for Rizzo, of course. The fact that an ace and a queen has already been folded.
Can only imagine.
Oh, he's got an 8 on his shirt. I mean, like, he's for sure going to win, right?
Wow, that's insane. We're living in a sim. If he doesn't flop a set, then... In fact, Randy, if he makes a set, confirmed that we're living in the Matrix.
Confirmed. We'll see.
Ace queen diamond.
Yeah.
He's ahead on the 10-5-3. Has diamonds covered. Massive sweat. You can see how important it is for Rizzo. Needs to fade a deuce now.
8 on your shirt. 8, 8, 8.
9. He wants 9.
No greedy.
9, yeah. He wants 9.
He's not greedy.
How about a deuce?
9. 9!
How do you do that?
9!
Wham, hey! That's that with 2 8s in your hand, 2 8 over here.
Calls for the 9. Holds against the ace queen.
Vamos, Busta! Vamos! Bomba clutch!
Wrong part of the world, D-Nex. But
where are you from?
Love that. I love seeing emotions, Randy. An event like this, 25k super main, hitting us with the Vamos. Wow, Sanchez's turn. A couple of 8s against Moneymakers open.
He's in trouble.
16 bigs. It's jammed and he's going to get snapped.
Ooh.
Good luck, gents. T-Nex coming with the bomber club.
Oh, that's amazing.
Oh, man. He's brilliant.
Okay.
1.8 million out there. Moneymaker. 4-1 favorite to be up to almost 4 million in chips. Couple of hearts does make it a little bit sweaty.
8s doesn't seem to be working out so far on this table.
Two outs once for Sanchez to do the dirty on the blades. Needs to find an 8 to stay alive. Just 40 off the money. Can he find it? No. Showers for Sanchez. Rejamming his 17 bigs. Running into Moneymaker's aces.
I'm sitting here sweating.
There we go. Moneymaker up to almost 4 million.
It takes me 15 minutes to get there.
He's building.
Most people just
Unfortunate
walk
for
down the street or
Sanchez to get so close to the money.
Yeah, I mean, but
Bail out now.
Right, I have to get in the car, drive 15.
No, ace of spade, queen of spade, and 7 of spade.
To D-Nex's table.
Okay, fine, but all this a very low probability.
Yeah, everything's always low probability until somebody bets big.
No, there's difference. Somebody who bigs may indicate all kind of things.
When he called
not
on the
only
flop.
one.
40
When he
big
called on the
blinds
flop,
for
it
Michalak.
increases the probability that he has a spade, right?
Yes.
Couple of 10s.
He has a spade.
He has a
4 of
spade.
them beat a king.
120. 4 of them beat.
Oh, 3 of them do. 3 of them do. Ace, queen, and a 7.
That is true.
And there's
Well, the
5 out
potential
there.
3-bet candidate out the small blind. I mean,
Water.
3 beat the king.
just comes with
Dice
flat.
poke, dice poke.
That is true, but you know, I'm making
Well,
much
this is
simpler
a
calculation.
squeezing
I'm
candidate,
saying
clearly.
it's a good chance that
And
you
chips
don't
could
have spade.
potentially just fly in, expecting Rokita to attack
How much I
the
bet-
flat in the small blind.
I don't-
Tens
I
could
cannot bet
just
1
4-bet
because
rip for
you-
40 big
doesn't
blinds
matter
or
if you have
so.
to call. Now, so
Could
you
be
bet
showers
300,
for
you bet 600.
me,
As a guy
Halak.
with this kind of chips,
I agree, Randy. I mean, this is a cut-off open, a small blind flat, and it really does open the door
I would think it.
for Roland to get his squeeze on out in the big.
You don't have it, and you're going to fold, which you did.
And the larger your opponent squeezes, the more you kind of want to just rip it in. Don't fault
What was the smallest?
the tens
split in the
jam.
It was 9,
And
8,
what a
3,
spot for Rokita.
9, 10, Jack, Queen.
Good luck, gents. This is a huge pot. Not to state the obvious.
No, because
One of the biggest we've had, if not the biggest we've had on these feature tables.
Queens against 10s.
Clean 5 million in the pot, 30 from the money.
Lost, before yesterday on Kings.
You found a 10 against me. Maybe you'll find one.
Kings can hold here. Roland Rokita is going to be up to almost 6 million in chips. Comes Queen, Queen 6. Clubs covered by the Austrian. Needs to fade the 2 outs once. As Mikulak goes for the prepay. And he is out of it. Just 30 off the money. Pretty brutal given the setup. And, you know, you could argue you had the flat call from the small not came in, Randy. Perhaps he'd still be sat there against someone as competent as Roland Rokita.
Why? 207 is
Of course,
Says play down
the
to
jam,
207.
a profitable one.
Like I said.
A very warm welcome back to the break desk. It is arguably the most exciting time of any tournament, Randy. We are on the stone bubble, if I'm not mistaken. 211 left, 207 paid. So we need 4 more eliminations before the the live side of this tournament make it through to day 3. And then, of course, tomorrow, the online and the live pools will be merging. We've got 90 players already qualified into day 3. They're in the money, and the 207 that will be joining them here today. What can we expect, Randy? Not to kind of lead you there, but I assume a lot of tight play.
I mean, we just saw some tight play. King, Queen, folding top pair. Players are stalling a little bit with, you know, obvious folds pre-flop. It
Right.
makes sense. It's $50,000 min cash. There's a lot on the line. I don't blame anyone for playing a little bit tighter at this point.
And it makes sense, right? There were so many satellites held here at the Atlantis over the last 7 days. People qualifying in for, you know, as little as, I think there was like $1,000 satellite going on. There's obviously the online satellites as well. So that min cash really does mean so much to a lot of the players. And people admittedly at the table, you know, tanking and even saying that they're going to take their time. They're trying to secure that min cash, given that it is such a sizable one. It's rare that you see a 2x min cash. So look, 25k main, 50 mil guaranteed, largest ever guaranteed prize pool in the history of poker. It's the man from Lithuania, Gytis Lazoninka, who's still holding the chip lead. He's playing 15 million, which is going to be good for almost 200 big blinds on the bubble. So expect to see him bullying people at his table. We've got Surzat Hisu, Triton name that we recognize, and of course Matthew Belcher in third, rounding out the top 3. What's the strategy, Randy? I mean, are we folding 9s off of like a 15 big blind stack? How tight are we expecting this one to be?
We easily could be, you know. Of course, it depends. Is someone open raise? Is it folded to us in small blind? Maybe we open jam. My expectation, though, is you don't need to be the chip leader of the tournament to get aggressive. You just need to be the chip leader at your table. And there's plenty of tables out there with 211 remaining.
I think there's going to be some broken hearts, if I'm being honest with you. I'm expecting pain. It's a $50,000 min cash. 4 of the final 211 going to be going home empty-handed. The question is Is it going to be in bad beat fashion, or are people just going to be getting it in bad? I don't know, but I feel like aces are going to have to get cracked. Kings are going to have to get cracked, as we're just 15 seconds away from throwing it down to the main stage once more for continuing coverage of this 25K. We had a little bit of an overlay, Randy, a little 1.5 million of additional value. Let's see who's still in the mix. That's Mickey Dueck, got Scott Seaver. So obviously Mickey came third. Mickey got third in the Wsop main 2022. That's Ponakov's. Oh, we got Webster Lim in the mix as well.
Hey, look, I'm surprised you haven't pointed out producer James.
Did see producer James. That's weird.
Oh, no chips in front of him.
Oh, wow. Wow, Randy.
Probably busted.
I mean...
Or just bust, though. Couldn't even buy in.
Shade been thrown.
All right, players, welcome back from that dinner break, guys. We do have 211 players remaining. At this time, due to us losing those players right during that last hand, we're going to restart in hand for hand, guys. So during this process, we're going to take 2 minutes off the clock for each hand. If there's an all-in call, keep those cards face down and run those hands out last. Also have to be eliminated, guys. Please don't run off. We want to make sure our number is correct. So our first hand will be small blind, 40,000, big blind, 80,000. 80,000, big blind, Annie. Good luck, everyone. Dealers, shuffle up and deal. A deal one hand and one hand only.
There we go. Shuffle
you like
up and
the format
deal.
where the big blind pays the ante?
Announced
We're
by
playing
Andy Tillman.
hands for hand, or it's gonna take fucking.
It's better for live poker. Not online, you don't need to, but
They
live.
started hand to hand?
I think so.
Yeah, I didn't
make
hear
Yeah, I
that.
kind of need to know.
Everyone
Are we on?
Always people are slow with the chain.
All right.
We are?
We are hand to hand?
Wow, it's gonna take fucking
That's
forever.
what I think we do.
Over, under?
Well, sort of, because most tables are stalling. This table is not, but also it means that
Yeah.
now I don't have to, So yeah, so it may not actually slow things down.
So we are hand for hand, 4 off the money. There is an all-in and a call on the outer tables, don't worry.
Right?
160.
Our camera crew will be rushing over there. Got Jeff Platt on the sidelines, raring to go.
So what's your name?
Jeremy.
Jeremy. Nice to play with you.
Stone bubble.
120.
Rokita's had enough of Zlotnikov attacking this bubble situation, realizing as Zlotnikov's stack has increased, will help raise folds. Nice timing, especially with ace-5 offsuit. Blockers 2 hands, I can definitely get in with you.
Rokita is absolute beast.
And notice he doesn't have to 3-bet that big. I see him as clear. Nicely done.
Oh, that's a good punishment.
Scheinberg appreciating it. People asking about the overlay. 1.5 million. So, what's that like? 60 entries of value in the prize pool.
So flipping it over. Burr still with a big stack. Has 6 million in chips as it checks through on the flop. Both players with relatively good showdown value. I don't think they're going to want to bet it.
Wow, Brewer's playing a very healthy 6 million. Raskazov with the check mark, blind v blind. See if you can get some value here from King High.
I like this. Rarely will you get raised given the weak action on flop and turn. King high making the call. Nice value bet from Raskazov.
Yeah, Brewer keeping the Russian honest. So we are hand for hand. We've had our 2 hands on the feature tables. Anticipating some all-in and calls on outer tables, Randy.
Quietest we've been all day.
Yeah.
That lives. Voice I can hear. At this feature
Right, so
as
tell me
well.
why Igor is stuck in the US.
He's waiting for his green card to travel.
So it's to be a permanent resident in the US?
Yes.
Okay, we are out here in the field. It is hand for hand. We do have an all-in and a call, and when there is an all-in and a call, of course, they hold up, wait for the floor to come by. Here is the situation. We have Greg Ostrander. He's the one all-in and at risk. Casey in seat 2 has made the call. So again, it is Greg right here. He is the one at risk. Casey has made the call, and we're really making Greg sweat this one out. He's just got to sit there and wait until all of the hands have finished. Says he knows what he has. We'll pretend you didn't say that for the integrity of the rules. So here's the situation. The all-in looks to be 4, 5, 6, 650-ish. All right. Okay, good. 650, 650. Joseph Chong's there. I flew in with Joseph Chong. I'm just trying to fill time, obviously, or else I would have never told that great story. He gave me a chocolate chip cookie. It was quite nice. I'd say probably 7.2 out of 10. Jen, I sure hope we're starting soon here. Do you know?
We are. But
Okay.
That's a high rating for a cookie.
High rating. It is a good
High
cookie.
rating for a cookie.
You know, the cookie at the Atlantis is pretty good too. About a 7.5. Have you tried the cookie here? You're in such good shape now. You probably don't need cookies. Papa MC's out on the cookies. Okay, so this table will be first. Waiting on all the action to finish at the outer tables. Think we have one other. Oh, it's good to see Andy here. Phew. Once Andy shows up, I know I don't have to fill as much because at least we're close to getting going. Andy and Kevin chatting. Okay. 2 all-in and calls, you said? Okay, great. Just going to stand by Andy. Now we see the cards. Greg has jacks and Casey has aces. Greg in need of a jack. 8-3 deuce, all spades. Greg does have the jack of spades. Spade is live. Turn is black, but the 9 of clubs. Needing a spade or a jack is Greg. River those 7 of diamonds, and it's good game to Greg Ostrander. Good sweat, though, at the end, and now we are down to 210. So let's do this. Let's go over there. Next hand. We'll keep it moving. All right, right this way. This is cool. Excuse me. Going right this way. Excuse me, guys. Always go to where Andy is. Always go to where Andy is. I'm going to curl around over here. Excuse me, Kevin. Thank you. Table 112 for another all-in and call. See Frank Finaro at this table, but he's not involved in this hand.
We have our second all-in call here on table 112. Go ahead and showdown, guys.
Yoshiaki has aces. He's the one all in and at risk. Up against the ace-6. Ace is in good shape. Again, the aces of Yoshiaki, Paco. All in and at risk. Way ahead. And no sweat on the turn. So Yoshiaki is going to find the double, and we're 3 off the money at the World Series of Poker Super Main Event. So again, 3 off the money. I believe that was our last all in and call. And with that, let's send it back to you guys in the studio. I'll be back out here on the floor for any more all-ins and calls. That was cool.
Thank you, Jeff. So we had 2 all-in and calls, 1 down, 1 held. 210 players remaining
Oh, yeah.
of the 1378 from the live side of the field.
I like doing the daily puzzle. And
3 more players will not be receiving $50,000.
You have no idea how bad I was. Everyone wants to make money. Pal, I'm
Play.
trying to hustle.
You play like a time
I've sold
game?
130% of myself. I cannot make the fucking money. I cannot make the money.
3-day game.
I officially hate pocket
I've been
jacks,
playing the
Randy.
10-minute game.
I'm never
10 minutes
playing
is
jacks
enough to
again.
play.
10 minutes is enough to play.
Deal me jacks and fold him.
There's a lot of people play very fast.
Yeah.
And I don't.
In the
want
beginning,
to
it's
do-
fast. Like their
Man, the
openings
amount
are
of
fast,
hate
and
pocket
then
jacks is getting.
slows down. And the end game's usually kind of fast.
Look at
Like
this
he was
guy.
down to 8 bigs. Okay.
Merry Christmas, there in my arms. The
Get
very
behind it.
him.
Yeah, only
3
for
off the
only
money now,
because of
Randy.
him, I swear. But one day we will trap him like a crocodile. huh?
Socia.
It's going in the bin, Randy.
In next day.
Don't get too excited.
Один разок.
120.
Yeah, Henry.
Sicko.
It is going in the bin, isn't it?
It is after she gets 3-bet.
We know what you meant.
I don't think she's getting 3-bet by Dan.
No, Dan made that fold with ace queen earlier on. Doesn't like it, but has to let go of this one. Gets an early position open.
Fuck off.
Language.
What was that regarding? The snap folds or?
Only one guy. No, but she raised, no?
She raised. It's up to
She
you.
raised.
Are you guys team players or something? Okay, I kid. I'm shut off. I'm sorry.
Have a
Ah,
very
yeah, it's
good hand,
because of the
which I
snap
fold.
folds.
I have a very bad hand, which I fold.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you.
But the snap folds make sense, Randy, because we're hand for hand. There's no need to stall now.
Exactly.
Pretty sure I had the best hand.
Dead.
Huh?
Dead.
Nice raise from
No, I
Socia.
thought that.
Against her range instead. In the bubble.
You have 2 eights. You fold.
Very optimistic you are.
Being hand for
course I
hand
am.
and not being able to fuck around on my phone. It's killing.
I know, it's pretty
Holy
rough.
shit.
It's pretty rough.
Counting fucking sheep in my
She's
head.
very tight.
No, it's just the bubble. She's
I need
not
someone to put up, like,
smart. She
Subway
knows what she's
surfer.
doing.
Leos.
She doesn't have queen 5 there.
Good raid. That's
So
why
you
you're the
could-
best.
You can.
All right, 3 off the money. Santosh is all in and at risk. The defending champion from last year, Stanislav, is called. Stanislav in the cutoff. Santosh in the small blinds. Darren Elias here at this table as well. We can just go raise, jam, call. Raise, jam, call. See how good I am? Pick that one up, man. Yeah, that was great. So, Anatoly, what's up, man? No interviews on hand for hand, just describing the action. Joey Wiseman at this table. Matthias is here. Table 125. The only all-in and a call we are aware of at the moment. Santosh won the 250K World Series of Poker Super High Roller over the summer. Stanislav in seat 2, the defending champion of the World Series of Poker Paradise Main. Not the super main, but it was still a pretty good title for Stanislav Zagal. Stanislav starting the hand with a little more than 5 million in chips. Santosh is all in for a little more than 500K. $50,000 bubble. I'm sure he's not concerned about the actual amount, but you know, you still never want to bubble a tournament. Yeah. Andy's over here. Just double checking, making sure no other all-ins and calls. We've got 2 all-ins and calls. This will be the first one that we show, I do believe. At least I hope we show this one first. It would suck if, you know, all you guys were here and then they just showed another all-in and call. Darren, you got any jokes? I got to fill time. Anything?
I got nothing, man.
He's got nothing. I just thought I'd ask. You never know, maybe. Joey Wiseman here. Shah Sirzat at the feature table earlier. Okay. And he gave us the wink, the nod. And here we go. Santosh with ace-queen. Stanislav with ace-8. Santosh the favorite. To double up. 3 off the money. Flop comes 6-4 deuce, a safe one for Santosh. Backdoor straight draw has emerged. But it's an ace on the turn, so only an 8 would eliminate Santosh. River card. It's a 6 sweat, but it's a 9. Santosh will double up. And we're off to the next one. 6 sweat though, Santosh. It's a fun one on the river. Yeah, it was sick. That 9. Woo. Okay, going over here, following the crew to table 117. Let's go behind here. Table 117. The WSOP Plus app is great, by the way. You can see anybody, though, at this table. Oh, my goodness. Mr. O'Ganion is all in and at risk. Orpin's in there. And Chris Moneymaker is still in the tournament.
I don't care what happens. You can pick
absolutely
one
absurd.
I outplayed you this hand. Just like Jared Blesnick outplayed him, I outplayed you. Whatever you want, once or twice. You pick.
10-10-6. O'Ganion has the ace-10. Orpin has the 8-4 of clubs. Has the flush draw.
Ace-10 is all in against 8-4 of clubs.
The ace-10 from O'Ganion. All in and at risk. Turn is the 6 of spades, so it's a full house, it's 10's full, and just no drama.
Oh, come on, 9 of clubs.
What a boring turn. Ace-10's gonna double up.
Orpin said it, boring turn. I agree, no drama. And I do believe that's it, so the action continues, and we are still
Carry
3
on,
off
Carry
the money.
on.
He said it. Carry on.
Carry on.
Oh, thanks, Jeff. Maybe consult a comedian before doing these sideline bits. As he was turning to Darren Elias, asking Darren if he's got any jokes. That's your job, Jeff.
It is
But
your
Santosh
job.
doubling up. I mean, he was down to what, 8 bigs. Re-jammed out the small against the cutoff open.
I don't know if he caught it, but Moneymaker had the iPad up and was watching a movie.
Oh, always. Yeah, he's always watching like TV shows and movies, even at like Triton's. See him just watching movies, bro. He loves it. So Liv Marie, chip leader. What do you know? At the Reef table with 100 big blinds. Roland Rakita, chip leader over at the Lagoon table. So every time we have an an all-in and a call, obviously we'll throw it down to JP.
Last Christmas.
Shout out to Jeff,
Were
by
you
the way,
going to
doing an
steal all
amazing
the
job out
blinds?
there.
She's blind stealer.
Not easy.
Maybe
Imagine
she
being
does
the
have queen
guy,
five.
table side, calling the action as someone gets showered on a 50k. We're safe in here. We're actually safe in here, right? We're like, okay, bubbles burst, unlucky, GG's that guy. Jeff is there, calling the action, can feel the energy and the pain of whoever it is that's going home on the stone bubble with 3 away.
Look at Roland Rokita. Like, the first time, sure, Socia,
But I
maybe
plan
you
to
had
do.
it, but there's no way you have such high VPIP at this stage off of that stack. 3 bets king 3 suited. And Negreanu's got ace-king.
D-Nex.
Notice the just call. He is covered in
table.
chips.
Yep.
Yeah, we came to gamble here.
Big slip. Just flatting. Rizzo doesn't need to time bank.
Ah, she was only kidding.
So here we go. Phoenix with the trap. What was it they say about Ace King, Randy? It's a drawing hand.
Oh, he's drawn to a flush.
Flops the joint. It's the 3 of spades in the window. Could have been fireworks. Keita with bottom pair.
This
he wants to play this one.
Doesn't seem like a spot that Roland is studied too often, where a player cold calls a 3-bet, flops bottom pair, monotone texture. Still gonna fire this flop.
Always expected to continue small and wide, right, in a 3-bet pot on a monotone board.
15% pot. I also don't expect him to have clearance with that bet size on this flop, so it's a bit unclear right now where King 3's at. I would say the Queen's a pretty bad card. I could see Negreanu flatting like Ace-Queen suited, even maybe some Ace-Queen offsuits possible, given the deep stacks, but go on.
I was about to say, is the C-bet on the flop from Rakita just from a theory point of view, because that's what his range is supposed to do, and like you said, not expecting much clearance, even from a hand like Ace-Queen of Hearts?
Yeah, pretty much. He's monotone texture dried. He's not supposed to bet very large, and you know, he kind of wants to also bet when he does have it and open the door. Like if he actually flopped the flush, he would be betting, and regardless, now we got Negreanu firing 475,000. I find it hard for the 3 to be good right now, because if Negreanu did have a hand like Ace-King offsuit that is just a nut no pair, it shouldn't really need to turn itself into bluff and just try to show it down. So I'm having a lot of trouble of naming a single hand he beats right now.
Oh, he agrees with you.
Oh, he has a hand.
He can have 3 queens, he still loses. I was hoping you hit the queen. I was hoping he hit 3 queens on the turn.
Someone's lying at this conversation.
I was.
What a hand.
You can see the hand on TV. It was the ace of spade, and the other one was the king of spade. That was my hand. You did not. I had the ace and the king of spade. You liar. Liar.
No, I have ace.
Back to it, 3 off the money. We're playing a pretty big one here, all things considered. Hannes Yeshka is all in and at risk. It's Eric Yanovsky in the small blind. Hannes said he had to call after Eric jammed. Has a little more than 1.8 million. Okay, let's see him. Eric has the king 7 of clubs. The clubs are covered. It's the ace queen suited that Hannes has. King 7 versus ace queen. King in the window. King 10-7. Kings and 7s for Eric. The Broadway draw is there. The turn is an ace. Opens up a bevy of outs. Ace, queen, jack, and it is a jack on the river in dramatic fashion. Hannes Yeshka. That's a fun way to do it, huh? Ooh. Now is up to about 3.8 million in chips. What's running through your mind when you see the king on the flop?
I don't know if I can say that on TV.
Okay, fair. Very fair. Congrats on the double. Best of luck rest of the way. All right, we have any more? I don't think so. I think we're just back to you guys in the studio. If we have another one, you'll join us out here. Sound good? Sound good.
Thanks, Jeff. So, Hannes getting the double, opened with the ace-queen, got jammed on by king 7 suited. Sweaty run out, but getting the double on the river.
That was a big hand.
That was
he called
huge.
off with ace queen too. Wow.
He's now playing around 3.8 million. So back over to the main stage. Still 3 off the money.
Sosia's got pocket eights. Now keep in mind, she raised earlier, got it through, then later she opened ace nine of hearts and folded to a very tiny raise very quickly.
Okay, she has queen five. You're right.
So I'm curious to see how she plays 2 eights. Once again raising. She's V-pipped 3 times already during hand-for-hand play off of this very shallow stack. And players have seen her fold to the re-raise to 360k earlier, last hand.
People, JK said, anyone want to back me for next year's buy-in for this 25k super main, guaranteed to final table? Hey, listen, I'll buy a piece. You sound
I
confident.
had a good dinner.
You did have a
Not
good
queen
dinner,
5.
Jen.
I bet you none of the hands she opened was queen 5 just now. Want to bet that? I'll lay you 3-1 odds for 100. None.
That's
one of
it?
the hands.
3 to
was not-
1, man, you are a hustler.
I like to, I like to give action. 3-1 odds.
You are a hustler.
Last Christmas,
Gave you my heart.
very first time.
Oh, these two do need to go on a date. Singing love songs.
Super main event, day 2. 3 off the money. Soft bubble. 50k is the mint cash. See any all-ins, see a lot of hands completed. We will, of course, throw it to JP.
Not even the tournament?
I don't know what that means.
I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know why your code is over your mouth right now. That's another thing I don't understand. Many things I don't understand right now.
I've already called.
Yeah. There's no reads.
Don't see any all-in and calls.
All right, here we go with a World Series of Poker main event final tablist. Mickey Dueck all in and at risk. Still waiting on action at other tables. It's up against John Santos. Cutoff versus button. Mickey with about million-ish? Million-ish?
No, I don't think he would have said so-so. He asked what is he said so-so. He said so-so. Unless like you're a real
Scott Siever, Taylor von Kriegenberg, Thomas Mulacher at this table. But it's John Santos looking to score the KO.
That would be fucked. What do you have?
He has like 5-7 on
Yeah, that's what TBK just said.
May or may not be too high cards for Mickey.
Here we go. He's kind of tilted.
It's almost like
right,
they
man.
wanted
It's
to.
all
Mickey's
right.
ready.
We're here for you.
Mickey's ready to rock and roll.
Oh, wow,
See the
he's got
Queen of
queen. It must
Clubs.
be queens like us.
You can see the Queen of Clubs. Scott Siever says it must be queens. Still have not seen what John Santos has, but here we go. It is Ace Queen against the King 4
Oh my God, the worst
for
case you could
Santos.
ever imagine. An overcard.
Mickey ahead with the Ace Queen. Looking for the double up 3 off the money in the super main.
That's cold. I would never do that, Mike.
6 deuce deuce. So far, so good for Mickey. Turn card is a queen. Even better for Mickey, just has to dodge a king on the river. And the river card is a 4, so a safe run out. Mickey scores the double up
Yeah.
to get up to a little more than 2 million in chips.
Trying to get into the money.
Yeah, just call it off, dude.
Yeah,
And that's it
I've really looked at
for
this
this
one, I
hand.
promise.
No more all-ins and calls out there. So with that, we send it back to you guys, and we'll wait out here for the next one.
Thanks for that, JP. So the players are doubling up, Randy. I mean, we've had 3 all-in calls without a bust out now.
Also had an all-in and call every single hand for hand played. You know, people are going for it.
Yeah, that's not good for us because that means the short stacks are doubling up. And, well, for the fans around the world, from an entertainment point of view, I guess good news because the show goes on. Got Grace in the chat saying this could go on for a while. I think so.
I'll give it to something special. Last Christmas, I'm gonna do something aggressive. If it comes to me and I get a good hand.
Nice pivot.
Maybe we shall see right now. La, da,
Rowan
da,
Stevano
this
is me.
I think DNX should get a 1 orbit penalty.
Nah.
For singing out of tune.
Yet. They should let us have our phones for the bubble at least. It's the bubble. Just the bubble. Come on. Now we wait.
Flipping on over. So Berg is open ace deuce of hearts off of 2 million. Chadha defending queen 4 offsuit with the big stack. Flop incoming. The 2 Americans. Board relatively dry. Ace high is best.
Yeah, a bit loose this one from the queen 4, but obviously the fact that he does cover and the fact that we are 3 off the money does give Chadha opportunities to potentially outplay his opponent.
Yeah, I don't mind it as much when you have the chip advantage, just because players may c-bet a little bit less, so you get to see a little bit more turn cards on average. Nice c-bet and take for Berg.
So hands on the features.
Never the fuck I want.
DNX is keeping us entertained.
Rounders reference.
No, that's the cover. That is the cover, but it's still like. Yeah, but you can't see it. Yeah. It's like the Janet Jackson.
You see players gathering around a table over there. Lights coming on. Should be another all-in confrontation.
Yeah, it looks like it. See what we got over there. 3 off the money. Cameras, lights, microphones, poker news staff, poker org staff. Where's Jeff Platt? There he is.
A couple all-ins and calls. We have Noah all-in and at risk here. We also have a 3-way all-in at another table. So still waiting on all of the hands to finish up. So we really make Noah and Joe sweat it out here. Looks like Noah was big blind on this hand. Noah at risk for about 700K. Looks to score the double to get back up to about 20 bigs. 3 off the money at the super main event. Rania Nasruddin, Alex Botez also at this table. Joe with a decent stack. About 3 or 4 million in chips. Fun sweat or miserable sweat?
I mean, it's miserable either way. But
Miserable either way. Andy's here, that's a good thing.
Maybe.
Maybe it is.
All right, guys, let's have a showdown, please.
All right, so it's Noah with aces and Joe with the king jack off. This would indeed be miserable. King in the window. Here comes king 9 deuce. Joe looks for a king or a jack and does turn a king. And Noah needs an ace on the river and does not find it. We said good game to Noah Boken in indeed miserable fashion. And we will just go right over to the 3-way all-in.
Ace is cracked. That's disgusting.
Well, this is a fun one. Oh my goodness. Miguel has ace queen, Eiler has kings, and we have aces here for Pedro. How? Aces versus kings versus the ace queen. Eiler has them all covered. 7-6-4. Aces for Pedro is still best. The turn is a queen, a glimmer of hope for Miguel, who's already almost walked away. Can he river a miracle? But no, he cannot. So Pedro scores a big one. It results in Miguel's elimination. And with that, we're 1 off the money, aren't we? 1 more to go. 208 are left. 207 make the money at the super main. Let's send it back to you guys.
Stack is 1 blind, look.
Thanks for that, JP. So 2 eliminations. Aces getting cracked by King Jack. And then aces holding against kings and ace queen. But the ace queen was all in at risk as well. So stone bubble here.
Like, how do you get a 3-way all in?
Notice how fast Jeff Platt went to the other table after the aces got cracked?
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to be there.
Want to drink some
You really
beer
don't.
and go sleep. Couple of beers, 2 or 3. No vodka. I don't love vodka, you know. I'm a beer alcoholic. I love beer, all kind of beer. IPA, lager, everything.
I know 1 ace queen double.
I don't love stouts or something like this, but also I can take Guinness. But lager is the most. And some cognac.
If 1 ace queen
Gavin's
double
saying,
up.
imagine bubbling with aces. It is pretty grim, isn't it?
What is
After 2 days of
the rule
grinding.
pronounced with cognac?
Ace queen must
Cognac?
come first. That's the only reason.
Rush it's cognac.
Cognac.
Yeah.
Cognac.
Cognac.
In Armenian.
Yeah, Armenian cognac.
Right.
Wow.
Saying this just confirms Chef Platt as a curse. No, I disagree. The all-in had happened before Jeff was called over, so leave
Don't think so, brother.
this Jeff Platt is a curse FUD out of it.
Those are mine, yeah. What about them? Oh.
So currently, every single hand of
was mine.
hand play has been on call.
I've been taking a chip from you since the Bush administration.
Uh-oh. Alex Kulev, see him at the table. Oh, okay, no all-in, just dealers shuffling up and dealing. Great question by Kelly Shields in the chat, by the way. So this is obviously a very rare event. We have the live portion, which we're covering now. We had all of the day ones. And then we had the online. Kelly Shields is asking, so if the online blinds were behind, they just jump directly to where the live blinds are at? No. So depending on where this finishes today, say, for example, the blind level here is before the online day 3 was reached, the people that made day 3 online, the blinds are just going to stay at the lowest blind level, right, Randy?
Exactly. So if we finish now on 4080 and the online portion is 5100, we will start the blinds at 4080, but they'll keep their stacks that they bagged in the online portion.
Exactly.
Did you say you're playing 1.6?
Yeah.
So Rokita opens Jack 9 offsuit. Socia.
Should be 1.61 right now.
Saw the 8s down, 2 10s. She knows this is the best hand. Is it worth the risk on a stone cold bubble is the question. She's got an appetite for getting in there.
700,000.
You gotta love this, they respect this.
Yeah, she's just fearless. She's not here to min cash. Jang happy to roll the dice with a profitable spot.
Yeah, maybe she had queen 5 every single one.
Yeah.
If you don't open,
If I make it to dinner break tomorrow, I'm going to go back and have the same thing.
Queen 5, queen 5.
If you don't open,
The reef has the kitchen,
right,
which is nice, and then the cove is
Over
like
here,
nice and
Liv
right.
getting involved with the king deuce on the button. Flops top pair.
I don't cook, so no, I don't need the kitchen.
Open loosely, try to muscle these
If I had a
big
family, I would
stacks.
do the kitchen.
Playing passively,
Yeah, but
3
if you have a
ways.
refrigerator, that if you're like I'm kind of similar. I'm not really going to cook, but I picked the reef.
Yeah.
2 weeks
Because
is about the line though, where like if it was like 3 or 4 weeks, I'd probably start wanting to cook.
I mean, that's every Pokestop. I just don't want to. Oh, just everywhere I travel. Yeah. Dude, I did a month in Korea.
Not
with
much
3
for the
weeks of
queen
it
10 or
in
queen
Jeju.
jack.
I was so
Queen
ready
jack
to go home.
is
Nothing wrong with the place.
gonna stab.
I was just over it.
Expectation is Bori was to c-bet the flop of a king, I suppose, for Lip.
Once too. I had to get the hell out.
It's so beautiful.
You eat the same buffet every single day for 3.5 weeks. You start to lose your mind.
Lip getting a bit lippy. This queen jack. Board pairing 8 of clubs.
That's a very bad card to follow through on a bluff for Lip. Because there's a
like
lot
it.
of check back range that are middling pairs where the 8, of course, is never going to fold now.
Does check it on over. It looks like it was a one and done kind of ordeal.
Yeah, not much value to be had with the king deuce. Could be having some kicker issues.
Live up to 8.8 million. So, hands on both tables
Either, but no, but it's
have
not on me.
concluded.
No, I'm small. I was small. I think I was small.
I haven't been in.
I don't remember.
Camera keeps panning back to D-Nex in the hopes of
now or the next stand, I think.
some entertainment. Grano taking a
Why don't we just
power
walk
nap.
over?
Back over to JP. Stone bubble here at the Atlantis. See hands completed on a few tables. We do have cameras. Looks like top right hand corner. Something occurring over there. And hand for hand, about 45 minutes. It looks like no all-ins during that hand.
That's rare. 27 tables.
You have a lot of money, right, from your work?
Height is right.
Just a small one now. I'm just based out of New Zealand. It's pretty, yeah.
26 table. Whatever. Yeah, 26. 208.
Okay, so that was the first time we didn't have an all-in call.
Yeah, D-Neg's even saying how rare that is.
One more hand, one more hand.
20-something tables, 27 tables.
All right.
Talking to D-Negs, here he is, activating with the
Minimum.
goods.
To the moon he would go.
Fold minimum.
Zoltnikov's been great banter. He's got that very dry.
What a play,
Russian,
Daniel.
Russian sense of
Oh
humor.
my God. I swear I did not look at my cards. I did not look at my cards. I swear I raised completely in the dark.
Wow.
When you folded, I just said, I'm going to raise, I'm going to raise. I did not look, and I picked up aces. What the hell? I don't have my vlog camera to tell people.
Oh my God.
Nah.
Somebody
The
cheating
life
here.
of Daniel.
Huh?
Somebody
The life of Daniel.
Swear to God. I
Look
did
at
not look.
Roland.
I'm like,
Look
I'm
at
just gonna
Roland.
raise.
I was like really thinking about just like raising with
Look at Roland. He's professional.
Did you notice
don't
that I
open
didn't
when
look?
You have a
I wasn't sure if I like noticed it properly. Honestly.
yeah, professional.
Roland had a raid.
I had 7-4. I was like,
That's hilarious if true.
Okay, strategy was announced.
Makes sense, you know, he said that once Roland was out the way with, he just raised blind.
So this is another three-way pot on this table where it seems players are very healthy stacks. Bori drawing to run around our full house against the flop flush of Berg. Drawing dead now.
900k out there. Back. The 100% check marker. I tell you what, Randy. I know he's got the king high spades and we can see he's got the 100% check mark. But on the stone bubble, I do feel like the heart is probably still pounding.
Yeah, he's clearly could be up against like any spades, you know, so it's not over yet. Does bet over, what, 350,000? Scoops it. Berg's been very active. Profitably, up to 3 million in chips.
Give me the bucket.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
As you're just joining us, we are on the stone bubble here at the Atlantis. One away. The end of today's stream. Main cash of $50,000. The winner will be going home with $6 million. One more elimination before bagging and tagging. Hand for hand. See if we got any all-ins this time. Keep an eye out for JP. So you know wherever he's heading is where the action's going to be at.
There's a hand in progress there on the bottom middle.
He put his chips
Is it Johannes Strava in the tank?
But I know.
See with cards? Yeah, he's thrown out a time bank chip.
If we're like somebody who knew better, I think he thinks it's cool.
Josh Gavin saying who are some of the notable players still in that we aren't seeing? Phil Hellmuth, Juan Pardo, Joe Chong, Matthew Wantman, just to name a few. Nick Schulman in the mix. Currently sat in 28th.
Timothy Adams walking the room, scanning.
Mustafa Canet, Eric Seidel, Anna Marquez, Mario Mosbach, Justin Bonomo, Danny Tang. The champion from last time round, Stanislav Zegol. Yeah, we've got some big names here. Chris Moneymaker, of course. Kristen Foxen. Wow, Chrissy's won 4 WSOP bracelets. Stephen Chidwick. Alex Foxen also in. Looks like Strava folded.
All right, you guys hear that? Let's deal with one more here.
There we go, Randy. That's 2 hands in a row without an all-in and a call situation.
That hand for Roland.
It's when you're on the stone cold bubble where it really tightens up. There should be plenty of players under sub 10 big blinds.
I will look at this one. It won't be aces, probably.
What odds will you lay me that
That's crazy.
we have an all-in call at the feature table? One of the feature tables.
Well, so there's 27 tables. What do you want?
I want
It's not close to aces.
11 to 1.
I see.
What can I do? What can I do?
Yeah, well, there's 2 features, so 1 in 13.5. I'll give you a little house edge of 20%.
Chips wise, there's not that many short stacks at our features.
All right,
So
you're
kind of in a bad spot. I'm trying not to take your money.
So you're laying me 11 to 1?
If you want it.
Call 80 or
But
160.
Hold on, what's going on here? Dan? He's had enough.
Wow.
This is loose.
This is really out there. Surprised by this. Considering we're on the stone bubble, I mean, 9-8 has some reverse implied odds as well on the Queen Jack 10 boards.
I mean, I don't believe it.
Peak cinema.
We're up against Ace King.
Good luck, guys. Hope one of us bust out.
That's me, pal.
No.
Wow.
I did say that he's trying to punt it off.
I think Negreanu is very concerned about Dan at the moment. It's probably some medium strength hand that's pretty good. I could see him having like Queen X's, so it makes sense why Negreanu is checking over, but he has just 8-9 and it's going to bet.
185.
Don't blame him. Often the best hand, of course. He is outkicked at the moment against Rokita. But there are opportunities to improve that kicker and chop it up against the 10-9. Oh, wow. Did not see that coming.
Rokita just letting go of the better hand. No backdoor flush opportunity for him.
Boom, baby.
I did have an ace.
I didn't.
No.
Cheap leaders. Come on.
It's going to show. Which card?
That was good.
The 9? Rokita didn't like to see that.
JP's ready. What we got?
Okay, so here we are. A little bit weird here is Phil Hellmuth, the 17-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner, was all in pre. Alex Keating here right in front of me. We've been a bit spoiled of the results.
All I can say is this. When you're Phil, you get in with hands like this every day.
Yeah.
That's who I am. It does hurt a little bit. I've only played 5 tournaments since June, and I almost won the other day. This hurts a little though.
Is it safe to say you don't care as much about the bubble versus the bracelet? at the end of the race. It's just keeping your tournament life alive versus the, the $50,000 main cap.
Hurts too. And I went to the bathroom about an hour ago, and I said, Alex is going to get in really bad against me and outdraw me. I said that to myself, and I talked myself out of it. It's like Phil Ivey beat me for like 15 years. I mean, and I called him and I said, Ivey, I'm going to beat you for $1 million straight. He said, of course you are. I just hope I'm up $2 million by then. Same thing with Alex. Of all the people on the planet, he's probably somewhere in the top 5 of people that I owe. Doc Sands, the same thing. Doc Sands beat me and beat me and beat me, and then I got even in one brutal hand against him. Brutal for him. I had ace-8 against ace-king in the 100K for all the chips, and it came 8-8.
Andy's come back.
Alex, but
eventually.
Yeah, of course.
We'll make it official here. As Phil does have ace-king, was all in pre. Alex does have the 7-6. And that will burst the bubble, but 3 more all-ins and calls. So Helmuth will wait on the side, not necessarily the Stone Cold bubble. So we'll follow Andy. Okay. Okay. Andy's going to...
It was kind of an ugly river. Did you see that?
We just came up and saw you not looking happy.
It came 3 clubs. I had ace-king. I was against 3, 4, 6, 7.
Oh, boy!
On the deuce 7 queen board.
Oh, my God.
Offsuit 7.
Sick. Well, you know what, though? At the end of the day, you're Phil fucking Helmuth. You know what I mean? Am I wrong? There's always that.
It does hurt. It does hurt.
You got it.
Jack stands up, points. It's a none across, but it was a deuce. So the queens will double. Helmuth remaining as the Stone Cold bubble. We'll follow Andy and Jen.
That's what I was telling you before.
So we have 2 more all-ins and calls. So while Helmuth is out of the tournament, he's not necessarily the Stone Cold bubble for $0. Excuse me, please. Let's go this way. All right, sounds good. Excuse me, Chris. Here we go. Over this way.
They should finish.
And here we are. Bucky involved in this one. Bucky has the 10 deuce. And it's the king queen. King queen all in that risk. Can Bucky get there with the 10 deuce? Well, he flops a 10, but it comes Jack 10-9. Bucky just goes ahead and mucks. It's still somewhat live. The runner full house potential as the 9 rolls off on the turn. And a 10 or a 9 would result in another elimination. River card is a jack. So the straight is good. And so we have 1 more. If this one does not result in an elimination, then Phil Helmuth bubbles the World Series of Poker Super Main. We follow Andy and Jen this way. Some of the best floor people really in the business. They're at the series in Vegas. They're at all of our international spots. Excuse me, please. They navigate through the traffic, and they end up right over here. So I'll sneak through this way. Nacho is here, but no hands in front of him. What's up, Nacho? How you doing? We get to be in Nacho's Instagram and on TV at the same time. This is unbelievable.
How much there's a guy there? What do you want me to do?
Yes, you did. Helmuth might Stone Cold bubble.
We have another lead at Troy. My friend is all in at the table.
Big Hooney's here as well. Just sweating the action. You enjoying the sweat?
I'm enjoying the sweat.
See 2 versus 3 here.
So this is stage 6 of hearts. Gentleman player has queen of hearts. Excuse me, queen is closed.
Our on player is the Queen Jack. Oh, respect. Respect there. As Troy has the Queen Jack. Troy Quenneville gets it in with the Queen Jack against the Ace-6 on the Stone Cold Bubble.
Oh, dude, he's too rich. He's too rich.
Limp called it off.
You do got the price of Bitcoin. I say, fuck it.
Straight draw does arrive on the turn for that Ace-6.
Let's go ahead and see the river card.
Well, the Jacks hold for Troy. It's a straight for Troy. That is courage, ladies and gentlemen. Respect to Troy, and that means that Phil Hellmuth has Stone Cold Bubble, the WSOP Superman, and everybody else is in the money.
You're all in the money, guys. You're all
There it is.
Congratulations.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. You could not have scripted it any better. The man who has more WSOP gold bracelets than anyone else in the
Let's get those bags
history
out for you guys today.
of poker, out on the Stone Bubble of the $25,000 super main event here at the Atlantis in the Bahamas. Everyone else guaranteed $50,000 for their efforts. They are going to bag and tag, come back tomorrow for day 3.
Your WSOP ID, your chip
And not only
and where you are from.
did Hellmuth bubble, got it in with the Ace King against 4-3 and 7-6. It was actually Alan Keating that eventually showered Hellmuth on the Stone Bubble by rivering a pair of 6s. Hellmuth was short. Hellmuth then lost elsewhere in the sense that there were 3 other all-ins, Randy, that he could have potentially chopped the 50K min cash. We're talking about some pretty absurd spots as well, where King Queen-O got it in for about 10 bigs against the button. We just saw the Queen Jack limp calling.
Once those chips are in the bag, guys, enjoy your evening. Be prepared for tomorrow at noon. Once again, congratulations.
The Queen Jack limp called it off on the Stone Bubble. Andy Tillman just congratulating the players as we welcome you back to the break desk. Phil Hellmuth out on the Stone Bubble, my man.
He run bad in multiple spots. He didn't hold with the Ace King, gets his money in good. He told the cameras, and then he couldn't even hold when multiple players were all in with, you know, in spots where it could have been gone either way, right? They didn't get in that great. You know, Queen Jack calling off against Ace-6. Yeah. King Queen also calling off with 10 deuce, but still, Phil Hellmuth, Bubble Boy, can't believe it.
And D-Nex coming over, managing to get it on the vlog. I mean, you know what they say about Ace King, Randy? It's a drawing hand, my friend.
Yeah, I suppose, but...
Hellmuth out on the Stone Bubble. Everyone else into the money, guaranteed $50,000. Tomorrow, I guess, is where it really gets fun. The online side of the pool, the 90 players that qualified in, they're already here in the Bahamas. They're going to be merging with the 207 players that made it through today. And, of course, we're going to be working our way down through day 3. Money ladders. We've got Ali Najjar, James Dempsey, alongside myself and you tomorrow for day 3 coverage starting at 1 p.m. local time. And from myself, Randy, and everyone here from Paradise, we're going to wish you good night.